Okay, good morning, everyone. We'll call the meeting to order of the Board of Supervisors. This is our regular board meeting of Tuesday, August 9th, 2022. We are starting at an unusually early time at 8:30, so thank you for joining us this morning a bit early with a busy day. We're going to start this morning with a flag salute led by Supervisor Jones. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So the first item on our agenda this morning for consideration is our consent agenda. Do any board members have any items they would like to pull from consent? I'm not seeing any. Are there any members of the public who have a point to make on any of our consent calendar items? Not seeing any and none on Zoom, so then I'd entertain a motion for approval. Second. Holmes and Gore, thank you very much. All those in favor? Oh, is this a roll call? You didn't tell me that, Megan. There's nothing there.
Uh-oh. I'll have to swap.
Sorry, I'm going to call her out on that.
Gore, Wygant, Holmes, Jones, Gustafson.
Aye. I didn't have my highlighted one, so that's okay. That's okay. Karen, I'll write it down. Okay, so we'll go on now to public comment. This is your opportunity to speak to us on any item that is not on today's agenda. And we ask that you limit your comments to 3 minutes. And these are items we cannot take action on, but we can certainly hear your comments on. So, good morning, Richard.
Good morning. I spend a lot of my day outside, so I apologize for not wearing long pants. At last meeting, I want to thank the board for sending me contact information with the Public Utilities Commission, an individual person that I would have a hard time figuring out who they were. So I want to thank you for that. On the other hand, I think this is actually a textbook case for how a bureaucracy can crush an individual with a good idea. Should I get in line at the Public Utilities Commission behind mega large international corporations like General Electric? Thorium Electric will refuse any direct government funding. So I'm not here asking for any money. What I'd like to do is build new, not dangerous light water nuclear reactors to generate clean, safe electrical power, which the need here in this county is going to increase pretty dramatically over the next few years. I'm attempting to encourage folks at every avenue that I can identify involved in the process, including the Public Utilities Commission. I'm following up on that. To start now what is inevitable. Nuclear power, safe nuclear power, will be the actual answer to the electrical grid, okay? All this, I'm not against solar, wind, do whatever the hell you want, but eventually it's going to be nuclear power. And I think it would be really good place to start because of the propensity of the population in Placer County. I know you have a lot of meetings, and of course life safety is a priority over community development, of course, so this isn't the big priority. But I think Placer County can actually take the lead. And what I would ask is an opportunity at a committee meeting to make a more detailed presentation of the advantages of what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about replicating the dangerous reactors that are in service now. This is a whole new idea. Okay. Thank you.
Are there any other members of the public here in the room that would like to speak with us? Not seeing any. Anybody on Zoom? Well, I know there's a lot coming later, so we'll hold off till then. Okay, so we'll close public comment and move on to board member and county executive reports. Were there any board member reports? I will announce that next Tuesday is the Lake Tahoe Federal Summit. I think several of us are attending that, as well as county staff. But later that afternoon at 4 p.m., that starts in the morning, and it's with our congressional and federal and state representatives. But later that afternoon at 4 p.m., we'll be doing a ribbon cutting on the Martis Valley Trail. So I just wanted to make sure you all knew you could attend. Congressman McClintock will be there, and he did a lot to help us get that trail through some Army Corps of Engineers land. So just wanted to make that announcement. County Exec, is there a report today? Okay, then we'll move.
Supervisor
Yes.
Gustafson, may I just do
Yes.
a quick report out? Based on our conversation yesterday at our special meeting, wanting to make sure we update one another. And I know that Jane updated all of us on just the last ad hoc homelessness meeting, which we had with members of the local city councils in the region with our HHS staff, community partners. I see our district attorney is here, our probation chief were joining us, and we had a really robust conversation about centralized and decentralized facilities, pros and cons. We've been able to hear from our law enforcement providers, especially what they see works and what hasn't worked. And this is the second in-person meeting we've had this year. It's been very helpful to listen to one another and actually be on the same page and hear from our experts. So we'll meet again once a month for the next several months, and it feels like at least there's some agreement amongst the parties, and we're understanding a lot of the same data, which is helpful as we work together on a strategy to address homelessness. So more to come, but we're making progress.
Thank you, Bonnie, appreciate that. Okay, I'm not seeing any other reports, so we're going to move on to our first department item. This is item number 4 on our agenda, page 561 of our packet. Petition for severance and request to be an exclusively recognized organization by the Placer County Deputy District Attorneys Association. And Kate Sampson, our Director of Human Resources, is here.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. Good morning. Again, I'm Kate Sampson, your Director of Human Resources. And this morning, I'd like to present to you a matter regarding a request from the Placer County Deputy District Attorneys Association, or PCDDAA, to sever from the professional unit currently recognized as part of the Placer Public Employees Organization, or PPEO. If granted, the PCDDAA is requesting to form an exclusively recognized unit consisting of deputy district attorneys and child support attorneys classifications. The formation and structure of units is governed by the county's employer-employee relations policy, and the request was submitted and vetted in accordance with that policy. It may be important to note that the county received a similar request from the association in 1984. At that time, the request was not granted, although several factors have changed substantially in the last 40 years or so, including the county's own policy, the size of the proposed unit, the proliferation of very similar deputy district attorney units in other counties, the composition of PPEO, and of course the labor environment generally in California. The current request contends that the characteristics and unique needs of the proposed PCDDAA unit are unique and distinct from the other professional classifications in the professional unit. In her capacity as the Employee Relations Officer, the CEO has reviewed the petition and determined that it meets the policy standards. The board's concurrence with the determination that PCDDAA is in accordance, is appropriate under our policy is requested. If the board affirms that determination today, all parties will be noticed and a 30-day waiting period will begin, during which any challenging petitions may be received. Any additional petitions and then a secret ballot election will be administered in accordance with your policy. There are representatives of the proposed PCDDAA unit and as well as the District Attorney, Morgan Geyer, in attendance this morning should you have any questions, and I'm available, of course, as well.
Thank you, Kate. Board members, any questions? Bonnie, yes.
Thank you, Kate. How many attorneys would be a part of this bargaining unit?
Approximately 35.
Thank you.
Okay.
I do have one question.
Okay.
Yeah, is that the entire department? Is that all of your district attorneys?
It is not the
Deputy
entire,
district attorneys?
I'm sorry,
Is
it's,
that all of the deputy district attorneys, or?
yes, it would be all Deputy District Attorney 1, 2, 3, 4, and senior classifications, not the management and not investigators. So a good portion of the District Attorney's office.
Okay, and that's what they want, right? Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Holmes?
Thank you, Kate. Can you tell me how many attorneys were in the office in 1984?
You know, I think it was less than 10 at the time.
It just demonstrates the necessity to approve this, so it's long overdue, so thank you.
My only question is, can we come up with a different acronym? PCDDAA.
It's taken some work to
It
get
looks
that
like
one to
somebody
roll
hit
off.
the button too many times, so anyway, a little humor this morning.
We'll challenge the group.
Did
with that.
anyone else want to address us on this item?
Good morning, Board. My name is Benjamin Eggert. I'm the president of the PCDDAA. We did have some discussion about what the acronym should be, and we kept our working title. We don't have anything, I don't have anything in particular to add, but I'm here if you have any particular questions for us.
Great, thank you very
Okay,
much.
thank you.
Any questions? I'm not seeing any.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anyone else in the public like to address the board on this item? Anybody on Zoom? Okay, then I'd entertain a motion. Holmes and Jones, and all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Great, thank you very much. Long overdue, it sounds, 40 years in the making, 38 years in the making. Okay, we'll move on now to item number 5 on our department items. This is found on page 611 of our board packets. This is related to booking and jail services, a contract amendment with Nevada County. Good morning, Jerry.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Ms. Christensen, Mr. Swab. My name is Jerry Rogers with the Placer County Sheriff's Office, and I come to the board asking your approval of an amendment to the contract between Placer County Sheriff's Office and Nevada County Sheriff's Office for booking and jail services, adjusting the amount to $502,648 for the term of July 1, 2022 to June 30th, 2023. Since December 2001, the Nevada County Sheriff's Office has provided booking and jail services for Placer County as sustained jail operations at the Sheriff's North Tahoe substation were suspended, with the exception of serving as a court holding facility on a Monday through Friday basis. Under the contract, all arrests made by the Placer County Sheriff's Office in and around the North Tahoe area after normal business hours or on holidays and weekends are booked in the Nevada County Sheriff's Truckee Jail. Arrestees who cannot be released or make bail are subsequently transported to Placer County Jail System for normal housing. The Sheriff's Office requests your board approve the Fifth Amendment to the contract, which extends the term to July 1, 2022 to June 30th, 2023, and increases the contract amount to $502,648. The revised contract amount represents an increase of $14,640 and a 3% increase over the previous year, as allowable under the original agreement. And the proposed amendment was approved by Nevada County's Board of Supervisors on June 28th, 2022. And funding for this contract is available in the fiscal year 2022-23 budget under the Sheriff's Tahoe Operations Cost Center. And with that, there's no additional impact to the general fund. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Supervisor Gore?
I just have a quick question, and it's probably a curveball, but I'm wondering if you've done sort of the back of the napkin, how much money we are saving by not having the jail open overnight in Tahoe versus this contract?
I have not, but we could definitely get that.
I mean, it's obviously less than $500,000, which is why we're doing it, and I just appreciate the fact that we're looking at other ways to reduce, to save money, right? And use efficiencies, and we can contract with Nevada County, and there's other times when other counties will contract with us for services. So I'd sort of be curious. It may not be an easy calculation at some other point.
Yeah, we'll definitely put in the request, and then I'll try to get that information for you.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Absolutely, yeah.
Great question. Similar to mine, which was about how many do we handle at the facility
Yes,
annually?
and I apologize for not having that.
Yeah.
I did put in the request. Unfortunately,
Well, and I didn't ask in advance. I read the
I was
packet.
anticipating that question, and unfortunately, I do not have that, but I will have that for you.
Okay.
Yeah, and send it to you as soon as possible.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jared.
Absolutely.
I'm not seeing any other questions from board members. I'd entertain any public comment on this item. I'm not seeing anyone in the room interested in speaking, and no one on Zoom. Okay, so I'd entertain a motion. Supervisors Gore and Jones. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you, Jerry.
All right, thank you very much. Take care.
Okay, we'll move on then to item 6 on our department reports. This is our department items, Health and Human Services, U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development Funding for Housing Services. And with us is Amy Ellis, Director of Adult System of Care.
Good morning, Chair Gustafson and members of the board. I am Amy Ellis, Director of the Adult System of Care, and I have my housing manager, Erin Cador, with me too here as well. We have 3 action items today related to the HUD grants that we received as the county to administer. The first is to ratify submission of an application to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development to receive funds for Shelter Plus Care, permanent supportive housing, fiscal year 2022 through 2023, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the resulting agreement and related documents for the amount not to exceed $421,628, with a county match of $105,407 for the period of June 1st, 2022 through May 31st, 2023, and decide subsequent amendments up to $42,162 with the corresponding match, consistent with the agreement's subject matter and scope of work with risk management and county council concurrence. The second is to ratify submission of applications towards a consolidated grant to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development to receive Adult System of Care Permanent Supportive Housing Grant Funds and Advocates for Mentally Ill Housing Grant Funds, which will result in the consolidation of 2 grants for fiscal year 2022 and 2023, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the resulting agreement and related documents for the amount not to exceed $524,039, with a county match of $131,010 for the period of June 1st, 2022 through November 30th, 2023, and to sign subsequent amendments up to $52,403 with the corresponding match consistent with the agreement's subject matter and scope of work with risk management and county council concurrence. And finally, the third action is to ratify submission of an application to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development to receive funds for project-based vouchers, permanent supportive housing, fiscal year 2022-23, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the resulting agreement and related documents for an amount not to exceed $49,860 with a county match of $12,465 for the period of August 1st, 2022 through July 31st, 2023, and to sign subsequent amendments up to $6,000 with the corresponding match consistent with the agreement's subject matter and scope of work with risk management and county council concurrence. So Placer County Adult System of Care has successfully implemented these HUD grants since 2004. Participants in the 3 HUD grant programs pay up to 30% of their income towards their rent, receive support such as mental health, substance use treatment, vocational support, life skill development, and more. These programs are for those who have a mental health disorder and are engaged in services in the adult system of care. The HUD Permanent Supportive Housing Grants received by Placer County provide rental subsidies for housing and supportive services designed to assist recipients with becoming self-sufficient. They provide supportive services like case management in addition to the rental subsidies. The rental subsidies are used in various locations throughout the county. Shelter Plus Care provides a very similar service, but the case management supports are not funded through the grant as they are in the prior grant. Case management support for Shelter Plus Care is provided through the adult system of care. And finally, project-based vouchers are attached to specific permanent supportive housing units that are owned and operated by advocates for mentally ill housing and serve individuals with severe mental illness who are the Placer County's who are involved in our full service partnership program and receive intensive mental health case management services. In fiscal year 2021, these grants served a total of 108 homeless adults that have a certified disability. Of these 108 homeless adults, 56 were chronically homeless prior to enrollment in one of the 3 HUD grant programs. All HUD projects reported about 110% bed and unit utilization, which means all projects performed beyond their initially budgeted capacity. And finally, about 50 individuals served by these 3 projects have been enrolled for longer than 5 years. ASOC has found long-term success in maintaining housing due to these programs. All of these program costs, the grant revenues, and required match has been appropriately budgeted, and happy to answer any questions or have Aaron do that.
Great, thank you, Amy. Are there questions, board members? Yes, Supervisor Jones.
Hi, Amy. Thank you for that. Could you explain Shelter Plus Care? What does that mean?
So there are just different names of the grants. They're all very similar. The difference with Shelter Plus Care is it's HUD operated. We are able to provide subsidies in various locations. So we work with landlords and apartments to match individuals to those placements, and they pay up to 30% of their rent, and the Shelter Plus Care grant provides the subsidy or the remainder to market rent value for those landlords to be able to maintain those placements.
Okay, so in all of these programs, they're basically subsidizing the balance of the rent due beyond their income.
Yeah, and then the first one also pays for the supports, the case management attached, whereas Shelter Plus Care, the county adult system of care just provides those supports to the individuals.
Okay, so how many, the vouchers, how many does it serve? Is that the numbers you just listed back here?
Yeah, all 3 programs serve 108
Wow.
individuals.
Does it serve any of those that are in our Hampton Permanent Supportive Housing or Hampton Inn?
No, these ones we've been operating them for so long. We've had them since 2009 or something. So they're already engaged in other areas that we have people housed in.
How's our success rate? Are they hanging in there?
Yeah, so 50 of the, 108 have been there for longer than 5 years, and the other half are well on their way, we're hoping.
Okay, great. Thank you. It's a great program. Thank you for that, Amy.
Any other questions, board members? I had one, Amy. We were just talking about the 50 have been there more than 5 years. Is our hope that we can somehow assist them in getting out of this program, maybe to the next level? Or are we satisfied with, gee, this is the situation?
Well, it depends on the individual. So it's considered permanent. So if they stay there for the remainder of their time, that's considered success by HUD definitions. But if that's not what the individual wants or is capable of, we absolutely will help move them on to a lower level, less supported environment, independent, fully independent, help them with job development, and do that for many of the individuals.
Great, that's great to know, because I think that's our goal, is to try to help people back into productive situations if possible, so.
Right.
Yes,
And maybe
Supervisor Gore?
also to clarify, right, these folks have some type of disability, right?
Yes.
Whether it's physical or mental disability, there is some type of disability that these folks have, which then makes it a little bit more difficult
Right.
to move out of this program.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's definitely part of the equation. And so, I mean, I think a perfect example of this is the 110% bed and unit utilization. So that's our kind of finding that wiggle room. So despite there being a disability there, finding that wiggle room of them being able to participate in work, but to the extent that they're able to, given their limitations, and that actually results in that expanding of the budget, because that's basically more income that's being able to be brought into the equation, into the circumstance. And so you're actually kind of seeing that 110% are kind of using that wiggle room to get them to still be able to work, but also recognize the medically confirmed limitations that they do have.
Great, thank you. We'll go to public comment. Are there any members of the public who would like to address this item? On Zoom? Any hands up? Okay. Then Karen Schwab is going to correct the action for today, because there is a resolution here that we need to adopt.
Right, so any resolution for approval should be adopt a resolution to ratify submission of 1, 2, and 3.
Thank you, Supervisor Jones. Thank you, Supervisor Gore. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, thank you very much, Amy.
Right, thank you.
Okay, we'll move on then to item 6B, funding for Women, Infants, and Children Program Revenue Agreement with the California Department of Public Health. And Megan Marshall is here.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, county staff. I'm Megan Marshall, your Director of Public Health in the Department of Health and Human Services. Here today requesting your adoption of a resolution authorizing the Director of Health and Human Services to sign a revenue agreement with the California Department of Public Health for the operation of the Women, Infants, and Children, which I will now refer to as the WIC program, which is a much lesser acronym than I think my earlier counterparts had, for the program to operate October 1, 2022 through September 30th, 2025 for an amount not to exceed $4,014,923. Led by our senior nutritionist, our dedicated team of 12 staff who make up our Placer County WIC program work to ensure over 3,000 low-income pregnant women and children have access to healthy foods, breastfeeding support, and nutrition education. As mentioned in the memo, every dollar spent on a pregnant woman in WIC saves up to $4.21 in healthcare costs for her and her newborn. Through improved nutrition, participation in WIC results in overall healthier pregnancies, healthier birth outcomes, and better growth and development of young children overall in our community. With that, I'm happy to introduce the senior nutritionist I mentioned earlier, Marcia Barnes, to the board, and together we can answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Megan. Any questions, board members? It's a great program, and it's so necessary. And
Absolutely.
It's one of the great preventative programs that we can point to and see great success. I'm not seeing any questions from the board. Any members of the public? No one here? Anybody on Zoom? Okay. Then I'd entertain a motion. Have Supervisors Holm and Wygant. All those in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you, Megan.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
We're flying through our agenda today. Do we just need to start early, or Every week, right? Every Tuesday. Okay. We're on, oh, no. We can't take action on that today. So here we are on item 7, Public Works, Rollins Lake Road Slide Repair Project, page 623 of our board packet.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. I'm Kevin Ordway with the Department of Public Works. Today, we're asking for 3 separate actions to be approved. The first is to approve the plans and specifications for the Rollins Lake Road Slide Repair Project, project number PJ00669, and authorize the Director of Public Works or designee to advertise for construction bids. The second action is that you authorize the Director of Public Works or designee to award and execute a construction contract for the Rollins Lake Road Slide Repair Project to the lowest responsible and responsive bidder upon risk management and County Council concurrence for an amount not to exceed $2 million, and to execute changes to the contract up to $112,500, consistent with Public Contract Code Section 20142 and the County Procurement Policy Manual. The third action is to authorize the Director of Public Works or designee to award and execute a construction management, inspection, and materials services or materials testing services contract for the Rollins Lake Road Slide Repair Project upon risk management and County Council concurrence for an amount not to exceed $200,000, and to execute changes to the contract up to $20,000, consistent with Public Contract Code Section 20142 and the County Procurement Policy Manual. And to give you some background, in the winter of 2017, we had a slope failure on Rollins Lake Road near Barbed Wire Lane. Upon subsequent investigation, we found that there was additional remedial action needed to stabilize the slope to protect the roadway and the private property in the area. We worked with risk management to file a claim against the county's insurance in 2018. And just this last spring, we came to an agreement with the county's insurance carrier on the remediation type and approval of our claim. So we expedited the final design, and we'd like to get this constructed prior to winter setting in to kind of make sure we don't have another failure. And so with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Robert. Appreciate it. Are there any questions? I'm not seeing any. Is there any public comment on this item? None in the room, none on Zoom. Then I'd entertain a motion. Supervisor Holmes and Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we're at 5 after 9. We've completed our department items and our consent calendar items. Our next timed item is at 9:20, so I'm assuming we need to take a break. Yeah, 2 individuals have shown up since public comment was closed. Did you want to address the board under public comment? We can reopen public comment now. Okay. Great. Thank you. So we'll reopen our public comment. If you'll please introduce yourselves. And again, these are 3-minute items that we cannot take action on this morning, but would love to hear from you.
Thank you for reopening. I'm Jennifer. I just wanted to bring a little bit of notice to some issues that have been cropping up here in California and around the world. So one of them being the well water metering. There's rumors that there's letters going out to individuals in California stating they will be monitored on their well water, and that I can't really find too much on the bill, but supposedly these letters have gone out, and I think it would be quite devastating to Placer County if we had to start metering wells, because this will probably first start with our farmers, and the farmers need water to grow our food. So I would really like the board to maybe look into this and make sure that we're not going to be affecting any water going to our farmers in the near future, and if that's what that looks like it's coming to maybe fight against it now, because right now there's a lot of farming industries that are being closed down all around the world. Percentages being met to meet some green agenda that doesn't quite make sense, because electric cars are all run off a coal grid, and then California and Texas are saying not to charge your cars to overload the electric load, and the batteries are incredibly toxic and nobody really knows how to dispose of them, which brings back another issue for us having a huge farming industry here, if we have to go to all these electric farm gear, I've spoken with a company locally, and they said they don't know how to how to get rid of the batteries, and if they're going to be charged money to dispose of them, and where these batteries are going to go to. So I think we are jumping ahead on a lot of this stuff without really seeing the bigger picture of what can come. Again, in Canada, in the Netherlands, even now going towards Germany, they're closing the farms down like 30%. Like, they want to take the green emissions down. They wanted to use less nitrogen. So we have to go and eat this fake food that's going to be created through these mega structures, which will all have poison in them. And I would just really like us to really support our farmers, to really make sure we're making policies so our herds aren't going to be cold, chickens aren't going to be killed, water's going to be provided to them. So that's all that I have to say today, so thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Yes, sir.
Good morning, members of the board and associates. Um,
I'm sorry, I forgot your name for the record.
Skip Myers.
Skip, thank you.
Placer County resident. I've been thinking a lot about the 2020 and the 2021 election. And I think I have some solutions to any potential avenues of fraud. I entitled this, Making of a Perfectly Honest Election. Okay, so this is just a bullet list. So eliminate all electronic voting machines and devices, cancel Dominion voting system contract, paper ballots only, no mail-in ballots, no ballot drop boxes, no ballot harvesting. And actually, I'm negligent. I didn't stay at one of the ballot boxes to observe, through the night. But since this is for both the most recent recall election as well as a presidential election, I think it behooves us to eliminate the ballot boxes. Okay, so I mentioned no ballot harvesting. Clean up the voter rolls, no dead people voting. I think that Ryan Ronco does an excellent job on that. And no ballot drop boxes, kind of referring back to where we were. Clean up voter rolls, no dead people voting. No phantom or ghost voters, voter ID and signature verification for all voters. No same-day registration allowed. One person, one vote. Maintain voter roll, chain of custody, and provide security. 1 day for the election, and make Election Day a national holiday. Then everybody can get there to the polls. Verified absentee ballots only. So that eliminates all the mass mailing of mail-in ballots. Reduce precinct size and increase the number of precincts. This enables manual or hand counting at the precincts. And no DMV registration, i.e. motor voter, and no illegal alien votes, which is really what we would try to prevent, and engage the sheriff to investigate anomalies and potential fraud, and heavy prison sentence for any due election fraud. And my suggestion is that we all see that movie. Everybody in Placer County, everybody in the U.S. really, 2,000 Mules, and the other one is going to be released August 20th, Selection Code. Thank you for
Thank you,
your time.
Skip. Appreciate it.
Yeah, and I'll give this to Megan.
Great, thank you. Okay, with that, the board is going to take a quick break. We'll be back at 9:20 to commence our timed items. from break, and we will resume with our first item, timed item, 9:20 timed item, Public Works, the North Tahoe Truckee Biomass Task Force Memorandum of Understanding. And Jared Deck from Environmental Engineering, the Manager of Environmental Engineering, I'll get the title right, is here to present.
All right, thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, board members. As stated, Jared Deck, Program Manager for Environmental Engineering. Here to present the item in front of you. I believe there's a presentation with it. If we can click on that. But just to start off, kind of give a little background while we're pulling that up. Originally, it started off as a larger group kind of getting together in the North Tahoe region to discuss biomass in general. And so that included a lot of the agencies as well, and part of that discussion came out of it was establishing a task force for specific agencies who are interested in building biomass facilities. And so that task force got together and established for Placer County, the town of Truckee, North Star Community Service District, County of Nevada, and the Tahoe Truckee Community Foundation as a kind of core group in that. And all these agencies are interested in establishing some sort of biomass facility in their jurisdiction or supporting them. So the main goals, wait until the program. No, okay. So really the main goals of this program is to kind of establish, really reduce overall catastrophic wildfire. And so with that, catastrophic wildfire spans jurisdictional lines. And so in order to work together, we really need to work as a region to support that. And so within this, we look to create an integrated regional solution for biomass. And so with these agencies, we look for, and in line with the board's previous approval of the Cabin Creek Biomass Project, task force really wanted to identify the highest priority in this area, which was to establish additional biomass facilities. And so within this, we looked at the region and we saw a shortfall of outlets versus the incoming green waste into the facility, specifically Eastern Regional Landfill. And so with that being the place, there was not a good outlet for defensible space and also a larger fuel management products. And so with those lack of outlets, it was really increasing the overall price of disposing green waste and also pushing folks who are doing those projects to potentially leave biomass on the floor, which increases the fuel loading as for catastrophic wildfires as they come through. So really within this group, we wanted to support the projects within that key task force group. And so within those folks, North Star is looking to create a biomass to heat facility. The Truckee Airport District is currently in very preliminary stages of looking at potentially using biomass to help either energy cost or heating costs for them as well. And then also the county, as stated before, the Cabin Creek Biomass Project to either do energy or some alternative fuel. So looking through all these, really what we wanted to do was leverage regional resources and grants. So by creating a task force, we thought there was a good opportunity to show how these multiple projects would work together in the region. And really to be successful, we needed all these projects to work. Oh, there we go. Thank you.
Better late than never. You've been winging it really well, though.
So just to step back a little bit, kind of the opening page here is just all the agencies directly involved. So you see the County of Placer, Town of Truckee, the North Star Community Service District, County of Nevada, and the Forest Futures portion of the Tahoe Truckee Community Service District, or sorry, Community Foundation. So talked about these items already, and getting down to kind of the last couple points, just really leveraging those regional resources and grants. So as a group, we really want to show how all these projects would integrate together. We don't think there's one potential project that could be the solution for everything. We feel that the amount of green waste that's up there, we really need all projects to be built in order to be an actual sustainable biomass kind of general region and really reduce that catastrophic wildfire risk. So within this too, we wanted the opportunity to support these projects, but also leave the autonomy for each agency to move forward on their own. So we're not limiting anybody. We're trying to create general studies and larger regional documents that will support the bigger picture. So the next goal was really to create educational outreach. Through this, we're looking to build community support. I mean, I think there's a lot of community support right now for wildfire mitigation, but also just showing the benefits. Currently, we're trucking this biomass long distances, 200-mile round trips to bring this to other disposable outlets. And so with that, there's a lot of greenhouse gases and then also open pile burning. So if there's not a feasible outlet to bring it to, that is really the solution for a lot of folks in fuel management programs to actually just open pile burn it, and which creates a lot of output and gas and a lot of negative things in the community. So instead of doing that, by creating some of these facilities, we can really produce good renewable energy and heat from this product and also reduce emissions coming off, and rather than open pile burning and large transportation, be able to reduce that overall emissions. And last point is just to share in some of these regional studies, and I'll talk about one of the regional studies we're looking to do here in a second. But these agencies are invested in this from themselves, the communities, as well as their residents, to invest in long-term, reduce catastrophic wildfire, and also find renewable energy sources. So the study that we're looking to do currently, which has great support within the task force, is to look at a 30-mile range around Eastern Regional Landfill and see what available biomass there is out there, and then what potential future projects we could actually build to offset that and support that local economy as well. And so, like I talked about before, those main projects are the kind of the 3 green stars there. Placer County Cabin Creek facility, the Town of Truckee Airport District, and then North Star CSD as well. So then next was really understanding kind of what available biomass is out there in the forest, what projects are going on, kind of a yearly yield of what biomass we could sustain each of these facilities for, and then also looking long-term to see if those are sustainable long-term. So we're not just building a facility, having it come online, and then not having the fuel to actually support those facilities and having to go out and get it. And so those are kind of the main 2 points of the study that we're looking for, as long as analyzing some of the next points too, the effectiveness of biomass as a renewable energy and also as heating. So in closer regions where there's a lot of facilities around you, it actually makes a lot more sense, like North Star, to use it for heat. It's far more effective and efficient. But other facilities like the Cabin Creek project, we don't have a lot of facilities there to actually use that heat. And so it's potentially more effective to use it for energy or the other bio-oils. And then also centralizing biomass processing. And so if each facility was to process their own stuff, they'd have to buy their own equipment and have storage for all this biomass that they would potentially use as that fuel. And so for Eastern Regional Landfill, we actually already have that established there. We have great facilities and great equipment to actually process all that. And so looking at that, of how to integrate that centralized processing facility and also distribution network to these potential future projects. And then just obviously, one of the big goals too is reducing the overall cost of biomass disposal. If we don't have to truck it for these long distances, we don't have to bring it to composting facilities, we will be able to hopefully reduce our rates to our customers and our residences who are actually bringing that green waste into our facility, which is great. I mean, it's a benefit for the whole region. And then, like I talked about, just that public outreach of reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and then from open pile burning and other long trucking routes to really help with the emissions going on in the basin itself, as well as the greater region. So with that, our goal here is just to establish the MOU for this group, really formalize it and bring this forth and kind of try to continue the momentum with the group. So the first ask is to authorize us to continue the establishment of the MOU and get it signed by all the agencies. So that's Placer County, Town of Truckee, North Star Community Service District, County of Nevada, and the Tahoe Truckee Community Foundation. And the second is to accept a funding contract with the Tahoe Truckee Community Foundation. They were very generous and offered to pay for a majority of this first study and offered $11,000 for this fuel study. So moving forward with that funding contract, and one note I'd like to point out is the actual published contract that was put out had an incorrect date on it. The contract was supposed to, or it was stated as ending March 2022. And the correction which we brought forth would actually be ending March 2023. So that correction will be made moving forward. And then last is to approve acceptance of $2,000 for the rest of the agencies within the task force. So it's the Town of Truckee, North Star, and the County of Nevada, as well as a contribution from Placer County to help support that. So really, TTCF taking the larger burden of that first study, and the other agencies helping out and putting in additional money to show their commitment to that. So with that, I'm kind of a little bit of an overview. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Thanks, Jared. Supervisor Holmes?
Thank you for bringing this forward, Jared, much needed. You know, we've been trying to build a facility for nearly 20 years, and the only way we're going to be able to do it is regional collaboration, and that's what this brings forward. So I'm fully in support of this, and hopefully we have some good outcomes.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Supervisor Wygant?
Another comment I have, so congratulations, Jared, great work, concur completely with Supervisor Holmes. So I think like with our Middle Fork project and the partnership we have with the Water Agency, a different partnership, broader, I think very exciting. And I think to the extent that we can, we need to think of these things going forward as potentially a template by which we can argue case studies. Because to me, the question is what always seems to be missed is that there's never a discussion or focus about how quickly we're going to treat all of our forests, which is a massive undertaking. There was talk around it and political divisiveness, and things never really get the energy I think they need. So, you know, we tend to even look at the problem wrongly. It's not a commitment to treat massive amounts of forest and looking at the cost of doing that. But in these kinds of pilot programs, we can talk about if the cleaning of the forest doesn't have to be a profitable endeavor. It doesn't have to be predicated on selling profitable energy. But to the extent that those reduce the cost, we can treat more forest. So I think those kinds of things that we can take back to Washington, the state of California, and argue are examples of how the policy at a broader sense should be considered. I would just argue that we should keep that in mind and take forward those thoughts as we package these things in the long run. But great work in the interim.
Yeah, absolutely. And I agree completely. I think one of the things we realized was the amount of money coming into the fuel management programs, if there's not outlets available, it's really hard to complete those. And so this is really a goal to kind of establish some of those local outlets so that when that money gets put into the fuel management programs, we really have a local outlet where we can take it to and continue those programs long term.
Thank you. Any other questions? Jared, I wanted to thank Department of Public Works, Kevin, and yourself especially for jumping in and taking the lead on pulling the groups together. We had these requests coming in, and the concern in the region was all of a sudden everybody wanted to do biomass. Did we have enough product? We all felt we did, but doing the study and the analysis to ensure that everybody can proceed with their projects. And they're taking different shapes and forms. Some are looking at the hydronic heating elements that can be generated directly from the biomass, but all needed this facility. And it was thanks to our Department of Public Works taking that lead and convening several meetings. Our Forest Service supervisor shared with me that he can do a whole lot more in the forest if he's not paying to truck so much off the hill 200 miles somewhere. So we really need this to move forward, and I want to thank TTCF as well, Tahoe Truckee Community Foundation, for their work and jumping in and supporting this effort. So more to come, I know. We're doing great things. We can't get to it fast enough. And so with that, I wanted to see if there's any public that would like to comment on this, either here in the room, not seeing anyone jumping up, but on Zoom. No one on Zoom. So I'd entertain a motion, and the motion needs to include the change date on the contract to March 2023. Second. Okay, I don't know who got the second. Who was in first there? Okay, I'll do Holmes and Wygant. Thank you, Supervisor Gore. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thanks, Jared. Thanks for your great leadership. And Kevin, you too. Thank you. Okay, we'll go now to item number 2. Treasurer Tax Collector Janine Windenhausen is here, and we'll be talking about the financing for the Western Placer Waste Management Authority.
Good morning, Chair Gustafson, members of the board, Council Schwab, and CEO Christensen. I'm here before you today related to a major reinvestment and financing for the expansion and upgrade of the materials recovery facility and the sanitary landfill with the Western Placer Waste Management Authority. You're requested today to conduct a public hearing to hear and consider information concerning a proposed financing by Western Placer Waste Management Authority to provide funds for the expansion of the materials recovery facility and improvements to the Western Regional Sanitary Landfill owned and operated by the WMA, the authority, located in the unincorporated territory of the county, and the substantial public benefits of such financing by the authority in accordance with the criteria specified in Section 6586 of the California Government Code, and then to consider adoption of a resolution approving a financing by the Western Placer Waste Management Authority of the expansion of its materials recovery facility and sanitary landfill. As I mentioned, I think most of you are familiar with the fact that they are looking at a major upgrade, reinvestment, and expansion. And in fact, Supervisor Gore serves on the authority board, as well as Supervisor Wygant, a longstanding member of the board, and Supervisor Jones, who serves as alternate. The authority has entered into a contract with FCC Environmental Services for the modifications and upgrade of the facility, and have been working through the bond issuance process. And in fact, yesterday, WMA is to be congratulated. We formally heard from the rating agency, Standard & Poor's, that they received a AA rating on that credit. So yes, your expression, Supervisor Goer, is most appropriate. We were thinking it was going to be a B minus. A triple B, and we're hoping for an A minus. So a AA is outstanding news. It's a credit to the board and to the management of the authority. I have here with me Ken Graham, our Public Works Director, who serves as the Executive Director to the Authority, and Kevin Bell, who is the Assistant Executive Director to the Authority as well. You need to conduct the public hearing and then consider the resolution. I just want to add that the reason that your board is doing this is because all of the jurisdictions and the territory for WMA are located within the geographic boundaries of the county. So you are the single body that can make the public benefit finding countywide, and that's why this is before you. And then finally, in doing so, there is no fiscal impact to the county. The obligations and the responsibilities associated with the operation of the authority and the issuance of the debt solely belong to the authority. With that, I'm glad to answer any of your questions.
Thank you, Janine. We'll go to Supervisor Gore.
Thank you. It's not so much of a question, but sort of an FYI for my colleagues. And one of the reasons we're doing this very large investment is there is a state requirement, SB 1383, that mandates a huge diversion of our organics. And so we've got to upgrade the facility. Our intent is to keep the one big bin, which allows, instead of having to separate out your organics into a separate recycling area, we can continue the one big bin, recycle everything, and FCC will be able to process and reduce the organics diversion from the landfill. But just really great news about the bond rating. Thank you for sharing that information. And I do want to just say thank you to Ken and Kevin and Eric Otto and our partners with WAPNA from the cities of Rockland and Lincoln and Roseville, because this has been a huge effort to get to the point of having to make this investment, and then I think our rates will be able to be a little bit lower because of the bond rating, which is terrific. So thank you for the good news, Janine.
Yeah. The authority has been, the materials recovery facility specifically has been a high-performing asset and considered one of the highest performing materials recovery facility in the nation for decades. So it's a credit to the leadership and to the management.
That's great. Any other questions? Then we will open up our public hearing on this item. This is regarding the
And what detail has analysis been done growing urbanization bordering on and around the facility? And what is the future of that potential impact on the facility? Thank you.
Any other public comments? Okay. Supervisor Wygant. I was going to close the public hearing and then go to you. So I've closed the public hearing then. Robert?
Yeah, so on behalf of the public, with regards to Michael's question, there, in my view, has been exhaustive review of the land use implications of the existence of the authority's landfill operation and the recycling facility, and of course, it's been operating for 30 years, and thanks again, Janine, for the great comments. But there's the review has included the Sunset Area Plan update, and concurrent with that, an application for Placer Ranch that went through exhaustive environmental review. We have other users out there that are going through the process. A lot of exciting development going forward out there that's predominantly predicated on jobs creation. So in that regard, the authority also has taken up the vision, if you will, for the next 30 years, which includes more effective operation of the landfill, which in my words would be operating an urban landfill as compared to one that was 30 years ago, more out in the country and less susceptible to this kind of encroachment. So our plans include for all of that, one of the big issues, of course, is odor control, and that's been thoroughly vetted and discussed, and there are policies and plans in place to deal with that. But it will be an ongoing dynamic as we move forward and operate the facility differently. But it certainly has been thought about. It's been investigated thoroughly. There are plans in place to make all that work more effectively, and I'm sure that work will continue.
Great, thank you. Any other board members have comments on this? Then I'd entertain a motion to adopt the resolution.
I'll move approval.
Supervisors Gore and Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you, Janine, and great news on
Yeah.
the bond rating.
And you will be receiving a copy of that along with the WAMA board members. The WAMA staff will be distributing the comments by the rating agency and information. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, with that, we've concluded all of our items except our 10:30 public meeting. And so for those of you who just joined us, thank you for joining us, but we're going to take a quick break. First, we're going to announce closed session, and then we will be reconvening at 10:30. So you'll have a little bit of a break here before we get to the main item today. So with that, County Council?
On today's agenda are two items under closed session, one under existing litigation and one under anticipated litigation. Both of these are going to be continued to the meeting closed session on the 23rd of August.
Great. With that, since we're tabling those items, the board is going to take a break, and we'll be back at 10:30 to start the Bayside Fields item. Thank you. Morning, everyone. While we're still waiting for our supervisors, I just want to go over public comment for a minute with all of you. If you want to give public comment for this item but do not yet have a numbered card, please see a staff member outside. Better to get one, and if you choose after you've heard everything not to give public testimony, that's fine, but get one now because we are going to cut that off at a certain point so we can manage the meeting today. And we will be conducting the public comment by calling on each of you by groups by your assigned number in that group. Once your number has been called, we are going to ask you to line up in the middle of the aisle here so that we can go relatively quickly through no delays and give you your adequate time to make your points in the meeting. And then we will go to those on Zoom and ask people to raise their hands now, and up until the time that we close the presentations, we'll accept new hands raised or new comment cards. Once that's done, we're going to try to go right into public comment. So I'll remind you of this right before we close the cutoff for public comment. So again, good morning. It's I know you all know why you're here, but it's the Board of Supervisors regular meeting of Tuesday, August 9th. We've completed all of our regular business this morning before you got here, most of you, so that we can fully pay attention to this really critical issue. And again, good morning, and we'll get started. And I believe E.J. Ivaldi, our Director of Planning, will start off with initial remarks.
Try the mic. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, E.J. Ivaldi with the Planning Services Division. We are here for a third-party appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of a conditional use permit modification for the Bayside Fields project. Joining me here today is the project planner, Bennett Smithart, also our agency director, David Kwong, and CEDRA's counsel, Clayton Cook. So now I'll turn it over to Bennett for the presentation.
Thank you so much, EJ. As he said, Bennett Smithart with the Planning Services Division. Our next item today is the appeal of the Bayside Fields conditional use permit modification. One thing I want to note, just a housekeeping item, in the staff report there was a mention of the addendum to the mitigated negative declaration. That should have said addendum to the environmental impact report. So I wanted to clarify that before I jumped into the presentation. Okay, so the hearing purpose, so today is the appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of a conditional use permit modification for Bayside Fields. It's a sports complex proposal on a 17.3 acre portion of the 34 acre Bayside Church Granite Bay campus. So the property is located within western Granite Bay, right on the edge of city of Roseville. So it's just north of the intersection of Cavett-Stallman and Sierra College Boulevard. As many folks may know, there's an empty space just north of the Bayside Church campus and building, so this is the space where the fields are proposed. This site is 17.3 acres and is zoned farm with a minimum building site of 20 acres. Here are some photographs of the site. So the area is mainly undeveloped, used for various informal church events like breakaway camps. So it's mainly grassland, but the area has been used for outdoor recreation. In November 2000, the project was approved by the board. The project consisted of the church buildings, which is 9,500 square feet, or 94,500 square feet of building space and 883 parking spaces. So this is what was approved and what is constructed out today. And a softball soccer field combination was included in the initial project brought before the board. And if you see the yellow circle, you can see where the original proposal is located. So one thing I want to do is kind of give a rundown of what was originally proposed in 2000 and what was approved in 2000 and what's being requested today, the Bayside Fields project. So the original request in an environmental impact report was for 173,000 square feet of church space and 1,715 parking spaces and a 3.1 acre outdoor recreation area. So next is what was approved, and you can see kind of the basic footprint on top of the original plans. The smaller project at the time, the board thought the project was too big and approved a smaller project. So this is kind of the footprint of the existing building, as you can see here in orange. So it's a lot bigger than what was analyzed in the environmental impact report. Next is the green box, and so this is the Bayside, the footprint of the Bayside Field project, which the total campus has 94,500 square feet of space and 262 new parking spaces and a 2.9 acre outdoor recreation area. And the area to the north of the campus remains undeveloped, and that's 5.7 acres. So this is the Bayside Fields project. So they're proposing a combination 2 to 3 play fields, field lighting, and these are 70-foot tall LED field lights by Musco. Passive recreation area, it's 5.7 acres. A maintenance building, a concession and restrooms building, a children's play area, it'll have a playground. Picnic area adjacent to the playground, and 262 new parking spaces. So these will be synthetic turf play fields, and they have two combination. The larger field can be two smaller U12 fields, and so you could have two of the smaller fields and the U10 field as well. So you can have 3 or 2 with the large championship and the U10 field. So the request at hand is to modify the original conditional use permit to allow for 2 to 3 play fields with league use permitted, field lighting, children's play area, the restroom and storage buildings, and new parking spaces. So specifically, the project requires changes to condition of approval number 2. So you can see in the highlighting here, it says it shall not be used after sundown. Now, nor shall it be lighted. The field shall not be used for organized tournaments and events. So they're requesting that's how it stands today. So they're requesting to modify that to allow for this project. And even in condition approval number 2, the condition may be modified to the future following additional environmental review. So this is the route the applicant went and did an addendum to the EIR. So it went to the Granite Bay MAC on March 2nd as an action item, and the Granite Bay MAC recommended the Planning Commission approve the project, and that was 4-2. With the following recommendations: they recommended the lighting should be turned off by 8:30 p.m. The noticing should be expanded. Our typical noticing radius is 300 feet. So we upped that up to 1,000 feet. So staff did do additional noticing at the request of the MAC. Confirm whether all wetland impacts have been properly mitigated. We do have conditions of approval to address this. The applicant shall attempt to save the oak tree and post the traffic study online for public review, and it is posted on the Placer County Environmental Review website. So went to the Planning Commission on March 24th. 3 motions were made to modify the project that did not gain support. First one was to eliminate field lighting, to limit field lighting to 9 p.m. throughout the week, and to modify the proposed project to save 1 significant oak tree. So we did have 1 motion that did pass. Field lighting, changing conditions to allow field lighting to end at 9 p.m. Sunday through Thursday, and on Friday and Saturday allow for 10 p.m. Night lighting of the fields. So we filed, or an appeal was filed of the conditional use permit modification through Sandy Harris on behalf of the Granite Bay Community Association. Several points were brought up in their appeal. As you can see here, we have 19 kind of points that were brought up. going pretty much, from existing building permits, whether they were appropriate, and code enforcement action and noise. So it was a very comprehensive appeal. So staff narrowed that down to basically the 7 categories that were raised, and that was noise, lighting, traffic, tree impacts, community plan consistency, adequacy of the environmental review, and existing conditional use permit violations. So I'll go into the first one, that's noise. So the project prepared a noise analysis by Ballard Acoustical Consultant, and the analysis analyzed soccer field activities, the sounds of playing soccer, whether it's athletes making noises or the ball hitting the edge of the goal, facility landscape maintenance equipment, blowers, weed eaters, mowers, children's play area activities, and parking area movement. So that's, the noises or cars going around. So the analysis took into consideration all of that, and it was predicted to satisfy Placer County noise ordinance. Next is lighting. As I said earlier, the field proposes 70-foot tall LED field lights on the soccer fields. The lights are proposed to go off at 10 p.m. or earlier, and they plan on using the lights 7 days a week, especially during winter time when the days are shorter. So the applicant did submit a field lighting assessment through the lighting company, Musco Lighting, that analyzed vertical foot candles, horizontal foot candles, and Candela, which is glare. The assessment determined the project will result in a minor amount of glare on the west side along Sierra College on the western end of the site. So on the bottom left of the photograph, this is a park in Folsom that the Musco folks said this was the exact same model of lights. So I went out and took a picture of it myself. This is my camera on automatic, just clicking a picture, so you can see how the fields are lit up and nothing surrounding it is lit up. One thing I also wanted to note on the west side of the project site, Sierra College Boulevard has 33-foot tall lights that light up the road. So we did propose conditions for the lighting. LED field lighting poles no taller than 70 feet. Field lighting to shut off later than 10. Parking lot lighting to use 14-pole mounted LED lights. The new parking light shall be photocell controlled, so the parking lights will be reduced during nighttime. The LEDs can basically reduce down to 50%, so it's less light than what's existing out there. We have a condition that they submit the final lighting plan to the county prior to construction, and landscape plans shall utilize evergreen trees on the east side of the project to provide additional screening of the lights. Next are the traffic impacts. So the first few slides are the traffic analysis. It was prepared by Katie Anderson, a traffic consultant. So the first one we're looking at here is trips and how many trips the project will increase in the area. So the project was analyzed to have on weekday 214 daily trips, and on weekends 1,215 daily trips. So that's an increase of 142 trips on a weekday and an increase of 810 on a Saturday. The proposed project will add, so basically this slide is kind of discussing traffic along Sierra College and how many trips this will increase. So the Placer County has a significance threshold of 100 daily vehicles per hour. So with the addition of a new condition of approval, this would reduce the project's impact less than the significance threshold. So The condition will say the athletic field shall not be used on Sundays until 12 p.m., and this avoids conflict between members of the public coming for Sunday services and having games at the same time. So we'll prohibit, this condition will prohibit games on busy Sunday mornings. Next, the traffic study showed there could be potentially some queuing impacts on site. With the queuing is the traffic on site. When it backs up when you're trying to leave or come. So the traffic study recommended that Bayside Church avoid scheduling matches that begin and end at the same time that the Sunday services do. So make sure they don't. On Sunday morning, if their service is at 9, don't schedule a soccer at 9. Make sure they kind of schedule based on the start time of both. Additionally, CEQA now has vehicle mile travels analysis that we have to complete. This project was deemed a local serving non-residential use. So basically, within Granite Bay, people will not have to drive as far to go to adjacent cities. They can stay closer, so it'll reduce the amount that Granite Bay residents drive. Additionally, the project will pay a traffic fee to contribute to its fair share of traffic improvements throughout Granite Bay. Next, there are several trees on site within the project area. One tree, tree number 296, is proposed to be removed, and this is a blue oak with a diameter at base height of 46 inches, 46.7 inches. And you can see where this is located adjacent to the parking lot, and this is where the additional parking lot is proposed. So in order for them to construct the additional parking lot, they would need to remove the tree. Next is the Granite Bay Community Plan consistency. The project is consistent with the community plan policies for parks and recreation land uses. I'll go through there. These quickly. Parks and recreation areas shall be planned, developed, and used in a manner which is keeping with the particular residential character of the specific location. Next is recreation areas shall be located and designed so that access to pedestrians, equestrians, cyclists is encouraged. Natural open space, recreation land within the planning area should be carefully managed, and local recreational programs shall be responsive to the needs of Granite Bay residents. Some additional community plan consistency is continue to work with sports leagues, school districts, and other public agencies and provide private sector partners the provision of shared recreational facilities programming while the county remains focused on development and maintenance of parks and trails. Ensure that new recreational development is consistent with adjacent land use. Next, where legally appropriate and efficient, encourage developer-built public recreational amenities. And the last one, continue to work with sports leagues and schools for the provision of league sports and recreation programs for area residents. Next is the Granite Bay Community Plan when it comes to lighting. The Granite Bay Community Plan does not specifically prohibit sports field lighting. It says that glare, light, and overlighting are mentioned in the following condition. It says parks and recreation areas shall be designed to limit noise, the impacts of glare, light, trespass, overlighting, and motor vehicle traffic, both internally and externally. So it doesn't prohibit it, it just has some restrictions and doesn't want to impact the character of the community. Next, environmental review. The certified EIR was for all phases of the project, including 6 buildings and recreational areas. The environmental clearance for the Bayside field has already occurred. An addendum was prepared. So the footprint of the Bayside campus would not increase, nor would there be any expansion of the types of use that were analyzed in the original EIR. No resources will be subject to impacts, and no increase in effects will occur. So going back to my original slide, as you can see, the footprint of the project is smaller than the original proposed site plan from the EIR. So even with the addition of Bayside Fields, it's still smaller than what was analyzed in the EIR. So the analysis concluded that the construction of the proposed project with additional feasible mitigation measures addressing lighting, noise, aesthetics, natural resources, and hydrology, water quality would not result in impacts of substantially increased severity beyond those analyzed in the previously certified EIR. Some things that were brought up at the Planning Commission were alleged violations on the church of some of the CUP conditions. So we received public comment on many alleged violations, including amplified noise, event lighting, satellite parking, and a cafe that was opened within the building. Any alleged violations have either been previously resolved or were unfounded. Currently, there are no pending code compliance cases associated with Bayside Church operations. In terms of events, there was a condition or a minor use permit for outdoor events approved in 2011 that has a specific set of outdoor events that are allowed. So a summary, the breakaway camp, the kids camp during the summer, Easter services, Christmas services, and those have the 2011 approved minor use permit, has its own set of conditions as well that they'll need to follow prior to or before these events are held. Code compliance services will address any complaints received regarding Bayside Church operations and activities. So therefore, staff forwards the Planning Commission's recommendation to approve the project by taking the following actions. Deny the appeal filed by Sandy Harris on behalf of the Granite Bay Community Association. 2, uphold the Planning Commission's decision to approve the conditional use permit modification request and certify the addendum to the previously certified EIR prepared for the Bayside Covenant Church project. And also, we are bringing forth the Planning Commission's recommendation to change the condition of approval 80B to have hours of operation Sunday through Thursday ending at 9 p.m. and Friday and Saturday ending at 10 p.m. And I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Bennett. We'll start with questions from the board. Are there any questions, board members? Okay, I had one. The MAC had recommended the 8:30 time. Was that discussed at the Planning Commission, just the 9 o'clock time?
Yes, the time was discussed among the various commissioners. I think they were just trying to find a compromise because some wanted more, some wanted less, so they came up with the 9 and 10 p.m.
Okay, great, thank you. So now we'll move to the appellant.
Okay, appreciate that, thank you. My name is Diane Will, and I live on Cabot-Stallman Road. I'm a member of the board of the Granite Bay Community Association, the appellant in this matter. We are appealing the Placer County Planning Commission's approval of modifications to an existing conditional use permit of Bayside Church. On November 21st, 2000, I stood at this very podium to express the concerns of the Granite Bay community with respect to the original Bayside project. As you know, a scaled-down version of that project was ultimately approved, subject to 66 specific conditions on their conditional use permit. 66 conditions. That should give you some idea of the impacts that were expected by the original Bayside project, only phase 1, that the Board of Supervisors attempted to mitigate by setting those conditions. Unfortunately, I can tell you today that after more than 20 years, that project and this applicant has not been a good neighbor. Bayside has consistently violated the conditions of their original use permit. They have added new uses that were never approved and have brought impacts to this community far worse than we told you it would when we expressed our concerns in November 2000. And now they want more. Notice of the proposed Bayside Fields project was sent to just 510 properties. It's in your staff report. And I know you're going to hear from a lot of individuals today, but I wanted you to keep that in mind. This is a project that is going to have significant impacts on the Granite Bay community, but very few people in Granite Bay even know about it. So I'd like you to take that into consideration when you hear from members of the public today and when you're told about the letters and the emails that have been sent in with respect to this project. I'm told Bayside's membership is about 11,000 people. So 11,000 Bayside members know about this project, but not very many people in Granite Bay actually do. The current proposal is a request for modification to an existing use permit. These are some of the conditions of that conditional use permit, and I know they're in your board packet, but I wanted you to see what it is the community expected this project to abide by. The Board of Supervisors in November put those specific conditions in place, and Bayside agreed to these conditions until they decided to ignore them. These were the expectations of the community. This is an original site plan that was approved for the Bayside project. And I want you to understand why the community is so concerned that Bayside might be allowed to expand their use at the project site, because soccer fields sound like a really good idea. But allowing this project to further subject the neighbors to its unmitigated and uncontrolled impacts is just not right. On this site plan, there is no approved parking in the area that I have circled in red. However, without any approval from the county or input from its neighbors, Bayside decided to create an overflow parking lot in this location. This is an overview of the parking lot on the left, and I've zoomed in on the right there. You can see where they've provided striping. It appears they brought in gravel and provided striping for individual parking spaces. You can see that to the left of this parking area to the east, there's absolutely no screening of the parking lot from neighboring residents. The Granite Bay Community Plan has specific policies for private institutions that require screening of their activities from neighboring residents. In particular, parking areas shall be screened from view from roads and adjacent residential properties. But Bayside didn't screen this parking lot from the neighbors. This top photo is the view from a neighbor across the street from his driveway. The photo immediately below it is from his living room window. In 2020, Bayside generously offered this illegal parking area to the city of Roseville to use as overflow parking for the Miners Ravine Trail located on Sierra College Boulevard. The photo in the middle is the sign posted on Sierra College Boulevard that directs the public to this illegal parking area. This parking lot is being utilized 7 days a week, and during special activities has been using mobile portable light towers to provide lighting for this area. The light towers have booms that can raise 20 to 30 feet in the air and are powered by gas-powered generators. When these towers are in operation, the sound of the engines can be heard running, and the unfiltered light bleeds through the windows of neighboring residents. On occasion, the Bayside ground crew will leave the lights on for more than 2 hours after an event, which has resulted in the lights being on past midnight. These are unacceptable impacts in an existing rural residential community that has been here long before Bayside moved in. During the holiday season, for several years now, Bayside has provided an outdoor ice rink in the parking lot. Remember that the ice rink or activities were not to be allowed in the parking lot. The skating rink has outdoor lighting and amplified music every single night. A neighbor took a decibel reading on December 9th, 2021 inside his home during this holiday event, and the sound was more than 65 decibels. You can see at the top middle of this slide, it says the decibels were in my entry hall, 2 blocks away with many houses in between. For Placer County, allowable noise levels in a residential zone district is 50 decibels at the property line and only 45 decibels in interior spaces. This impact of Bayside special events was never considered by the original EIR or the noise study in the addendum to the EIR. In addition to the skating rink, a holiday light show with amplified music was shown twice every night at 5:30 and 7:30 p.m. for 45 days during this past holiday season from Thanksgiving until January. This holiday light show could be seen from miles away. At the Planning Commission hearing in March, a pastor from the church acknowledged violating the existing conditions of their permit, repeatedly playing outdoor amplified music and holding the light show without seeking any temporary use permit at all. a light show that one of the planning commissioners said he could see all the way in Penryn. At that planning commission hearing, they said they would do better. That was in March. But in June, Bayside held their breakaway camp in the open field. They had race courses for gas-powered go-karts and ATVs operating all over the open field, constantly kicking up dust and dirt, and again repeatedly playing outdoor amplified music throughout their camp activities. And these are all wonderful things, but they belong at the Placer County Fairgrounds, not in an established rural residential community in Granite Bay. This is the proposed project. You've seen this slide. It's the same slide that Bennett put up. These are the types of things. And by the way, that 5.7 passive activity area, that's where they're going to have their breakaway camp, because it used to be in the middle of the field. And that moves it closer to Miners Ravine salmon habitat, which has never been analyzed. This is a side-by-side comparison of what was proposed and analyzed in the original EIR and what's currently being proposed. What was in the original EIR said the intent of the playfield is to provide a local location for informal play. The playfield would not be lighted. It would not include significant supporting facilities. It is probable that neighborhood children and families will use the area for sandlot ball games, playing catch, flying kites, etc. And that is what was analyzed in the EIR. What is being proposed is almost 4 times larger than the original sandlot field. It is significantly larger in scope and intensity of use than what was ever considered in 2000. Look at some of these comparisons. So the original project was expecting 405 Saturday daily trips. This one is expecting more than 1,200 Saturday daily trips. So it's 3 times as much impacts. What is being proposed is a sports facility, which is only allowed in certain zone districts. The project site is surrounded on 3 sides by residential zoning, and to the south, office professional. None of these zone districts allow sports facilities. Where is that consideration in the EIR? The original EIR found there were significant impacts to the community as a result of the Bayside project in the following areas: land use, air quality, vegetation and wildlife, and noise. And the EIR never even considered the impacts of their special events. An addendum to an EIR is appropriate when there are minor changes or additions to a project. An addendum to an EIR is not required to be circulated for public review. These are the findings required to approve an addendum. The addendum to the EIR did not raise important new issues about the significant effects on the environment. Well, that's kind of interesting because the addendum included studies for vegetation and wildlife, a lighting assessment, a noise and vibration study, transportation impact analysis, and a VMT evaluation. These are all studies that would need to be done for a new EIR and further demonstrates the significant impacts anticipated by this project. I'm not going to read all this to you, but basically this is, if you answer yes to any of these questions, it means that an addendum EIR is not appropriate and a subsequent EIR should be prepared instead. So the first one is, are there substantial changes proposed? Well, absolutely. I showed you that on the previous slide. This is a sports facility 4 times larger than what was originally anticipated in the EIR. In the original phase 2, the one the EIR analyzed, the heritage oak tree this project plans to destroy was incorporated into phase 2 and protected by a retaining wall. And if I'm reading the phase 2 site plan correctly, that area of the parking lot was never intended to be raised to the same level as the existing parking lot. So why does it need to be raised so much now? And where is that environmental analysis? That seems pretty significant. I'm not going to go over the others. But all of these were, yes, it does present impacts that need to be analyzed in a subsequent EIR. An addendum is appropriate. So looking back at our checklist, we've answered yes to every one of those questions. An addendum to the EIR cannot be prepared for this project. A subsequent EIR must be prepared and circulated for public review and comment. Land use policies are designed to protect overuse of land and control intensity of use. The original EIR found Bayside Project was inconsistent with at least 4 community plan policies. There is no land use discussion in the addendum to the EIR, and we have a completely new use, a sports facility, which is a use that would not be allowed on any of the parcels that surround this site. By design, there are no lighted fields or parks in Granite Bay. At the Planning Commission hearing for this project, it was noted that there are no lighted parks in Placer County. All parks and fields are open and available to the public from dawn to dusk. With that in mind, these fields will be a constant magnet for nighttime play and regional use. The VMT analysis provided is insufficient in this regard. It assumes no significant increase in vehicle miles traveled, but if there are no other local parks with lighted fields, this will significantly increase the amount of use these fields get. Further, these fields will be synthetic turf, which is known to get significantly hotter than natural grass. According to several studies, surface temperatures on artificial turf can go anywhere from 95 to 140 degrees higher than natural grass surface temperatures. And that will be another reason that will drive demand for these fields during the evening hours when neighboring residents are sitting down to dinner with their children. We wanted to provide you with some context for this project and the area where it is located. This is a photo of the project site and its neighbors immediately to the east on Cavett-Stallman Road. These are ranch-style single-story residences on 1-acre lots where agricultural activities are allowed and the keeping of agricultural animals is encouraged. As I noted in a previous slide, the neighbors on Cavett-Stallman Road will be just 200 feet from the edge of the championship field. The entire area is designated rural estates in the Granite Bay Community Plan. The purpose for this low-density designation is to provide for a significant separation between urbanizing areas in the adjoining cities and the predominantly rural residential uses in this part of the plan area. The project site was specifically zoned for a much lower intensity of use to create more than just a transition, but rather a distinct separation between the city and the county. And as a matter of fact, I found this in the original EIR. It was a list of Bayside Church objectives. And this one said it is the objective of Bayside Church to create a campus that complements the Granite Bay community and provides separation between the urban setting of Roseville and the lower density rural setting of Granite Bay. So let's do that. The Granite Bay Community Plan is the guiding document for development in Granite Bay. It is a general plan that was developed with significant input from the community and guidance and approval by the county. The plan repeatedly states the desire to protect and preserve the rural character of the area. The traffic analysis for this project notes that only 30% of those using these fields would come from Granite Bay, while 50% would come from Roseville, and 10% each would come from areas north and south of these communities. In the year 2000, when the Bayside EIR was adopted, Granite Bay's population was 19,388. And in 2020, Granite Bay's population is 21,247. So Granite Bay has only grown by a little more than 1,800 people in 20 years. In that same period of time, we have built 3 recreational parks, Granite Bay Park, Feist Park, and Douglas Ranch Park. These parks provide significant recreational amenities to the community. Thank you. And do not have any lighted fields because that's what the community wanted. This heritage blue oak on the project site may well be over 200 to 300 years old. The project proposal plans to eliminate this tree to make room for more parking than their own studies indicate they need. We've been told by planning staff that Bayside Field projects plan to raise the proposed field area 7 or 8 feet higher than it is now. This is a beautiful heritage oak tree that the community has a strong desire to preserve. The original EIR that this project is relying on actually protected that oak tree and did not propose its elimination. The original project Phase 2 EIR analysis and site plan show this area of the parking lot, this area of the project site would not be raised to the level of the other parking areas and would rather embrace the natural grade of the lower elevation in this area of the project site. So why does this tree have to be cut down now? And where is that EIR analysis? This oak tree has survived in stressed growing conditions for hundreds of years. This tree should not be cut down simply to provide parking. From 2018 to 2021, the Placer County Sheriff's Department responded to 328 calls on this project site. 328 times. That's more than a bad neighbor. That's a public nuisance. You can see here the number of calls by year. These incidents range from noise complaints, calls for extra patrols, disturbing the peace, accidents, vehicle accidents, stolen vehicles, etc. So they're not all noise calls. Do they pay our Sheriff's Department for all of these calls, or are Granite Bay taxpayers paying to provide these services to Bayside? Is there a way that they can provide their own security and patrols and on-site compliance other than to make sure that their conditions of their permit are adhered to? Can we make this a condition of the project, since they seem to need ongoing support in this regard? To approve this project with this past history of this institution and all the complaints that have been made will only impact this low-density, tranquil neighborhood even more. The community is still waiting for Bayside to demonstrate that they are indeed good neighbors. This is just another slide of the original conditions that were put in place by the Board of Supervisors. Yet somehow in 2011, a request to the zoning administrator for a blanket permit on outdoor events was granted. That minor use permit apparently allowed some outdoor events outside the courtyard area, despite the restriction put in place by the Board of Supervisors. How does that happen? How does the zoning administrator have the authority to override the conditions put in place by the Board of Supervisors, and what's to prevent that from happening again? There was no environmental analysis done at that time, but the zoning administrator made the findings that such activities would not be detrimental to the peace, comfort, or general welfare of neighboring residents. Placer County zoning ordinance lays out clear guidelines for your decision today. Section 17.58.140 states approval shall be granted only where you can make all of the findings required by 17.58.140A. The permit shall be denied where the findings cannot be made. There are 12 specific findings. I'm not going to read them to you, but there are a couple of important ones specifically applicable to this proposed use. The findings required for approval state no conditional use permit shall be approved unless the Board of Supervisors shall first find that the proposed use is consistent with applicable policies and requirements of the Placer County General Plan and any applicable community plan, that the establishment, maintenance, or operation of the proposed use will not be detrimental to the health, safety, peace, comfort, and general welfare of people residing or working in the neighborhood of the proposed use, and the proposed use will be consistent with the character of the immediate neighborhood and will not be contrary to its orderly development. Members of the board, with what I've told you today, you cannot make these findings. This is a more reasonable project design that would mitigate many of the concerns of neighboring residents and allow Bayside to bring soccer fields to Granite Bay. These fields would allow for league play, but no tournaments and no sports events, whatever that is. There would be no field lighting, and the parking would be along the northernmost area of the project site, not along Cavett-Stallman. If I counted correctly, there are about 145 parking spaces, which would be more than enough to accommodate the field use, according to the project's own analysis. The heritage blue oak would not need to be sacrificed for additional parking. There is a restroom building, but no concession stand or an 1,800-foot storage building. We feel this design would be a better fit for this rural area and would respect the Granite Bay Community Plan. We would like you to consider this if you feel inclined to approve anything at all today. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Diane. I appreciate that. We let you go a little long, but you had a
Appreciate
lot of
that.
information to present to us, and we really appreciate
Thank you.
that. Board members, do we have any questions of the appellant now? I'm not seeing any.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Then we're going to ask the applicant to come up, Bayside. And
I'm sorry. John, you want to? Sure. While we're doing that, members of the board, George Phillips, here on behalf of Bayside Church this morning.
on one, before you start, I just wanted to make sure. At the conclusion of these three presentations, I really need to understand how many people are going to want to speak. So if you haven't already filled out a card or raised your hand on Zoom, please do so now so we can understand how many public comment we have and how we're going to. And I know a number of people have their hands up in cards. Sir has a question. Do you have a card? Okay. So if you don't have a card, please go get one if you'd like to speak. And if you're on Zoom, please raise your hand now. And then at the end of the presentations, I'm going to quit taking new signups to speak. So we can try to manage and get everybody in and hear you all. So I'm sorry, George. Go ahead.
That's okay.
They're distracting us all anyway. All these IT guys have to help us.
So I'm a low-tech person. I get lost with this stuff.
You do. My son isn't here to help, so. While they're doing that, a number of you raised your hand. Just give me an idea of how many people do have, I think we've given out about 40 cards. Good. Great. Thank you so much.
That's for Bob's presentation. Do you want the video first? No.
Okay, we're ready.
Now I'll take a shot at it.
Okay.
Discombobulated already. Board members, thank you this morning. I will try to make my comments as brief as I can in light of the number of speakers. And I would like to start, I'm going to ask two other speakers to come up and help in our presentation. One is Andrew McCourt, who's one of the lead pastors at Bayside. And the other is Bob Crockham with Musco Lighting, who's also going to make a presentation on the lighting to help everyone better understand those. I would like Andrew to come up at the beginning because I'd like him just to address the fundamental reason as to why Bayside is here requesting these playfields.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Andrew McCourt. I am a resident of Granite Bay. I am a husband. I am a father of a son who plays for Granite Bay soccer team, both the high school and the local soccer team as well. The accent is originally from Ireland. I arrived here 7 years ago and was delighted to find out, obviously, the great history that America has with soccer, especially the women's soccer team. 4 times a world champion and also 4 times Olympic champion. We're still praying for the men's team. They have a lot of catching up to do, but we're holding out for those guys as well. And I was also really thrilled to see when I first arrived here just the heart for soccer in the local community and the amount of people that were playing that. As you can see from the history of Bayside, we've always had a heart not just to hold services on a weekend and have everything indoor. Actually, our heart is to build a community. There's a great community here in Granite Bay, down the road in Granite Bay, and all we want to do is enhance that. So much of what we do is about building community, and I think we are all here because we all have that vested interest and we all have that heart. And in a day and an age where community seems to be under attack and people are lonely and isolated, we just feel that community is so important. And it seems to be that soccer is one of those things that brings community together. And the other thing that really is at the heart of community, it's something that we're passionate about, is family. And this is something that I have been so impressed with since coming to the United States, and especially in Granite Bay, is watching what happens in a soccer game. Because what you have is not just only the children that are on the field, but you have the parents at the side of the field, and you have grandparents as well. There's a friendly atmosphere, and it's just wonderful for me to watch that happen, and all of it through soccer, to see literally the generations come together. Children are at the heart of it, but it pulls every age and every stage of life together. But really at the heart of this is the thought of the children. Children are so important. They are the future of the local county. They're the future of Granite Bay. They're the future of this nation. And as a father of 4 children, I realize what it is to be living in an age where they're not teenagers anymore, they're screenagers. And you're fighting that battle all the time, where they want to live indoor, they want to live in isolation, and they're locked, whether it be to a console or an iPad or a phone today. And I think we're all in agreement that we need to try and get our children outdoor. We need to get them active. We need to get them in teams. We need to get them interacting. And so at Bayside, we see that these soccer fields are integral not only to what we believe as a church, they're integral to who we are as a local city, as a local county, and actually as a nation, the things that we aspire to. So we are here today because really the whole heart behind this is to try and add to the sense of community feeling, which is already there. We want to enhance that, but also to see that families are able to come together, and ultimately it's about that child. It's about the child, and it's about one thing that I really believe that we want to hear is laughter and joy. And I don't think there's any other better noise in this world that we could possibly hear is the sound of a child laughing outdoors and having fun. And that's what we are committed to. That's the heart behind all of this, is let's build community, let's build family, and let's build the lives of the next generation. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew. I'd like to get into there's really 2 issues from our perspective on this. One is past actions by Bayside, which have an impact, has been evidenced by Ms. Will's presentation and part of the appeal and the concern from the neighborhood. And the other is the project itself. There's technical issues involved with that we'd like to also make some comments on and hopefully shed some light on what those potential impacts and mitigations are. First, to get into this historical reference point, because I do think that Bayside, and was clear at the Planning Commission as well, that there needs to be an acknowledgement by Bayside of past errors and indiscretions as it relates to the existing use permit and minor use permit that have been granted to the site. One primarily has been already referenced, which was the skating rink that was up during the holiday season, both 2020 and 2021, where there were outdoor lights, there was amplified sound, neither of which are allowed under the existing use permit or minor use permit. And there have been others as well in the past where enthusiasm carries people away with planning events and what can occur. And we feel it's important to acknowledge those up front. They can't be ignored. They're part of the trust that either exists or does not exist with how Bayside may be able to manage this facility that's now proposed. To address that, there's been a lot of reflection on the part of Bayside out of necessity because of these issues. And we have come up with a protocol that I have a handout for that I'd like to give to the board members. But the intent of which is strictly to address this issue of occurrences in the past, to make sure that they do not repeat themselves, to make sure that there's an institutional memory, recognition, acknowledgement, and agreement to the conditions of approval that apply both to the original conditional use permit, the minor use permit that was referenced, and hopefully the conditions of approval to this project. So I'd like to hand this out to the board, and I will touch on all the highlights of it. There's more than enough, Megan, there. As you might imagine, since the original approvals in 2000, there's been a significant turnover just in terms of staff at Bayside. There's been a lack of education and knowledge of what these existing conditions are. So as you'll see in this protocol, what we're committing to is, number one, to educate the church staff so that they are aware of all the conditions of approval that affect this site. They are cognizant of it. In planning events, they are bound to it. There's staff awareness as to the planning of each and every event, that it's done correctly. The second part of this is communication, communicating with the neighborhood, not just after an event has occurred, or not just in responding to comments or concerns that may have arisen out of certain events, but to be proactive, to establish a line of communication with the neighbors, so that from an email perspective, snail mail if possible, if necessary, but reaching out to the neighbors and letting them know of events that are going to occur at the church, the dates of those events, what they are, and what's involved in those. The third component is accountability, is to actually have an annual meeting where the neighborhood is invited to the Bayside site along with county zoning enforcement, so that the past year can be reviewed, events coming up in the future can be discussed, and there can be a critique and an opportunity for the church's neighbors to express, have there been issues? Are there concerns? Has there something occurred that a neighbor was unhappy with? And to make sure that, again, measures are being taken to correct those items. And then a fourth piece is to actually have a person identified, an ombudsperson, to the local community, so that there is a phone number, there is an email address where Bayside itself can be contacted with complaints if that's what is necessary, and also actively on the website, having that community calendar, having contact information for not just that ombudsperson, but also for county zoning enforcement. So I understand that today we're presenting this to you as well as the neighbors that are concerned about this project. There are some that will be skeptical of the commitment here, but what we can say to you today is that there is a commitment by Bayside Church to this protocol. There is a profound understanding of the past issues and a sincere interest in correcting those and making sure they don't occur any further. So that's one component piece that I just wanted to bring up first to address that, because again, it's related, because we have a trust issue here.
Madam Chair. May I ask a question?
Yes.
I share the appellate's concern about the past violations of the CUP. And those concerns may influence our decision today. Has there been anyone in the organization that monitors the conditional use permit before any of these events occur, that says, well, this is not allowed use, someone within the organization, or does the organization plan to have someone on staff to monitor the conditions and make sure that they're not in violation?
Yes, Supervisor Holmes, and the part of the education process is not just educating folks on what those conditions, what they are, but to have those conditions front and center and a checks and balance so that those conditions are consulted in the event planning to make sure that that is taking place. So yes, that is part of this protocol, the internal checks and balances to make sure that that process takes place of clearing the air and making sure that, okay, this prospective event is going to involve A, B, C, and D. And how does that event then fall within the requirements of the existing conditions? So
Is there a
yes, that's part of
committee that's proposed to, if they come forward with some kind of a project, is there some kind of committee that approves it or analyzes it to make sure that they're in compliance?
We've identified a process where that will be done. We can make sure that there is a person and/or a committee. We're perfectly open to suggestions on the structure of that. Anything that would assure the board better that it would be implemented, we're open to those suggestions. So certainly we could have a committee, we could have certain individuals identified, but yes, we could implement something like that.
Thank you.
Okay, let's continue on, George.
Okay. Then what I'd like to do is kind of get into as I mentioned, the project specifics, and I'd like to identify what the project is not, because again, the issues that, of course, I can't find my own notes here. We understand the alert that went out to the community association. We understand the emotion behind the issue and the proposal, and that there have been some misinterpretations or inaccuracies, perhaps, by the neighbors or people concerned about the project. So I just wanted to kind of run through a quick list of what we think some of those misapprehensions are to make sure that everyone in attendance today at least understands the proposal. First, I know the Granite Bay alert, the notice they sent out had large lights. I'll just hand this to Megan and pass it down. Clearly they're concerned about lighting, we know that, but the type of lights I wanted to address because people have historical reference points about stadium lighting and what it looks like, or field lighting and what it looks like. Certainly, we're not proposing those types of lights. These lights will not be like Granite Bay High School football field lights. So first off, it is a different type of lighting, and I'll ask Bob up here in a moment to walk you through that. There will be no amplified sound. I went through the letters submitted to the board in opposition. There were a number of those letters that mentioned amplified sound. There will be no amplified sound. There were comments in some of those letters too that this is somehow an effort by Bayside to generate revenue or profit. And I just want to make it clear, this is, from a money perspective, this is a losing proposition. The cost of this facility, the cost of maintenance, it will cost Bayside much more than the user fees that will be charged, similar to the park districts, the county park district and Roseville Park District, et cetera, what they charge for user fees. So this is not a source of additional revenue for the church. There will be no tournament play. And I know that that's been a concern. It's been mentioned. It was in, again, a number of the letters. So just again to clarify, no tournament play. Will there be league play? Yes, but not tournament play. The concern was, this other concern was mentioned at the MAC and at the Planning Commission. We made a commitment at the Planning Commission in responding to this, that there was the concern that that Bayside would somehow change the rules at some point and not make the facility available to the public. That will not occur. We're happy with a condition of approval that requires that this facility remain available to the public so that we can alleviate those concerns or fears of the neighbors that somehow it'll be built with this promise of public access, but then the public access will be withdrawn. So with that, I want to bring up Bob, who's going to, from Musco Lighting, who's going to hopefully shed some light, pun intended, on, I guess, on what this lighting is. The technology of this lighting has evolved significantly over the years, and Bob can walk through that. But we think it does address many of the concerns of the neighbors in terms of the glare, the disturbance that would occur in the neighborhood over time.
Is this on here, is that, there's just one page of that, or is there more? There's just one page. So all those scans were involved in there? Yes. Is that true? Yeah. Yeah, that doesn't, it's okay. Yeah.
You might want to reference the, reference the handbook.
Yeah. Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Bob Crookham, and I'm with Musco Lighting. Musco has been in the lighting business for about 50 years now. They've kept me around for about 30, so I appreciate that. When we were contacted by Bayside to look at lighting up a sports field project for them, the first things that we do in looking at any lighting project is we want to develop a lighting design that meets the activities of the play on the field, and we also want to make sure that we're developing a design that is environmentally sensitive to that surrounding area. Over the years, a lot has happened with lighting and technology and the changes, and we've been able to get some very good results with how the lighting design comes out. So. The pages that in the handout that was given to you shows a number of it shows, like, the first page is basically the lighting page. It shows the poles, how many fixtures are on each pole, and I'm not gonna go too deep into any of that. But as you flip through and you get to maybe page 3, you'll see numbers that run along the property lines, along the streets there. So page 3, the next page 4, and then the next page 5. What those 3 pages represent is what the light impact is going to be at that property line. And as you can see along the street line across there, the property, they're all zeros on page 3, which means those are maintained foot candles, all zeros along the property line, so no impact from the lights under a maintained light level. The second one is vertical light levels. Maintained light levels, you're taking your meter and you're placing it flat. The vertical light levels is taking a meter and aiming it back at the brightest source, and so you get zeros on all that as well. And then the third sheet is Candela, which is probably the biggest thing that's changed in our industry, is we're able to produce Candela. Candela is the measure of brightness. If you're driving down a road and you see a high beam headlight on you, that's probably about 36,000, 40,000 Candela. If you're driving along and you see somebody with the low beam headlight, you're probably about 12,000 Candela. And those Candelas work into design standards today, and they've been incorporated by International Dark Skies, the IES, and so that's kind of where we're able to provide proof of what the performance is and what the glare is on a certain facility. getting back to the design, and when we did the design, the things that we usually look towards in doing a design, we reference IES standards, recreational play, dealing with providing a safe environment. In addition to that, IDA has become a big player in the industry, and which is International Dark Skies, and they set a lot of parameters now and have done a lot of studying about how to reduce and minimize impacts. And as you see on this sheet here, the IDA, their goals in doing a lighting design, minimize neighborhood lighting nuisance by greatly reducing the local spill and glare, manage high angle light pollution, thus dramatically decreasing off-site light trespass and sky glow, mitigate neighborhood light pollution and sky glow, which will benefit the environment, the astronomy community, and other impacts by poorly designed outdoor facilities, and then minimize lumen intensity, thereby reducing energy consumption. So those are the guiding principles. Those are the things that we took into consideration when we did the design. This here is IDA-friendly outdoor sports lighting, and what the IDA has done today is they've started a program by which you can take a lighting design, and it happens all the time now. It's probably the biggest driving force in sports field lighting, is that you do your design, and that design gets submitted to the IDA, and the IDA will employ the various things that we talked about in there to make sure that that lighting design is meeting their classification for controlling the spill and glare and being a good design, and then they will give you an accreditation for that. So in this case, the lighting design was taken, the client sent it to the IDA, and that's their approval letter that they received from the IDA, meaning it passes the IDA lighting standards. How do we achieve that? I'm going to go to this slide here first. This is the evolution of light, and what you see here is you see dates up top, 97 all the way to today. You see down below a colored chart, which gives a color coordination between Candela, red being a lot of Candela, and green being none. And then you see various poles along there in the fixtures and how they're impacted and what you see from a distance. And the distance there is 100. It's 100 feet away from the facility or from the poles. And you'll see back in '97, if you're standing 100 feet away, you'd have 100,000 Candela on you. And then as it went through '89, '90, you see similar. 89, we started manipulating the old parabolic HID reflectors and getting better design out of that. And then it gets into where you see what's happened with Candela today, where our Candela level is 7 at 100 feet away. And a level of Candela at 7 is like nothing. I mean, you barely notice it. IDA standard is you can't have more than 1,000 Candela 150 feet away from the property, or your design won't pass. So this kind of gives you an idea of where things have come with the lighting technology. And that's not everybody's technology, because the last fixture there is an LED fixture, and LED just doesn't solve the problem, and that's as glary as anything out there, and it's 141,000. The fixture to the left of that is the Musco fixture, which has 7 Candela. And how do we do that? This is a fixture that we use today, and you can see that it's tough for you to even see where the light source is coming from. We used to have a very big point source, meaning you had a big old salad bowl, and they'd screw a lamp in it, and it'd come out there, and you got light going all over the place. So it's a very big source. Now we've developed with lighting diodes, we're able to put that source in a much smaller contained area. So by having a smaller source and containing it, and then using visors and wraparound, we're able to hide the light source. If you and I can stand underneath it and look up at the light source, it's going to be very bright. It doesn't matter whether it's our LED or anybody else's LED, it's going to be really bright. The key is, how do I keep my light on the field, and then how do I stop it from getting out to the neighbors area? And that's what the small point source does with the visored system, and now we're able to hide that Candela source. And that's represented in in the slide here where you see the 7 Candela, you're looking at the system from 100 feet away. You can't even see the light source. In terms of the results from this, I put together a number of photos that kind of give a demonstration of what we're able to do. I being around for 30 years, I ran around with my iPhone and my camera forever, and I could never take a picture outside and show it to anybody because it was embarrassing, because you would get so much glare, because once that Candela hits your camera, it just blows it up. Now I'm able to go out with my camera, stand say 150 feet away, I can snap a picture and I can get pictures like this. So I think what this does represents how good that cutoff is and how minimal the glare is from the surrounding area. I showed this picture here just because it shows how good the cutoff is and how dark it is around the facility. So you're getting your light right on the facility and keeping it off of the neighbors. This photo does pretty much the same thing. This is Folsom Economy Park, and they have houses on 2 sides. The one side, the houses are no more than 100, 150 feet away, and their houses are dark. This project went in 2018, I think it was, but again, I think it goes to show how dark the surrounding area is and the lights being put on the field. This is a drone shot of it. And another photo close to a field showing that you can see how the light is coming straight down off the fixture and no light going up in the air. And that's it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
George, gonna wrap up here?
I'll do my best.
Okay, let's try to do that.
One other quick handout, just for context. This is just on parking. I know that there was a concern about parking, that somehow it's intended to be more than for the ball fields, that we have excessive numbers. This just gives you an idea of the methodology used to come up with the number of parking spaces. It's not arbitrary. It was intended to reflect the usage of all the fields being in use, and a new group of folks coming that are going to use the same fields, and the practice or the game is not over yet. So I just want to kind of dispel that concern. But to wrap up, we need to balance things, right? I mean, that's what this process is about. That's why it was important for us to show you the nature of this lighting, because I think it is different from folks' historical reference points of what they remember as, or what they've seen as stadium lighting. That was important to show you. The other points that have been raised relative to the analysis you have, the addendum, the impacts of this. The addendum is appropriate because all these impacts are looked at what was originally approved and then that increment of additional impact. And the fact that all those impacts can be reduced to a less than significant level, including removal of the oak tree if the board so decides that that's appropriate. Because there is ready mitigation for impacts to oaks pursuant to your ordinance. Traffic analysis shows a less than insignificant impact. VMT analysis is less than a significant impact. And as mentioned by Bennett in his presentation, a specific noise analysis was done, looking at the utilization of these fields, the noise that comes from that, and then is the project able to reduce that noise, or does that noise not exceed the nearest sensitive receptors, which are the residential locations immediately adjacent to the field? And the answer is yes. The noise and impacts are less than the significant levels in your county policies and noise ordinances. Lastly, oh gosh, I'm going to think of one thing. Hopefully I'll come back to it. So second to last, maybe. The one thing I also want to emphasize is that, yes, these ball fields were anticipated with the original approvals. And as was also shown by Bennett in the existing condition of approval, because many in the community say, well, it was approved without lighting, league play, et cetera. But that condition also says, anticipated this, that if there were any proposals for lighting, league play, that it would have to undergo environmental analysis and be subject to an entitlement modification. So this type of use was anticipated from the beginning. The other part about that original field proposal was what you see today in terms of what we're asking for about the amount of play, the hours of operation, is a direct correlation, not from Bayside's arbitrary, wouldn't it be nice to have these hours? It's in response to the local soccer community, to the athletic community in Granite Bay. This is what these folks have requested. We need night lighting more than ever because of, as you all know, state mandated schools are going to have to start later. They're going to get out later. Soccer is a fall and winter sport. To utilize these fields the way they need to be utilized, you really do need the lighting. And then, I'm still forgetting the one other item, but maybe I'll think of it at some point. But I do want to emphasize that the project as proposed went to your Parks Commission and was enthusiastically received by that commission, including the lights, including the synthetic fields. That this went to the MAC, and the MAC recommended approval of the project with modified hours, but recommended approval. Recommended that the tree be, the oak tree be retained, but a recommendation of approval. The project went to the Planning Commission, all the same debate, and I'm sure public testimony was offered there, and they recommended approval. We do think that these impacts have been and will be mitigated. We've made the commitment of this protocol, both internal checks and balances, and also more interaction with the neighborhood and with county code enforcement. We do believe that this can be managed in a way where it is compatible with the neighborhood. And now I finally remember the last thing. Do want to point out that Sierra College Boulevard at this location has just under 27,000 trips a day today. In the future, it's going to be just under 48,000 trips. Douglas Boulevard cumulative volumes are going to be 51,000. So I want to emphasize that the property is on the edge of Granite Bay. It's at the busiest edge of Granite Bay. It's less than a mile away from the busiest intersection in Granite Bay. And it is adjacent to the city of Roseville, whose population in 2020 was 138,860 people. This is an interface between a very urban, suburban area and then what becomes more rural as you head east. And so I would emphasize that this is actually a good location for this use. And the need or the demand for this use is actually coming from the Granite Bay community. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions after the public testimony is over, but thank you for your time.
Thank you, George. And before we go to our questions specifically for you, I just want to make sure the public has heard again. If you want to speak, please sign up now or raise your hand on Zoom. We're going to close it in just a few minutes. The board is going to have an opportunity right now to ask questions of the applicant, the appellant, our staff. Then we'll go to public comment. We may come back with more questions before we land on that. So Supervisor Holmes, you had your light on?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I want to get back to the lights. And I went down and looked at the park in Folsom, and it was 9:15, something like that. It was dark. And I got the idea where those lights are going to be, and I agree with you. There were people in the picnic area that were still hanging out, but there wasn't a lot of light on them. It just kind of, you could hear them, but I didn't go in to see how many people were there, but I could hear them, but they weren't in the light. But my concern was, what struck out to me was the parking lot. there were lights in the parking lot. So are these LED lights going to be in the parking lot at the facility?
The lighting fixtures will be LED.
Yeah.
They will be dimmed, I believe it's in your staff report, beginning at midnight to 6 a.m., 7, pardon me? 11 to 6 a.m., thanks, Bennett. 50% dimming. So that can be controlled so they won't be fully lit. And those hours can certainly be modified. We could have that dimming occur earlier in the evening at the pleasure of the board. But the parking lots will be lit, but they will dim at a certain hour.
Okay. And then as far as the parking lot, is that parking lot there for the use of the people that are going to be using the fields? Is that the parking lot, expanded parking lot, is that for the church use as well? Or it's just for expectation of people that are using the field?
The parking lot that is proposed with this is for the fields. And that's why I handed out the methodology, because at least the board and members of the public know it wasn't arbitrary, that it was according to a calculation of folks at the field using it.
I see it's adjacent to the field, which makes sense. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Board members, other questions? Supervisor Wygant?
What are the months of the summer camp?
I'm sorry,
What are
Supervisor.
the months in which the summer camp exists? When does the summer camp?
Breakaway?
It's in June for 2 weeks.
just the month
back
of
to back,
June?
5 days a week.
Just the month of June? Yeah, thank you.
And also the go-karts will no longer be part of that operation.
Okay, any other questions? I had a couple, then if none of the other supervisors do. I'm very familiar with Musco Lighting from my past career. But I think the question that comes into play is when there aren't activities and aren't scheduled uses, one or both fields don't need to be automatically lit till a certain hour. So I just want to make sure that there's controls that do allow manual overrides and that these lights aren't just on for, if we were to approve the project, that they're not just on all these fields all the time.
Yeah, a very good question, and as good.
I had enough staff that left the lights on, and I would get the calls from the neighbors. So I'm a veteran of fields and neighborhoods.
So how that works today is we have a system that's called Control Link, and what Control Link does allows you to have an app on your phone. So now all the park and rec people, they can look at any field, turn it on, turn it off.
That's why I
set
need
all
my
their
son
schedules.
with me all the time. There's always an app. But okay, great. Okay, then George, I had another question. Has there been any consideration of having signage at the site with a phone number for the individual that would be on duty to respond to issues that come up on the field?
No, but that's a great idea.
And then maybe also posting our code enforcement hotline. So if there are issues, people aren't trying to figure out which website and where to go and links and all that. Was there any consideration, and I looked to staff and the applicant, on requiring larger trees to be planted to expedite screening for the neighbors?
I don't know that we've established, we have a landscape plan that goes along with the proposal. I don't know that, Bennett can correct me if the size of the plantings were discussed, but certainly we can respond to that if there's an interest.
Okay, I'm throwing
more mature
ideas
planting.
out because I do want the public to be able to comment on any of these ideas as well and understand what we're deliberating.
Our landscape design guidelines do have some minimum standards for, but we did not have a conversation about larger mature trees, transplanting those on site.
Yeah, you can help screen more quickly if you plant larger trees.
Yeah, I would comment that there's a balance between the smaller specimens actually tend to grow faster than the larger, but certainly we can be flexible there. And I do, John Stewart just reminded me, along that boundary in Ms. Will's presentation where it showed the parking lot, we are planning a berming feature there, so that actually the grade would be intentionally raised to make sure that any cars parking in the parking lot that face Cabot Stallman in the new parking lot, their headlights would be blocked from those homes.
Okay.
So that, just to make sure everyone's aware that that is in the plan
Great.
for the landscape.
Great point. And finally, was there any consideration, I asked earlier about the max recommendation of changing the hours to 8:30. What does that do in reduction of play or during the weekdays?
I mean, certainly the objective with the initial proposal was just to allow as much active time as possible. We understand the concerns, and I think there's an openness to that. I think the concern still is, I think the MAC recommended Sunday through Thursday, 8:30, Saturday and Friday and Saturday still 10 p.m., which would still be preferable from our perspective, again, just to allow that amount of play, but there's an openness there.
Okay.
Can I ask
Supervisor Gore?
a follow-up question in regards to noise, and EJ or Bennett? What's our sound regulation, the ordinance for noise for evenings for our unincorporated areas?
So I believe 70 and 45 dBs, but I'll pull it up real quick just to make sure I have.
And what time, right? Like,
Evening should be
think
low.
within city limits, you know, you're, on the weekdays, you're not allowed to make noise past, or additional noise
And it
past, I
gets
think,
more
10
restrictive
PM.
at-
So what is it in the county as far as weeknights and weekends and the
Yeah,
noise?
so 10 p.m. to 7 a.m., 45 dBs hourly, and 65 maximum level.
So regularly 10 PM at night is the noise
10
ordinance?
p.m. to 7 a.m.
Daily?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any
And
other?
just, I'm
Yes, go
sorry,
ahead.
Supervisor Gustafson, and back to the hours, just some reasoning as to Bayside's comfort with the Planning Commission's recommendation of Sunday through Thursday, 9 to 9. Was that there are youth events on the campus that go from 7 to 9. So there was just the thought that, you know, there'd be similar hours, but again, there's an openness to the will of the board on that.
Yeah, and just from my background, just because the lights go off, then cars, you know, people, there's still, could be disturbance in the community. I'm just trying to balance all of these demands. I understand the need and what you're trying to achieve, but also understand the community's desires on this, so, okay.
I had one
Oh,
more
one more?
question.
Yes,
now that I'm
Supervisor Gore?
Looking at my notes.
See
on
if I
that.
trigger enough, you'll go.
It was in regards to the screening. Ms. Will mentioned in the Granite Bay Community Plan, it talks about having trees and screening in different projects. So that's the case, right? So in this case, there would be screening for trees along Cabot Stallman Road, and there's a proposal to do that, correct?
Correct.
And then I think what would be really important, if we did approve this, is to work with those residents to figure out what would work. I don't know what our guidelines are. Somebody had suggested, you know, a wall, and I heard that that was not necessarily what anybody wants, is some big old sound wall across from residents. I wouldn't want to look at a big ugly wall across the street from my home. But that is a part of the requirements, right, Bennett, is that you have screening landscape?
Yes, and that is proposed on their landscape plans.
And that's part of the community plan requirements for projects?
Yes, definitely the intent of the community plan is to keep the rural feel, which we need landscape.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing other questions. Sandy, can I come back to you in just a minute, or did you want to? Well, you're going to have an opportunity under public comment, so, okay, because they may have further. You're correct. So first up, I'm going to break what I said earlier. Instead of going right to the public here, we do have our mayor of Rockland on Zoom who's asked to speak. I'm going to honor that request first and then go to the public here and then back to Zoom. We are now going to close any additional signups for public comment, and I am going to ask that everybody please identify your name when you come up to speak or when we're called on in Zoom, as well as your city or place of residence. Not street, we don't need your street address, how's that? Just city or area.
Mayor Halden, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi there, it's Bill Halden. Thank you for making time for me. I just wanted to speak, for Rockland, we're up the hill on Sierra College Boulevard, but what I really wanted to speak to today was the need for fields in South Placer. We have constant requests from groups outside of Rockland, including Granite Bay, looking for access to our fields for lacrosse, cricket, soccer, and just the need for fields in this part of the county is quite significant, and appreciate that Bayside is looking to pay for adding these substantial fields in our area. So thank you again for the time.
Thank you, Mayor Halden. Okay, so I believe that you have numbered cards, and Megan, I'm going to turn it over to you.
We'll go ahead and take group 1.
And as we said earlier, if all of you in group 1 can go ahead and line up, and that way we'll get through this pretty quickly. Go ahead, and again, your name and your place of residence.
My name is Jane Negri, and I live in Granite Bay. I have lived there for 47 years, 10 houses down from this development. And I was disappointed with the staff report that they never acknowledged the rural character of the neighborhood to the east of the project, where many residents have lived over 50 years, with lot sizes 1 acre to 5 acres. They pointed out the neighborhood to the west, which was suburban, and a sports facility would be a fit there. Those neighbors do not want a project either. Refer to the letters from all residents. Some are Bayside members and say Bayside has gone too far. The majority of the people have trouble sleeping, thinking, relaxing, watching TV, enjoying their backyards due to excessive noise and lights, kids yelling and screaming. Some of those kids are my grandchildren. They can no longer have peace, a calm evening, and this affects everyone's health. And in condition 73, it says the project shall be operated in a manner that does not create a public or private nuisance, nor shall the use adversely affect the peace, health, safety, morale, of the welfare of the persons residing or working in the surrounding area, or be detrimental to public health, safety, and general welfare. Any such nuisance shall be abated. These conditions already exist in the majority of neighbors surrounding Bayside. The other condition that's important to read is 81, and that's about the lights, of course. And I would like to address the staff report where it talked about the heritage oak tree and said it wasn't a tree, a heritage tree. Well, in the staff report in the appendix, the Granite Bay reference, page 85 on tree preservation says, the tree ordinance applies to all native landmark trees in Granite Bay and to all projects where discretionary permit approvals are required by the county. Protected trees include all oaks greater than 6 inches in circumference, and to any tree species that has a landmark tree designation. So according to the Placer Code, the blue oak does not have to be a landmark tree or a heritage tree to be protected. It only needs a circumference of greater than 6 inches. Its diameter is 46.7 inches at breast height. So the circumference must be 146.67 inches. This tree has been there forever, and it has a 30-foot drip line. It is a home to many animals, mammals, birds, insects, and it also is a protection for our environment. It captures so much carbon from the air. I mean, if you look at that picture, it's huge. And I would definitely recommend that you support our appeal and save that beautiful oak tree. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Madam Chair, Honorable Supervisors, good afternoon. My name is Chuck Shaw of Gold River. I'm a longstanding member of the Bayside community, and in 1997, I joined a team of volunteer development professionals who, for the following 6 years, oversaw the land acquisition, discretionary entitlement efforts, and construction of the Bayside Church that you are aware of today. My purpose in appearing before you is to outline Bayside's effort over the past 2 decades of keeping Granite Bay and the Granite Bay Church as a community-based church. For when Bayside opened in 2003, its attendance began to build. Shortly thereafter, church leadership began to study their attending demographics. This with the intent that when a significant cluster of attendees from neighboring communities were realized, Bayside would then go out and attempt to provide them a local church opportunity. I speak to you as a volunteer who was involved in those efforts. While new Bayside churches opened in Folsom, Sacramento, and other surrounding communities, allow me to focus to West Roseville and the Roseville-Rockland corridor. This is a larger concentration of Bayside members were coming from these communities. To provide for these members, leadership developed a larger church home in West Roseville area, known as Bayside at Blue Oaks. That opened Easter Sunday 2014. Thereafter, in the spring of 2017, Bayside began holding services at the Adventure Campus, and later, in June of 2017, Bayside acquired that campus. As the Bayside family churches grew, the need for a regional church home became apparent. With its existing size and capacity, the Adventure Campus became that facility, and it was the location for regional activities such as concerts and other special events. With a group of community churches surrounding Bayside Granite Bay campus, leadership at that campus then once again had the opportunity to look to what to do and how to provide a public amenity for the community of Granite Bay. This is the matter before you today. The applicant's intent of this application to provide an open space public recreational use designed with sensitivity to its neighbors that is available for all in the Granite Bay community to enjoy. Equally of importance, this public amenity would be built and maintained without public funds or expense. For these reasons, we respectfully ask you to support the decisions of the Granite Bay MAC and the Placer County Planning Commission and deny the appeal before you today. We thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Walsh. I live at 4640 Lawrence Drive. It's about a quarter of a mile from the church site. My wife and I have lived there about 35 years. I value your time, so I'm going to keep this real brief. I'd like to just address the following six topics. The lights, of course. Without exception, every neighbor I've spoken to, including members of the church themselves, are very concerned about the lights. Noise, there have already been a number of comments on noise. I've been able to hear events from the church, and again, I'm over a quarter of a mile away, so I didn't get privy to the first notice. The first time I got notice on this project was 10 days before the Planning Commission hearing. So one of the things that wasn't mentioned besides the noise generated by children playing on the field and balls hitting the goalpost was the yelling and cheering of neighbors and parents and fans on the sidelines. I know I have had 3 children that played soccer, so. Number 3, the parking, and it was established at the Planning Commission hearing that no use of the soccer field would conflict with other church services or special events, and that the existing parking, which is in excess of 800 spaces, is more than adequate to handle any activities related to the fields. Number 4 and 5 combined to save the tree and eliminate imported fill. One of the nicest oak trees on the entire project would be saved by eliminating the unnecessary parking lot and associated fill material. I know that anyone living in the area has got to be fed up with the 20-yard dump trucks and constant scraping, grinding, and beeping of earth-moving equipment from the housing project 2 blocks away on Olive Ranch Road. I know I am. By eliminating the proposed parking, the site could be developed without the need for any additional fill, and I would suggest that perhaps that even becomes a condition for approval. Finally, artificial turf is one of my biggest concerns. The artificial turf field can contribute to the heat island effect, and as it has been mentioned already, the studies have shown that the ambient temperature could increase anywhere from 40 to 70 degrees Fahrenheit. When my son played competitive soccer, players would get overheated. They would complain about getting burned when they fell on the field. Some would even swear that their shoes were melting. It was possible that the increased air temperature would contribute to the neighbors' heating or cooling air conditioning bill, sorry. Anyway, the artificial turf is creating the need to schedule play during the evening hours, which in turn requires lighting. So the solution might be as simple as changing it to natural turf. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Cheryl.
Hi, good afternoon. Cheryl Berkema. I'm a resident of Granite Bay, long-term. I sent you, the board, a set of slides. I'm concerned with how we got here and what can be done to remedy what I think are infractions, both by Bayside's violations, but also, as Diane mentioned, how did this ever make it through the zoning administrator? How did the set of original conditions get so altered over time? So what I'd like to say first is I do support the Granite Bay Community Association appeal, and I'd like to remind the board that the statement of overriding considerations, there were 5 significant impacts. That statement was the basis for those conditions of approval. So I believe Diane said 66 conditions were put in there for a reason. And one of the issues that I have is that Bayside has worked with the county to piecemeal environmental review, and that's in violation of California Environmental Quality Public Resources Code. What has happened is over time, and I put a diagram in there, Bayside violated with satellite parking for church services. Then in 2011, they expanded to outside, and the outside, there was no satellite parking in the actual document, but then Bayside attached a set of conditions where they would have satellite parking for all their events. And they listed, for example, 20,000 at this event, 23,000. So the intensity starts growing over time. And then they go to a regional model where they want to bring in as many people as possible by increasing parking and doing regional type activity on the site. So my concern is the adequacy of an EIR addendum when none of that activity has been measured over 22 years. So, and how did that happen? The original DRC, the Development Review Committee, denied the 2000 project. That's the only time the Development Review Committee has been used to evaluate environmental impacts. In the MUP, the Development Review Committee was not there. Planning staff said they were concerned about things, but the purpose for that committee is to to evaluate and make recommendations, and it's supposed to be publicly agendized. So what happens is, by the time planning comes up with a document, hardly anything ever changes. So that was done in a backroom setting. It wasn't evaluated by the public, and so the same thing happened with this most recent set of entitlements. So those types of entitlements, and in addition, to me, the most important thing is I included the changes to an approved project. There's a County Code 1768-180 that says the evaluating body the changes must go back to that body. So it should have never made it this far. It should have been it shouldn't have gone to the Planning Commission without having gone to the board. And so I think this whole process is out of order, and I hope you'll consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. Good afternoon.
Hopefully morning. Good afternoon.
I'm well aware of how long this is going to go.
Thank you. Dirk Medema, I'm not a resident of Granite Bay. I'm a professional engineer that lives in Fair Oaks. I'm a stormwater manager, or I have been a stormwater manager for a variety of communities within Central California. One of the things, I see this process as being similar to actually a news article that came on Channel 4 recently, where they were highlighting a volunteer group that went in and cleaned up one of the creeks, and they were moving hundreds and hundreds of pounds of trash. I actually am part of the community because of my volunteer leadership in one of the ministries. The Adventure Sport Ministry has a goal of God created the earth, run it, ride it, paddle it, protect it. And so there's a group of volunteers that meets every Saturday, and over the past year and a half has removed hundreds of tons of trash from the waterways. So in this news article, they interviewed one of the volunteers and one of the volunteer leaders, and she said, why isn't the government stepping up to respond to this need? As a public agency employee, I realized that there's not the budget available to respond to that need. The need is so great that, and as a public employee, I would work with the volunteer groups to see that when they picked up the trash, we carried it away. And that's part of the partnership that has to go on, because there's no way that we can tax the people at a level that we want to provide the services that we have. And I think that's part of what's going on here. The mayor of Rockland presented. The fact that Granite Bay doesn't have lighted facilities doesn't change the fact that there's a need there. And so we need that public-private partnership, I believe, in order to step in and fill that gap between what our tax dollars can provide and what the community really wants. And I think that's at the heart of what's being proposed here. I would also point out that I think in part of the presentation of the appeal, there's been a presentation of what was approved and comparing that to what's proposed, and saying the EIR needs to be done again because what's being proposed is greater than what was approved. The reality, though, and I think Bennett went to this at the very beginning, the original EIR that was created for this project was much greater than what was approved. And so comparing this project to what was approved, which was smaller, doesn't take into consideration the fact that the ER was much bigger than that, and that what's being proposed is actually less than what the EIR proposed.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
I wanted to set a few expectations. There's about 52 people that I think want to speak. If I give everybody 3 minutes, and that's when that red light goes off, means we'll be here till 2:30 or 3, and then the board still has to deliberate and may still have questions. So if you can save time, I wish I could incentivize you with some way, but maybe if you're just aware of that and really try to help me, and when the red light goes off, be done with your comments. And so with that, group 2, we'll ask group 2 to come up. Also be aware that we've received 1,071 written comments. So the board has reviewed those comments and responded to many of you, and we've acknowledged that we've received those. So I just want to make sure everybody's aware of that. Sir, please come on up.
My name's Bob Erickson, and that buzzer's not going to buzz before I'm through. And my cell phone, I don't know how to turn it off, so if it goes on, I'm just going to throw it out the door. I've lived in Granite Bay for 50 years and seen a lot of stuff. And I just, when listening to everybody here and all the technical stuff going on, the lights, the this, the that, all I can say is this project will benefit the community, and I urge you to vote yes, because frankly, I like laughter, and I like applause, and I like activity, but I also respect people's privacy, and there has to be a blending of that so that everybody's not going to be happy all the time. It's not going to happen. But you're going to be happy when I leave with a minute left on my time.
I wish I could pay you for that, but.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Come on up, sir.
Good afternoon, thank you. I hope I can follow in his footsteps with the time.
We're going to have a competition now.
Right. My name is Marty Januso, and I live at the corner of Cabot-Stallman and Lawrence Drive. This project is in every way one of the greatest things to occur in Granite Bay, and more importantly for the kids. I'm one of a few closest residents to the site of Bayside Fields project who would be impacted the most, and in no way am I concerned for lights, noise, traffic, or parking. Bayside Church has a phenomenal development without government funds to offer the community a facility where people can enjoy and appreciate this town and Bayside Church. It will add an element to Granite Bay's desirability that surprisingly is contended. Bayside Church has presented and analyzed every conceivable practical aspect for this project to ensure quality of life is not impacted. The entire property is literally bordered by a major thoroughfare that is adjacent to an urban development and one of 2 commercial anchors. Nowhere within or adjacent to Bayside Fields project is there disturbance to the rural setting of this town. Quarter mile east on Olive Ranch Road is 119 acres of forest that has been cleared for development. To me, that seems like a disturbance of rural appearance, but somehow by providing amenities to the community at the owner's expense in a transitional area is unwanted. Bayside has presented in detail their plans to reasonably protect the quality of life, to which include no amplified sound, light, trespass, traffic flow, parking, etc. I encourage you to view the long-term results of this project and notice what Bayside is providing at their expense: a safe, modern, recreational outdoor facility that will serve a community with a huge element that simply is not offered or is useful in Granite Bay. I approve their project. And I left you with 50 seconds.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from group 2? And we'll move to group 3.
Hi.
Hi.
Madam Chairman, Board of Supervisors. I see Jim Holmes. We shared a lot of gray hairs doing a lot of legislative activities. My name is Jack Day. I've been in Placer County for over 25 years now, in Loomis, Roseville, and Granite Bay. So I just wanted to, I'm going to give some general comments and try to end it before 3 minutes if I can. Try to be precise by just reading it so you guys won't have to take as long. I could see you here till quite late tonight, so excuse me while I pull this up. I'm asking for approval of the project. I know a few of you and have served with you on boards, committees, and different groups, and so, you know, I know the difficulty of really going through this process and trying to determine something that's balanced for everyone. And so I'm really excited to see you go through it and make some determinations that can be agreeable for all the parties involved. I was also, in terms of what I had been involved in, I was the legislator, regulatory director for Sure West Communications. I was involved in their federal and state affairs, and so I have, you know, a lot of involvement in a lot of these processes that you've been going through, and I know how difficult it is to balance everything that you're going through right now. So I'm not going to argue the merits of the case. I think that's been done very well, and will not argue points of opposition. I think the staff has done an incredible job of analysis and mitigation. Thank you. And one of our key missions, though, at Bayside, I've been there for over 25 years now, so I've seen our group go through incredible transitions over a long period of time. It's been quite an ordeal at times, but exciting at other times. And what it's brought to the community has been just amazing as we've gone forward and tried to enrich the lives of those living in the community. As a CPA, a practicing CPA outside of what I did at Sure West, I can tell you this, when you look at it, you wouldn't want it as a business venture. You know, so it's something that we're giving to the community to really enhance what's going on in the area, what's going on in Placer County, and I believe can really enrich the group. And then when we come to whatever compromise it is to allow this to occur, we hope it won't last too long to make the determination that this thing should go forward. The land that's being used right now, it's relatively unusable. You know, they use it for breakaway, but, you know, it's just a dusty little bowl. And I think that having a use for it that can really benefit the groups around here is important. I was on the school board for over a decade in Loomis, and I can tell you, we always lacked facilities, you know, that would be workable for people that would be doing that. So I just wanted to kind of give you a sense of how I'm feeling, and if I had a way to just really summarize this, I'd like to say, you know, without over-spiritualizing it, that, you know, Mother Teresa once was asked, you know, what is it that makes her do what she's doing? And she said, well, I just want to be a pencil in the hand of God writing a love letter to the world. That what we're doing at Bayside is just trying to write that love letter to the community as we continue going forward. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dan Woodward. I'm the District 4 Planning Commissioner, but I am here as a private citizen. I'm fortunate to follow Mother Teresa today, so that's going to be very interesting. Today you are being asked to do something that is irreversible, that is not uncommon. However, what is uncommon is that it is irreversible. Portions of it are presented without a quantifiable need, and it is precedent setting. These remarks really are, however, about balance, and you've heard that quite a bit here. So these are not negative comments. These are about balanced comments, in my view. This does involve a major project that will stack impact on top of neighborhood already stressed by a nearly 90 home development in Del Oro. I think that's a relevant issue for us to consider today. You have heard a great staff presentation, I think a great appellant presentation, and also a great presentation by the Bayside community as well. Committed spokesperson, pastor, moms and dads will speak out in support as well. That does make for a very formidable presentation. However, if Bayside, in my view, were more truly committed to the community, it would also seek compromise here. And there were some comments about that, in fairness, so I'm certainly appreciative of that. But here are the facts that I think are particularly relevant. The Bayside Community Church has not been a good neighbor, and they freely admit that, and I'm grateful that they do. While the pastor indicates there's a new commitment to the community, he is also responsible for recently and knowingly violated on multiple occasions conditions of approval. And in my estimation, it's not a good time to reward that type of behavior in this county for sure. Second, the appellant's own parking study reflects a need for 115 to 176 new parking spaces. Yet they want 262 parking spaces on the side of a church which already has hundreds of spaces. To do this, they will kill a 150-year-old blue oak that has survived flood, fire, and drought. And this is just because they might be concerned about parking on Cabot-Stallman. That was what was indicated in the Planning Commission in any event. That is an enforcement issue. It is not a capacity issue. Their own study indicates and makes that clear. This is an excessive and precedent-setting decision. Every park in Granite Bay opens at sunrise, closes at sunset. There are no lights. The applicant offers no definitive information on the need for lights, and while the proposed lighting minimizes direct light pollution, 70-foot poles, lighted fields, those two are pollution. More importantly, field lighting enables excessive hours that will adversely impact community health and well-being. Lighting can be proposed at a later date if a needs assessment actually validates the requirement for it. Supervisors, the applicant says they are not concerned about noise from this complex. They're concerned about a lack of noise from the children, and that is, in fact, a heartwarming statement. Unless you live across the street and have to get up in the morning to take care of your own kids, or your courageous Vietnam vets, which we heard from in the Planning Commission, living with PTSD across the street. Bayside can affirm a commitment to neighborhood ministry by pulling the parking and lighting requirements, which I think are excessive. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lori Matthews. I'm a resident of North Highlands, but I am a professional in the medical profession who works in Roseville. I have a few concerns that I would like to address. First and foremost are our children. Our children are facing incredible changes right now. As we've already heard many times, the original use permit was set in the year 2000. We have now faced COVID, which has made huge impacts on our children. One of the big triggers for children is childhood obesity, and our children are now facing big issues with addiction. The way to combat both of these issues is through sports. I am a mother of 4 children. 3 were adopted who were drug exposed. Without sports, my children would not be successful. I was grateful when a church in Sacramento hosted basketball leagues for children. My children all went through those. One of my children has a scholarship for basketball to college. Another, survived many, many attempts to get him into a gang because he had his sports leagues to fall back on. I think this is a great impact for both the mental health, the self-esteem, and childhood obesity, and that this church is so willing to give up their own budget, their own time, and their commitment to our children to be here to help them avoid those pitfalls. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hi, my name is Gina Towner. I live in Camino, California. I'm a single mom. I have a 16-year-old son. We attended Bayside because of their children's program. And piggybacking with what she said, suicide, obesity, mental health, being with the soccer field would help with that. For the past 2 years, if nothing else, it's been about the sense of community that we really need. And this will bring everybody together. And I think it's a wonderful idea. And those of us in the congregation are willing to pay for this because that's how important it is to us. I'm sorry, I always get emotional with my son.
That's okay. Talk about our kids, we get emotional.
I know, because it's been such a struggle for them. And we as parents see them going through these. And we do, as a congregation, I want you to know that we really do care about the people around us. And if you don't know what we're about, please come in. I know I would personally be so happy to have you sit with me and I can explain the best of my knowledge. And you can see what Bayside is about. Regarding the parking, I understand that. My parents are elderly. Having them walk from where the existing parking is to just see a soccer game would just be so difficult. And with those with young kids as well, to have them bring them from long distance. That's why I think the parking is necessary close by the soccer fields. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, group 4. Megan, how many groups do we have? 10, okay. Great.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Ken Chahosky, and I live in near Douglas Ranch Park, a half mile from the church, 2 blocks from the park. And I've volunteered for youth soccer over the last 15 years, 10 as the director of fields for Granite Bay Youth Soccer, also called GBFC. You know, a lot's changed over the last 10 years, last 15 years, last 20 years. I've watched turkey farms disappear. I've watched retail spaces come in. I've watched Roseville grow on the other side of Sierra College Boulevard, above where the church is, above where the things are. And a lot of those homes were purchased after the church was built. Yet they feel they have a right to tell me that we can't do what we'd like to in Granite Bay. I didn't have a right to tell them they couldn't develop. So from that perspective, I'm a little bit concerned. We have consistently experienced a shortage of playable fields as a club. I don't know if you know what we go through. We rent from 3 public entities. Are you aware of that? We rent from the city of Roseville. We rent from the Parks Commission yourself, and we rent from the Eureka School District. The school district's in the business of educating kids, not maintaining athletic field space. We have abandoned fields from the school district because they're unplayable. We are no longer playing at Cabot Field. We've given up Eureka Field. We've moved from other places to where we can play. We now transport kids to Central Park, outside of Lowe's and Winco, which is about 10 miles away. We also are up on Stone Ridge, where they don't even have any, I'll call it restroom facilities. We are struggling for space for kids to play. What else has also changed in that 10 to 15 years? We now have sports that go around year-round. And we have 3 clubs in Granite Bay that compete for fields. Why are lights important? We need to expand the amount of time we have available. We are struggling with space. And I would tell you that the county hasn't invested in any more playing fields or any more space in Granite Bay in 20 years. What are the last parks you can name that have been opened in Granite Bay? I can tell you it's Douglas Ranch Park. And you can tell me, well, we did Feist and Granite Bay Park and we did the other field. But candidly, sports are now year-round. I can't change that. I can't put the genie back in the bottle. So we are looking for more fields. We as a club want to invest with you to create more fields. Think about that. So when an entity like Bayside comes and offers, we're excited. It's a gift. You know, I just leave you with this thought. I am not a member of Bayside Church. I don't attend them, but I recognize they're a cornerstone of the community. Their proposal is truly a gift, filling a vital need, and I urge you to consider their proposal. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Richard Goldner. I'm from Rockland, and I'm a past president of the Rockland Youth Soccer Club. I was also a soccer coach for over 7 years and a soccer referee. And I really see the need for additional soccer fields, especially lighted fields, for any community. In Rockland, it was always exciting for us to gain another soccer field where practices could take place. Without the extra fields, many teams during the afternoon practices had to share small parks with other teams, and it was very difficult to hold a practice because the other teams were practicing right next to us, and it was very distracting for the kids. Additional fields also allowed for better scheduling of weekend games. Extra lighted fields allowed more teams to practice after 5 p.m. when it was becoming dark early. Many teams did not get to practice during the week once the time change took place because there were not enough lighted fields. Please support the Bayside Soccer Field Project. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Daniela, and I am one of the neighbors that lives just 2 blocks away from Bayside off of Miners Ravine. My husband and I moved here 3 years ago and have loved living in this community. I am originally from Holland, and soccer was a huge part of my upbringing. After school, you'll find kids playing soccer on empty streets or in any open field they could find. At night, soccer fields all around us lit up for soccer club practices, and this is a very big part of our community and our culture. Kids were learning important skills not attached to their electric devices. It's proven that team sports help children feel better physically, and they also help a child with emotional and mental development. Team sports also has a positive impact on self-esteem. When my husband and I drive down the hill, we love seeing activity in those fields. It gives us a sense of pride for our community. Knowing there are activities or events for our community and seeing the youth participate is a joy to watch. We know it signifies a safe place and an opportunity to make memories instead of being isolated, alone, or attached to electronics. We are so thankful that many generous people in our community have given to fund this project. I can't be more excited for the soccer fields to be built, and I'm in full support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Becky Calderon, and I am a Granite Bay resident. I live on Whispering Oak, which is directly behind Bayside Church. So my story is a little different. My grandparents were Clifton and Barbara Johnson of the original Johnson Ranch, and I remember driving down the dirt roads when I was a little girl and looking at the fields, and it was so beautiful, and I love nature. A lot of cool stories from them. But when they sold it, and I'm now residing in the home where they are, or where they lived, I just remember everything changing. Trees were taken down, even the one that was supposed to remain at the corner of Rocky Ridge and Douglas, where Kaiser was. So within the last year and a half, it was a really pretty oak tree, and it was put into the contract, so that was removed. But I've had to see all of Roseville turn into this concrete jungle, but I've adapted because that's just the way we are. We adapt to change. I now reside in their home, and I can honestly say I used to hate Bayside. I had all these preconceived notions of what they were, that they were corrupt. I didn't know any different. It was things that I'd heard, and I was just repeating it, and I was not educated. And I remember the pastor as it was there with the beautiful oak trees and the cows. And so fast forward, I have a 3-year-old son, and at 1 year old, he had a choice to go to the schoolyard right behind our circle and go to the playground, or go the other direction, and every single time he wanted to go to the church. So I actually stepped foot on the Bayside campus, and I felt like a traitor to myself, but he brought me there, and I ended up going to a mom's group. I started seeing the people on the campus, seeing how generous they were, and I actually ended up going to a service at Bayside, and I fell in love with it, and it's nothing like I thought it ever would be, and it's actually made me a better person and my marriage and my family. So I am in full support of this as someone coming from my background to now. And I know that there's going to be a struggle with the change. There are always hiccups, but those are things that I know as a community we can bridge those gaps and make something really great for this community because it needs it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go to both groups 5 and 6. I'm going to go ahead and call you so we don't have as many breaks. So both groups 5 and 6, if you can line up.
Okay, this is group 5. I'm Nancy Heath, and I live in Granite Bay. I've lived there for 32 years. I love it. I raised my family there. I coach soccer, I coach basketball, I coach softball. And now my children went away to college, and they've moved back to Granite Bay to raise their children. So guess what? Now I'm a grandma. And I grew up playing sports. These fields to me are so important. It's just so important for our community, so I'm in full support. And I'm so excited because there's 14 in our family now, and I represent them. They can't be here, I'm here. So just want you to know this is gonna be a great thing, and what I love is, as a taxpayer, I don't have to pay for it. So that's all I got to say.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Appreciate the time to speak, and I'll try and be as brief as possible. My name is James Parkhurst. I'm a resident of Roseville, but a lot of what I do and what my family does is in Granite Bay. I've been a coach for Granite Bay FC for over 10 years now. I've been very proud to be the president of the club, volunteer, volunteer coach and volunteer president of the club for about a year now, and I'm very proud to represent our soccer club in the community. We've been around since 1980 as a club. Started as Eureka Youth Soccer, now we're Granite Bay FC. Just some numbers here. We have over 100 teams total in our club, and that's recreational and competitive side. And we have over 1,500 players that make up those teams from the U6 to U19 level. It's a wide range of players that love the game, and I enjoy giving back and seeing that joy and experience at all of those kids. I have a 7-year-old daughter playing. I also have a 17-year-old son playing. So I've seen that wide range of experience and growth, what they get from being on the soccer fields. As far as fields for our club, we have 0 winter all-weather fields, 0 in Granite Bay, which it's a tough number to see and hear, and it's a fact. We have in the past, in the winter time, have had to go to Folsom, have had to go to Rockland to find those all-weather fields. We've paid enormous amounts of money to just utilize those fields for temporary solution. So that stat right there, just in what that can bring to the soccer community as well as other I know sports organizations within our club can be significant. Just to touch on the lights, I know there's some questions about turning the lights off 8:30, 9 o'clock. As our club and our operations, we train if we're able to 8:30. So I know the 9 p.m. time gives them that time to wrap up, get to the car, get off the field before the lights turn off. So just a little background on what we look for and need. We did an online petition to our club to gather support for this project, for this proposal. And as of this morning, we had 326 electronic signatures, a ton of comments and support, various experiences for why they're supporting this project. That represents over 500 families from our club, from Granite Bay FC. I just also want to mention on a personal level, my 7-year-old daughter went to about 5 or 6 summer camps this summer. Her favorite by far was the breakaway summer camp. She would want to do that over and over again. So I just want to say this, again, is a gift to the community. Amazing project, and I know all the benefits that it'll bring. I urge you to support this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name's Chris Ferguson. I'm a Granite Bay resident. I just recently got this in the mail, so pardon me for not having anything prepared. This is all brand new project for me. I knew nothing about this. So I live about a half a mile away from Bayside. And with breakaway camp or any outdoor function that they have, I hear it. I hear the noise at a half a mile away. So I know your noise studies and all of that. I'm not going to argue that. I know what my ears hear. I live in a small community. There's about 17 houses in our community, and everyone I've talked to kind of shares the same thing. Oh yes, we know all about Bayside. We hear it all the time, and I will fully grant. I was a father of two young children. I coach soccer. I'm very aware of the lack of adequate fields around, and I'm not absolutely against the project. It's really just the hours of operation. During the daytime, sure, you make noise, you have kids screaming, cheering, and shouting, whatever. But I don't want this going on every night of the week till 8, 9 o'clock at night. We deserve some peace and quiet. So that's why I would say reconsider the project as it is proposed, and I think that the presentation from the Granite Bay Community Association about scaling back the project has a lot of merit, and that's what I would support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you for your time today. My name is Ken Christie. I'm a resident of Granite Bay since 1996. When we moved to Granite Bay, we actually moved to Granite Bay because of the schools and the community and the opportunity to be able to actually raise our kids in an environment that was going to be incredibly impactful for them to be able to be involved in sports, great schools, and great community. As a soccer dad, I have made some of the best friends that, because of the soccer programs, spending hours and hours with the same parents year over year, the soccer program through Granite Bay has impacted me tremendously. And my testimony regarding that actually has been heard, I think, actually by many people that have stepped up. So I'm coming to you today as actually a member of Bayside Church, but also I sit on the board at Bayside. And like all of you, I have a very big concern that we have actually violated some of the use permits for that Granite Bay campus. Part of that is my responsibility as oversight for the organization. So for that, I apologize. So what I'd like you to know is that as a member of the board, we have taken that very, very seriously as that was brought up during this whole process. We do have two full-time staff people that are going to be part of the process, and if you'd like us to have a committee, we will make sure that we actually do that to make sure that we actually fully comply with our use permit. I think it's very important as actually a neighbor in the community that our church is a great neighbor. It breaks my heart when I actually hear people come along and say that actually we are not a good neighbor. Bayside has done a tremendous job economically supporting so many different things in our community. So we will make sure that we actually comply with that. And I just wanted to give you my promise as a member of the board that I will do everything in my effort to be able to make sure that we put things in place to be able to be a great neighbor to everybody in the community. Thank you. Please support this project.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Gus Petsis, and I live 3 miles down the road up in Rockland from the project. I'm a retired CPA and financial guy, and my life now is giving back and working with the community. I'm chairman of the board of Seniors First, which does the Meals on Wheels in Placer County, and we love that, and we appreciate the supervisors. Now I look at this project, and I know nothing about soccer, just should confess that, but I know something about kids. We have 9 grandkids and a handful of great-grandkids, and I look at this community and say, okay, what can we do to make it better? How do we touch our kids? How do we serve better? I look at this project and say, well, if a church is willing to build soccer fields and give it to the community for free, help work with lights and sound, and try to do everything they can to make it a better place to live, a better place to raise our kids, I have a hard time complaining. I understand the concerns of all the residents in the community. I see the church has done a lot of work to make the issues and mitigate the problems here with sound, lights, and try to work together with the community. But also a lot of the issues really go back to when the church was built, and I'm afraid a lot of the people that are speaking now just aren't happy that the church is there in the first place. But we have a church there. We have a lot of people. We have a community to serve, and I believe that we need this project to continue to help our community to touch our kids. The project has been approved by the MAC, it's been approved by the Planning Commission, it's gone through this long process, and I know it's finally gotten to you here, the Board of Supervisors, and I think it's been vetted many times over. I think there's still issues. I believe that, yes, it needs to be refined, and the church is not perfect with issues that they've done in the past, but the church is out there doing. My grandkids have been involved with some of the youth activities at Bayside, although I don't belong to the church. I see what they've done, their leadership, how much they've spent and invested in my kids and my grandkids, and I'm saying thank you. This is a good church, good people, and doing what they can for our community, and I just think it's a great project that needs to be approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good
Thank
afternoon.
you, Madam Chair and members of the supervisors here. My name is Bill Zalaki. I'm a recent transplant here. I've only been here since about the middle of March, and I'm very much enjoying the community and meeting people and learning things about Placer County. One of the oddities, though, is I've sat not in your chairs, but on the dais for 8.5 years on Modesto City Council. And so I know what you're going through right now. You're wanting this guy to hurry up and get finished so we can take care of the rest of the agenda and move forward. And I'll try to move quickly as I can. What are the commonalities that I'm seeing and what I'm hearing is I have to put it all in perspective. That's what I like to do, put it in perspective. So if I look at the world stage, well, particularly the United States stage of politics right now, it's a disaster. Right now we're dealing with some really serious stuff, and it is serious to a lot of people, but we're talking about soccer, and we're talking about soccer locations. That is important. And it's important in the sense of what's the greatest thing that can come out of this conversation. I like the conversation. I like the people that have been here, that have been respectful. That's an enjoyment to be a part of. You get to make the decision. And I have full confidence in what I'm seeing, especially from the chair. You're doing a great job of reaching out and letting things be transparent and heard. Good things. That's good things. So the biggest objective that I'm hearing has been, well, I'll reclassify it. One of the biggest objectives is the exuberant enthusiasm of the staff at Granite Bay of trying to reach out to the community and do as much as they can. And yeah, planning is complicated. And yeah, you do have to follow what's going on. But you know what? They're trying. And what I'm hearing is solutions. And I always like solutions. If I get solutions, I don't have a hard problem when I made my decisions, and a lot of them have come out today. I'd like you to debate those solutions. Pick the solutions that make sense. You'll never get the perfect animal out, as you all know what happens when politics gets involved in solving problems. They come up with a million, well, most of the time it isn't workable, but you're so close. You're so close to making this happen. And make a solution that is good, because a free soccer field is unheard of in my world where I came from. And that's what's being offered, and they're wanting to do it. If you get hung up, just keep talking. I think you can do it. And I'm down to 16 seconds, and it's a pleasure being able to meet you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello, my name's Randy Dodd. I live on Olive Ranch Road in Granite Bay near the Douglas Ranch Park. So recently the Douglas Ranch Park went through a sort of a remodel. It used to have baseball fields and the park was well underutilized. Thanks to Placer County, those fields were removed. They put soccer fields in, and now the park is as busy as ever, which is great. One of the unusual side effects was that there was a parking issue. Sometimes when they have big events, parking overflows onto the side streets and into the neighborhoods because there was no parking changes made with the field changes. This particular project for Bayside is actually handling additional parking, and that is a big plus. So two things. One is they're adding fields, which you guys just did at Douglas Ranch, and there's demand and need for that. And two is they're adding additional parking, which is also needed. So please approve the project per the staff recommendations, and thank you to the staff and to you.
Thank you. Okay, groups 7 and 8. Don't be shy.
Hi there.
Hi.
My name's Sean Copeland. I'm a 24-year resident of Granite Bay. Also a former soccer coach in Eureka Youth Soccer, which has now been replaced by Granite Bay FC. There's not a ton I can add to what's already been said, so I just wanted to focus on two things. One is I was also on the board of Eureka Youth Soccer. 10 years ago is when I left, and 10 years ago the soccer field situation was still an issue back then, and obviously it still is, as we've been told by the new president of Granite Bay FC. So obviously there's a need. We spent a lot of money. We even spent some resource money on hiring Dave Cook, which is probably a name you guys are familiar with, back 10 years ago to look at other ways to add fields to Granite Bay. It didn't go anywhere because of the money. So first point, the need is obviously still there. It was a need 10 years ago. It's a need now. Second point, though, which was a deterrent to us 10 years ago, was the money. So like everyone else, pretty much everybody else has pointed out, to get this gift from Bayside, I think is a very, something that we can't take lightly. And I've been involved with a few real estate projects. I don't know what the cost of these fields will be, but it would not surprise me if it approached $6 to $10 million, believe it or not, and they would know better, but that's a whole lot of money, something taxpayers don't have to pick up. And that's my only purpose today, is just to voice my support for the plan and for the program. Thanks.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Ben Key, long-term resident of Granite Bay. As we all know, there's been many speakers on both sides promoting the benefits of soccer and other activities, and I'm all in favor of that, especially from our speaker from Ireland, but I don't have his accent. All these benefits, I think, are not affected by the recommendation by the appellant, the presentation where at the end of her talk, she proposed a alternative playing field that is smaller, that doesn't have excessive parking, that maintains the heritage tree, and especially the lack of lighting. I think that all those things, all the benefits of soccer and playing in the fields could be, would continue without any of those things being affected. Kids play in sunlight, they play in the afternoon, and they play when it's getting dark. They don't need lights to participate. Kids don't have to have a concession. Kids don't have to have excessive parking to enjoy their activities. So I would urge all you supervisors to consider the alternative proposal that has all the benefits of playing fields, but without all the harm that will affect the immediate neighbors who have to face not only the noise, but the traffic, and the fact that this is not what they bargained for when they move into their neighborhood. So by limiting all those things, you still have the benefits, and you make the neighbors happier than to include all those facilities and additions to the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you? Long time no see. Name's Scott Vaughn. I'm from Granite Bay. Step one, I just want to say thank you to Sandy and Jane and Cheryl. And I don't know you, but I stand shoulder to shoulder with them on many issues. This is one where I don't. I've been a soccer coach for 15 years. I currently coach U17 boys team. I've coached basketball, t-ball, flag football, all sorts of things. I also volunteer quite a bit at Bayside, their breakaway camps, their high school camps. And I would add that this gives me a little bit of unique perspective. I have 3 boys that have grown up in Granite Bay. I grew up in Orangevale. My wife grew up in Granite Bay. I've lived there since 1997. I would say that we have been at a dire need for fields for a long time. Another church for many years supported our club with a field that was just garbage, but we tore the heck out of it. When it rained, we still played on it. It was a Lutheran church, and we used that all that we could. We put 4 teams on little corners and would run all year, and the kids would come out and they'd love it, and they'd stay off their phones, and they would get a benefit. And so I would say that some of the things that are impacting in the future is I'm also on the board of our HOA, and we had National Night Out, and so people say, oh, declining enrollment, less kids in the community. That's not the case. At my community in Tree Lake Village, we had a ton of kids. We had people who moved from Lafayette, just came to the area. They had kids going to Cavett, just starting at Ridgeview. This field is going to be used, and it's a huge benefit for the community. As far as the lights are considered, schools now get started at 8:30. So they're out at 3:30. There's no time for practice at that. We live next to the high school. My wife works at the high school. Without lights, there would be no youth sports during the summer in California. There wouldn't be. It's a big benefit. And I think that the board has an opportunity to pass a plan that will really help Granite Bay. We've tried to do Eureka Park and add taxes to us. We're going to change that into a regional center. This is a good project. Once again, I appreciate these women and appreciate what the GBCA does, but I ask you to deny the appeal and approve the project.
Thank you, Scott.
Hi, my name is Nikki Zucker. I'm a Granite Bay resident. I've coached for over 10 years. I'm also a parent, and I am a board member of 7 years. We are a volunteer-based club, and we serve our youth and community. Over 51% of our families are Granite Bay residents. We really feel, obviously, that there's a need for the fields. Elite, all-quality, all-weather fields are necessary for our elite teams. It has become year-round. We're competing with all the other sports. The reason why it's necessary that we have lights, we have 90-minute practice sessions for both our recreational and our competitive programs. So our practice sessions run from 4 to 5:30, 5:30 to 7, and hopefully 7 to 8:30. Currently, we only use MyDo in the fall. We have one field. In the spring, we have to travel, to Royer Park or Central Field. Those are the only other fields that we have with lights. What this would provide for us is the high schoolers would be able to compete for their high school for a fall sport and then play for our community to represent Granite Bay for our club. So if you play tennis, golf, football, volleyball, they can compete for their Granite Bay High School and then still come to club practice at 7 o'clock at night. And not only does it provide physical and mental health, but also time management, which is a major life skill. We also have kids that go to school in Sacramento. I have a daughter that goes to St. Francis. We have 2 St. Francis girls that play on our Granite Bay team. We have Jesuit kids, we have Christian Brothers kids, and they don't get home until 4:30 minimum. So having those later practice times where we're beating the daylight would really help. I don't want to be redundant, but the other thing is we also use Olympus, and there's a lot of parking violations. So having a parking lot really helps, and it would help the neighbors in not blocking driveways and having traffic on the streets. So I do think the parking lot is necessary. Other than that, we're in a drought, and having a turf field, we don't need water to water the fields, grass fields, or the dirt to just not have the dust kick up. So all of this is a huge gift. I want to thank Bayside for partnering with us, and I hope that this project is approved. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Any others from groups 7 or 8? Okay, then we'll go to groups 9 and 10. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Gregory Shea. I'm a Granite Bay resident. I am also known as Coach Greg. I'm a volunteer soccer coach for Granite Bay FC. I coach a U14 girls competitive team. When our team was younger, we played in the fall only, but as they've gotten older, we moved to year-round. The first year we actually did this was the 2020-2021 season, which was the pandemic-influenced year. We were barred from playing games in the fall by the state. And so we kept the team together training in hopes that eventually we would be able to, which we were in the spring. That season, in a period between late October and March, we played on 5 different fields. We trained on 5 different fields. And that was with taking about 6 weeks off. We bounced around to find an open field with lights that was not being used by other sports, so we could keep training during the shortened daylight hours. Our last field didn't even have lights. This was at Stone Ridge Elementary. We had to shorten our practice time until we had enough daylight to hold the full 90 minutes. Going year-round was a huge success, absent the field. There was a huge demand from the families to do it again, and even though it was difficult for me personally, we did it again last season. Fortunately, this time only 4 fields. All of these fields are in Roseville and well outside Granite Bay. Central Park, where we spent 2 months last season, is a more than 20-minute drive for me personally, and I live on the western edge of Granite Bay near Sierra College. For the families who live kind of in the eastern part of Granite Bay, we're talking about 25, 30-minute drive each way for our 90-minute practice. By the way, I drove by the site on the way here. It took me less than 4 minutes. This is frustrating because it's essentially a tax on our time. I mean, we spend 45 to 60 minutes in the car for our 90-minute training. And that's a lot to ask for families in a community soccer club. Most other clubs in Placer County and surrounding communities, do have lighted fields. We saw Folsom's, just today during the presentation. But we do it because we think that what we do in our program is important for our kids. You know, we teach them hard work, teamwork. We grow their confidence through these challenges, and it's about community. Next year, most of my players will start high school, and with the later start time, we are going to look to move to our time even later in the evening. So it would be that 7 to 8:30 time slot. We will need time so we'll need a lighted field probably starting late August, September. And, you know, we need, you know, the 8:30 time, we need some time to safely clear the field. So the 9 o'clock time that's been proposed and approved by the Planning Commission works for us. Lastly, I'll just say, you know, I'm not a Bayside member, but I'm really grateful for them stepping up and proposing this for the community. I do think there's a community need, and I ask you to approve their project. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Barry Mathis, and I'll use my notes here because that way I talk faster and go shorter. All right, I have the easiest job in the whole world. As you can tell, I'm a real estate agent, and I sell houses in Placer County, and that's amazing. Quality of life, top 3 in California. Population growth, top 5 in California. I love what I do for a living. Buying a house is an emotional decision that is justified by logic. A building project like this is a logical decision that needs to be justified by emotion. Bayside was originally started by Ray Johnston back in 2000 in response to suicides that had occurred at Granite Bay High School. The rate of suicide for youths have increased nearly 60% between 2007 and 2018, according to the CDC. The CDC reported that the second leading cause of death among young people is suicide. Science Daily quotes a Vermont study that says regular exercise causes 23% reduction in teen suicide. Personally, my older son, Gary, was a straight A student who struggled with weight. He went off to college, and we had to pull him home from college because of depression. He's now back on track, goes to William Jessup. Great, he's doing great as an accountant. My younger son was a Thrive student and grew up immersed in the culture around Bayside's youth. And although he is overweight, like his dad, he does not experience the depression that so often goes with that. So that's what I would just ask you to emotionally consider. This is a lot of logic going into this, you know, lights, counts, parking, all of that. But this is an emotional decision for our youth. I come from Kentucky. In there we have farming that goes on in fields. And I would say that with these fields, we're going to be farming as well. We're just farming a crop of youth.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Doug Pouch. I've been a resident of Granite Bay since 1994. We've raised 2 kids in the community. Both played soccer, but when they did it, we had to drive 5 to 10 miles every day, each way to practice, to play on lighted fields, all-weather fields. Granite Bay is a great community, but we need amenities to attract younger families to stay in the community that don't have to drive so far to play competitive sports. And if I didn't say it, we're in support of the project. We believe it's a good amenity, and the taxpayers don't have to pay it. Bayside Church is funding it, which is a great opportunity also. The other thing, it's right next to a major thoroughfare. So while the people that live on Cabot-Stallman, you know, they're going to have some inconvenience, but there's a Starbucks on Cabot-Stallman. There's a Bayside Church already on Cabot-Stallman, and this is a good amenity. They can walk over and use the fields. So anyway, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Jay Allen. I'm a Granite Bay resident in the Tree Lake subdivision of Windermere. I'm a parent of active 11 boy-girl twins, 11-year-olds, and so again, the case has been made that the demand is there, and I don't need to belabor that. What I'd like to focus my comments on are the nature of the rural appeal and our responsibility towards creation care. First of all, by way of background, I'm Coast Guard retired and currently in veteran health, and so the comments around mental health and that are not lost on me. I'm also one of the leaders for the Scouts BSA troop that meets at Bayside Granite Bay. The question that has to be asked is, what will our legacy be? When we moved here 2.5 years ago from Sonoma County, a 5+ acre property, we looked from Loomis to El Dorado Hills, and we settled on Granite Bay because of the diversity that we saw. We loved coming down East Roseville Parkway to Swan Lake Drive, just the feel of getting back into a very diverse natural environment. But then 1 block over behind the high school, 5-acre horse properties and you name it. It's just a beautiful, diverse neighborhood. But this property as it currently sits, what could it be used for? And what Bayside is proposing is absolutely phenomenal. Again, a privatized, free to the population use that doesn't have to be supported by our taxpayer dollars. So I appreciate that. I'll leave this with this. Again, what will our legacy be? We are made for more, and this land is meant for more. And so I urge your support of the proposal.
Thank you. So I believe that concludes everyone who wanted to speak. Sandy, at the end of public comment, I'll allow you 5 minutes to rebut, okay? I'm sorry. So now we're going to go to Zoom, and I think we have 6 or 7 on Zoom to testify.
Maureen, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments. Maureen, please unmute your mic and give your
My
comments.
speaker's not working.
We can hear you
Darn
now.
it.
Maureen,
My speaker's not working.
Maureen, we can hear you.
Check your connection, or use a different speaker.
Use your headphones.
Use them, and can I
Okay,
still
can we go to someone else? Yes. Maureen, check that. We can hear you. Check that. We'll come back to you.
Jeff, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Yes, my name is Jeff Keith.
Jeff, where'd you go? There you are.
Jeff?
Am I unmuted now?
Yes, you are.
Okay, again, Jeff Keith, Granite Bay resident. I own a home in the Aviana development directly across from Sierra College Boulevard. And allowing lights and nighttime activities will disturb the right of homeowners to the quiet enjoyment of their homes. For no other reason than that, Bayside should not be allowed this modification. I call on Supervisor Gore. Your Aviana residents are your constituents, and you need to protect their right to peace and quiet over the desire, not the right, of Bayside to have nighttime outdoor activities. And Supervisor Jones as well, you have constituents on the other side of Sierra College, and you need to support their right to the quiet enjoyment of their home. For the remaining supervisors, just for once, I'd like you to say no to this requested exception of existing ordinances and codes of the county. Side with residents, not the institutional interests. Please reverse the Planning Commission and say no. I have a couple of other comments from some of the things that I've heard. After hearing the county's presentation, why is the default position of the county to do all their work in support of the exceptions and not keeping with what is allowed? I've never heard staff support objections or appellants to any such changes. All of the testimony about lighting mitigation was interesting, but it points out that there is a problem to mitigate. Without lights, there is no need for mitigation. Plenty of play activity, soccer or whatever, can take place without lights. If I support anything, it's the fields without the lights. However, I did hear that the lighting of the parking lots are going to be on all night, or I think I heard that. If that's true, then I think that's something that the board needs to take into consideration when considering having nighttime activities there. And then finally, I didn't hear the church pledge not to have their loud and unapproved ice rink and light show. So I think they pledged to do better, but I want to make sure that the board asks them to get rid of those activities as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amber, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can, Amber.
Thank you. Hello, Board of Supervisors. Good afternoon. My name is Amber Beckler. I live in Granite Bay. I am the chair of the Granite Bay MAC, but I'm speaking today as a resident of Granite Bay. So I wanted to share just a few comments specific to the hearing process, and then some suggestions for a compromise. So first of all, just a couple of facts that I think are relevant to this conversation is that the MAC recommendation that you have seen did not evaluate the EIR addendum. The EIR addendum wasn't delivered to us until that day, but we decided to go ahead and move forward because the community members took the time to show up and we wanted to hear them out. So just know that we didn't evaluate the effectiveness of the EIR. Secondly, it's really appreciated today that the applicant is saying that they're willing to compromise, because all of the conditions that we put forth by the MAC were actually dismissed when the applicant presented to the Planning Commission. Not one of the recommendations was actually considered, and the starting point presentation to the Planning Commission was to ask for everything again with no modifications. So I think that's just important for you to know, even though we did deliberate for over 3 hours. The second point in question is related to the CEQA process, and that's for the required mitigation for blue oak tree number 246. Attachment E in the addendum EIR discusses when you would require an addendum EIR versus a subsequent EIR. And one of the requirements is that if there are new significant impacts, subsequent EIR is required based on my interpretation. And so removing a blue oak of over 36 inches would trigger that significant impact that would have to be mitigated through the CEQA process. And then in closing, I totally understand the needs of soccer and lacrosse. We hear it all the time, and I totally support that. And actually, I was initially very supportive of the high-tech lights, as long as we had modified hours of operation. But given what I've observed through the hearing process and hearing what the Granite Bay Community Association has presented as far as the concerns of the neighbors, my suggestion would be to scale back the project as presented by the Community Association, or have the project that Bayside proposes to have no lights in this phase and maybe be considered at a later phase with a new modified CUP. I also would suggest that the extra parking spaces be removed so that you can save that heritage blue oak tree, which is not just a simple tree. It's really symbolic of Granite Bay and what we appreciate and enjoy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amber.
Janine, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Janine Bowen. I am a resident of Granite Bay and actually can see Bayside's roofs from the back of my house. I support the community in trying to chop down this plan. I think from where I stand, the best predictor of how Bayside will handle this is how they have been handling the neighborhood. So I've lived in this neighborhood for 12 years and we have constant problems with noise and constant problems with lights. And we call and we talk to people we actually know at Bayside and they all just say, I don't know. So I have very little faith that will continue to somehow be better or different because now they want to give us something. I understand there's a need for soccer fields. That's great. Why don't we keep with the community plan and do what the association has proposed, which is to be just like the other parks in the area without lights, possibly without the additional parking, so that it is just as Granite Bay has wanted to be. It follows our community plan. I do not have faith in Bayside being a good neighbor. They have not been good neighbors for 12 years, and that's just for me living there. I don't think they will continue to be a quote good neighbor. They will continue to do what they want to do when they want to do it, and then afterwards say, oops, I'm sorry, we should do better, we'll make a committee, I'm committed to it. Oh, but we've had turnover, oh, we've had this, oh, we've had that, and it's always excuses. They do what they want to do and then beg for forgiveness afterwards, and I do not see that changing. So I am in support of Sandy Harris and the appeal. Please do not let this go through. It will destroy our neighborhood. It will destroy the ruralness of Granite Bay. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. We need to go back to Maureen, I know. Did we lose others?
Maureen, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Maureen Daly. My husband and I live in Granite Bay, and we moved here just specifically for the quiet, scenic country atmosphere and the wildlife. I have no problem with a soccer field in that location, which is about a mile away from my house, but I strongly urge you to approve the scaled back version of the project with no night lights and not as much parking. And I love that oak tree. I sure hope you save that oak tree. I don't understand why it should have to die. Bayside has really established, I think as laid out by several people, that it is not a trustworthy custodian of our community interest in Granite Bay. I also understand that a lot of people want this complex because they don't want to have to travel to other areas, to Roseville or Folsom, to attend these large group activities. And I notice a lot of people who support this full-scale project are from outside of Granite Bay. Please recall, though, that according to the community planned land use policy, land use which would attract a majority of patronage from outside the community area shall be located in larger and more centrally sited commercial and office centers, I'm quoting, such as those located in the city of Roseville and Folsom. According to the Community Bay Plan, shall means compliance is expected. The EIR for this project shows that 70% of the traffic would be from outside Granite Bay. And because the Granite Bay land use policy is essentially mandatory because of the word shall, the board may not deviate from that land use purpose lightly. The fact that people don't want their kids to have to go to surrounding community complex, while understandable, cannot qualify as a valid reason to deny this appeal. I have no problem with children playing soccer during the daytime. I love the laughter of children myself. I'm a grandmother. The children can still play and have fun at the scaled down version of this project with no nighttime lighting. And the fact that the local soccer community has requested night play is not a compelling reason to violate the land use policy, which is mandatory, not permissive. So I urge the board to approve the appeal and back the appeal of this of the Granite Bay community. Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen. Megan, are there others?
One more.
Okay.
Nate, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Uh-oh. Hi, Nate.
Sorry, can everyone hear me now?
Can you hear us, Nate?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You might want to speak up just a bit.
Okay. So my name is Nate Calhoun. I'm a Granite Bay resident.
Nate, I apologize. Nate, we need you to speak up a bit louder. Get closer to the microphone.
Okay. I'm a Granite Bay resident. I coach all three of my kids in soccer with GBFC, but I am here as the president of the Granite Bay Youth Lacrosse Club to speak in support of this project. So I agree with all the things that have already been said about soccer in Granite Bay and the current field needs, but I'm here to provide perspective from lacrosse. So even though soccer is the youth sport with the largest number of kids in Granite Bay and would be the largest beneficiary of the Bayside Field project, they're not the only ones that could benefit. So we are extremely grateful for the update made to the county fields at Douglas Ranch and Granite Bay Community Park. Those are now excellent places to play both soccer and lacrosse. But the size of the fields makes them limited to younger kids, so what lacrosse really needs is more access to quality full-size fields for juniors. The Bayside Fields project would give Granite Bay Youth Lacrosse an opportunity to address that specific need and do it in the spring when soccer has fewer field needs. The proposed project would be a spectacular facility, but definitely not an unprecedented one in the area. We travel to play teams in El Dorado Hills at Promontory Park, in Folsom at Livermore Park, or even to Loomis at Franklin Elementary. And every time we do that, we have the same conversations with all the Granite Bay parents from our team. Why can't Granite Bay have something like this? And every time those teams come to play us, we have the same conversations with the opposing coaches about our grass field. You guys live in Granite Bay, why don't you have something better than this? Over the past couple months, I've had conversations with members of the Granite Bay MAC and other leaders of Granite Bay youth sports to work on non-private options for adding and improving fields in Granite Bay. And I'm encouraged by the enthusiasm from the MAC and excited about the potential of having all the other youth sports working together. However, the results from Measure A from just 2 years ago still make clear the challenges with publicly funded projects. The Bayside Fields project doesn't address all the field needs in Granite Bay, but a lighted, multi-use facility would have an almost immediate impact and make a big difference to a large number of families across different sports without the need for any public funds. Thank you.
Thanks, Nate. Okay, I think that concludes our Zoom callers. And then Sandy, you had raised your hand earlier. I know you didn't get a card, and so I want to give you an opportunity.
I'm stiff.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe Jeremy in the back could go to the appellant's PowerPoint.
We haven't started the clock on you yet, so don't worry.
It's just good to stand up for a minute. Old people shouldn't sit down so long. We get stiff. It was our very last slide.
Is this your slide? No.
The very last slide we had up there.
Or the appellant slideshow, and it's the last slide.
Of our presentation.
We're almost there.
By the way, the Granite Bay Community Association paid $10,000 for that big boulder that sits there at Granite Bay Park.
Thank you. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's kind of set a precedent for other signs in that area. Okay.
Perfect, thank you.
You may recall that the first sentence of our appeal said that the Granite Bay Community Association is not opposed to fields. We're basically opposed to the lights. And this is our compromise. By doing this compromise, it eliminates the hours, which provides 14 hours of operation, which is a long day for people who live in that area. And a lot of us use that Olive Ranch and Cabot to get over to Sierra College and out of that area. So it's pretty heavily traveled by locals. If you adopted this field, it would eliminate the lights, it eliminates the concession stand, it eliminates the storage building. It meets the Bayside goal of providing fields for members of the church and the community, and that is what they said they want to do, provide fields for the locals, not regional. It embodies the original concept of how the area would develop. It lessens the impact of fields on the immediate low-density, tranquil, established neighborhood. I've lived there myself 46 years. I got it named Granite Bay. Makes the fields more of a community park than a regional sports facility. It saves the heritage oak tree, and it meets the goals and policies of the Granite Bay Community Plan. And this compromise is supported by the Granite Bay Community Association and many of the people that you've heard from who are really the stakeholders in this, we could support that. We don't have a problem with parking on Cabot Stallman. We did when they first started the church there, but they put up signs, no parking, and nobody parks there, so they don't need additional parking to prevent parking on Cabot Stallman. That is not a problem. So anyway, that's just some of the comments I wanted to make.
Thank you, Sandy. Okay, with that, we're going to close the public hearing. And it's been a little over 3 hours that we've been meeting. I've had a request that maybe we take a quick 30-minute break so the board can get some lunch. I'm sorry that probably doesn't give you enough time to go very far, but there's a couple places nearby. We'll then come back at 10 minutes after 2 and start board deliberations on this. And I really appreciate, on behalf of all of us, I just want to let you know how civil this discourse has been and how wonderful you've all been in presenting information for us to consider in this decision. So thank you, and we'll see you back at 2:10. You gotta try. Okay, welcome back. Good afternoon, welcome back, everyone. It is just a little after 2, and we're going to reconvene now for board deliberations on this item. Thanks for your patience, but it's probably better we get some food in our stomachs and make well thought through decisions for everybody involved. So with that, I wanted to go to board members for questions of staff and or others. Supervisor Jones.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I guess I'll start. So EJ, welcome back. Can you put our oak tree on the screen?
I can. We're gonna have to ask.
Oh, should have asked Jeremy before we came.
Oh, you think I'm on the right one?
Yeah, it's part of our presentation.
No, it's not. It's
Okay, here we go.
Okay, so while I'm waiting, I want to get started here with some information. There are many proponents that are supporting the need and the desire for more soccer fields in Granite Bay. Lots and lots of people. We need soccer fields, we need soccer fields. I'm not opposed to building soccer fields, personally. But I do want to give a little bit of context to some of the information that everybody's been receiving. There was a survey sent out to Granite Bay residents only about prioritizing what they felt were important in Granite Bay. And the top priorities were trails and open space. Those were the top priorities. Youth soccer fields came in at 6th, and adult soccer fields came in at 30th. So, I mean, a lot of people don't realize that Granite Bay is an aging population at this point. Now, I mean, we have our grandchildren and everything like that. That's not to say that we shouldn't build soccer fields in Granite Bay. That's not what I'm saying at all. But the way everyone is testifying today, you would think that soccer fields are the only thing that we want in Granite Bay, and that's not entirely true. So, but the thing that's important to me is it's important to me to represent my constituents both in Granite Bay, the residents of Granite Bay, as well as one of the callers that called in. I actually do represent the constituents on the other side of Sierra College as well, not Bonnie, who dragged you into this. So I represent all of you, and I represent Bayside Church. You're my constituents as well. So, so I want to start, if I can, with the oak tree up here. Pardon? No, that's not your picture. That's my picture. No, that was taken a couple days ago. That's my picture taken about 3 days ago. Okay, so in the 2000 EIR, all native trees were to be preserved. Tree number 296, which is this one, was identified in the inventory, and no mitigation was required because it was to be preserved with the rest of the trees. The 2022 Conditions of Approval Phase 2 and the Addendum EIR indicated that tree number 296 would be removed. My question to you, EJ, regards what Ms. Beckler was talking about with this. The tree measures 46.7 inches at breast height, and a significant tree, according to Placer County, is 36 inches at breast height. So does this constitute a significant tree? And if we cut it down, does that trigger a significant impact?
Yeah, so there is a tree. It is significant. Our significant trees are 24 inches or greater. There was a discussion about landmark tree today as well. Mm-hmm. Landmark tree is a status that is only designated by the Board of Supervisors. So I want to clarify this is not a landmark tree. It's never been given that designation. So per our tree ordinance, it's a significant tree. However, that does not mean it's a significant impact under CEQA. With mitigation, this impact would be less than significant. And I see Clayton probably wants to speak to this from the CEQA standpoint, but it would be a less than significant impact with mitigation.
No, well said. I just wanted to add to that in that, yes, the 2000 environmental impact report did not identify tree impacts because none were being removed at that time.
Right.
When you evaluate the addendum to the EIR, the inquiry is whether or not there is going to be a significant impact in place. That significant impact inquiry occurs after mitigation is included, though. So what you have for this addendum is you have a tree that's going to be impacted, but mitigation that's going to negate the impact of that tree through the payment of fees through our tree ordinance. So because you have mitigation that is reducing that impact, it is no longer a significant impact. And that's how you can make those findings in the addendum. And I did review the findings in the addendum, and they comply with the requirements in the CEQA guidelines.
Okay, well, I'll give you the community's perspective. A heritage tree, according to our definition, is typically a large individual tree with unique value, which is considered irreplaceable. The major criteria for a heritage tree designation is age, rarity, size, as well as aesthetics, botanical, ecological, and historical value. So this is almost 2 times the size. You're saying 24 inches? This is almost 48 inches in diameter. And so, and it is a blue oak species, it's not a scrub oak. And so I think it's extremely significant. It could be as much as 100 or 150 years old. That's been standing there for a long time. And if you look at the picture, it is in somewhat of a low spot. And you know, the arguments have been that, well, because we're going to raise the field so high, it's going to kill the tree. Well, if it survived for 150 years already, I really doubt that it's going to die if we try to put the parking lot around it. But at any rate, so the only mitigation we're going to put on them is to pay $125 per inch to mitigate the loss of that 150-year-old heritage blue oak. That's going to cost them $5,800. That, to me, that's a huge loss. A 150-year-old tree for $5,800. I think somewhere along the line of all of this process, somebody recommended that we carve out benches out of the tree. And for me, that was more of an insult than just, you know, chopping it down. But here's my thought. You've heard of extending the olive branch to your community. Why not extend the oak branch and offer that up? It might cost you, I think you told me in the past, it might take up to 12 parking spaces away. If it's 12 parking spaces, as was pointed out earlier, you originally asked for 115 to 162 parking spaces. And then with your amendment, you're asking for 262 additional parking spaces. And if I'm not mistaken, EJ Planning says that the 150 to 162 parking spaces were sufficient to accommodate the soccer.
Yeah, the proposal right now is over parked, so they can meet the parking requirement with a reduction.
With a reduction?
Yep.
Okay, so you could satisfy that with a reduction. That would probably be huge to the community. If it dies, but I'm going to say in the words that Robert said one time, that even a dead oak tree is a habitat. Do you remember that in Rancho Del Oro? Even a dead oak tree is a habitat. So, so there we go. That's my argument for the oak tree. If we cannot, I would prefer to save it. I think it would mean a lot to the community to save that oak tree. 150 years, I don't think it's going to die tomorrow. So, anyway, I hope you guys don't mind if I monopolize, because I do have a lot of things.
No, this is
want-
your time, Suzanne, absolutely.
This is my time in my community. Everyone has approached me, both pro and con. This has been a very, very difficult thing to deal with, because I don't want to let anybody down, and at the same time, you know, I don't want to play favorites. As I told you before, I am in favor of soccer fields, My son played soccer all of his life, so we even played in Germany, but the interesting thing is we never played under lighted fields. So let's go on to lights. Let's talk about lights. It's not consistent with the community plan because the community plan asks that lighting shall be designed to minimize projection into adjacent properties and onto adjacent roads and not provide a source of glare. EJ, can you show us the little video of the houses across the street from Sierra College Boulevard? Because I want everybody to get a perspective on this. People don't realize. See how all those houses are terraced? They're all raised. They're all up above the property. And it goes all the way around that whole ridge, all the way up the hill. You've got Stone Ridge. See them all on the ridge? All the houses up on the ridge? I'm getting letters from people, from those folks that are saying that light is affecting them, the light, and they look down and they see the light. I want to compare on your diagrams from the lighting that this is the lighting at street level, right there when you're on the field in the parking lot. For all of those people that are living up there, this is going to be their view. There's glare, there's bleed, there's this is what they are going to see. There's one. There's another. And another, because they're not at street level. And I probably don't have to tell you this, but the speed of light is 186,000 miles per second. Those people are within 1.5 to 1 3/4 miles away from this field. So this is the concern. If they were down at street level and they were not going to be affected by it, it probably wouldn't be that big of a deal, because if you're down on street level, it's really not too bad. So the next thing I do want to address is the noise, because it's also inconsistent with the Granite Bay Community Plan in that, okay. The need for increased attention to noise in the planning process is a consequence of this potential for continued elevation of ambient noise levels. The spread of noise producing activities into formerly quiet areas, and heightened awareness of the impact of noise on human health and amenity. Noise affects both physiological and psychological well-being, in addition to causing hearing loss, which this is not going to cause hearing loss, but noise interference with activities such as communication, sleep, and thought. Noise can be a source of great annoyance for many persons and may be a contributing factor in stress-related health orders. I've had people up the hill tell me that one woman has to use white noise to put her son to sleep because when there's noise going on down at Bayside. And I had another one, this one is kind of funny because these folks, they live across the street from Bayside up Miners Ravine. And given that Bayside is at the bottom of the hill and most of our homes are at the top of the hill, you can imagine that the sound carries. This past winter, with church services outside and other outdoor events that they held, though lovely for the community, it was like having the DJ and the pastor in our backyard. So, you know, there are people being impacted by these things. Here's another one. This said, at 9:45 p.m. tonight, while sitting on our patio, we have to listen to music and announcements from Bayside. Now, there is such a thing as called your right to quiet enjoyment of your property. And these folks have paid a lot of money to live up on this ridge. And they also, yes, you have a right to have your soccer fields, but they also have a right to their quiet enjoyment of their property, which they paid a lot of money being where we live, this locale. Our property prices are ridiculously out of sight with no real logical explanation for that. So since we can't move the lights, and I noticed in your addendum EIR, you really only talked about the noise from traffic. You didn't talk about the noise from the playing and the kids screaming and the parents and all the people on the sidelines, because I was one of those parents, and believe me, I screamed my head off. So being out in the open is a great thing, and not being, next door to somebody is even better. So now I want to address the idea that soccer fields are in great demand in Placer County, and also to the fact that someone said that we have no artificial turf fields in Granite Bay, and we do. We do. Hang on, because I got that information from Parks earlier. So we have artificial, actually, no, we don't have artificial. This is Roseville. Roseville has artificial turf, and you know how much Roseville charges to rent that field is $100 an hour. Rockland charges, for soccer fields, they charge $40 an hour. El Dorado Hills, $67 an hour. Roseville, $32, Lincoln, $25, and here's how much Granite Bay charges for soccer fields. We charge for ball fields in the neighborhood of $2, $5, $15, and a commercial ball field, $45 per hour. $2, $5, and $15 per hour. That's why we have a shortage of soccer fields in Granite Bay. People come from come from Rockland and Roseville and everywhere. They rent ours, because I know my parks department told me these facts. I'm not making this up. People come and they rent our entire fields for the entire season at $2 an hour. That way, if they get in there before Granite Bay, our Granite Bay people, we don't even get in there to rent them. So this year, they're in the process. We are going to be bringing it back to the board to make our fees commensurate with all of the other locations, Rockland, Roseville, and everybody. But we are going to offer a break for people who live in Granite Bay, because we're the people who should have the priority use of these. And so that's part of the reason why we have a shortage of soccer fields in Granite Bay. But I'm going to go back to the idea that I said I'm not opposed to these soccer fields, but I do have a couple of questions on some things, because I'm curious as to the buildings that you're putting on there. The concession slash restroom is going to be 50 feet long by 17 feet wide. That's pretty big. Maybe somebody after I get through can kind of address that and tell me why is it so big. And the maintenance building is going to be 60 feet long by 30 feet wide, and that's to store soccer balls and soccer nets. I know you mentioned maintenance equipment, but it's an artificial turf, so you're not going to need lawnmowers. So the other thing, a couple of things that we need to compare to. Granite Bay is 26 square miles. Roseville is 43 square miles. Roseville has almost 139,000 residents. Granite Bay has between 21 and 22,000 residents. I mean, I'm trying to put it into perspective. Everybody's making it sound like we don't want soccer fields. Granite Bay, we're all no, 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 no. But we're not. We're not no, 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 no. I believe if we let them use the soccer fields from dawn until dusk, like we do the other Granite Bay fields, none of the fields in Granite Bay are lighted, then that's going to eliminate all the noise. It's going to eliminate the traffic. It's going to eliminate the lights. Because after dark, it'll be dark and it'll be quiet. That is one resolution we can offer. Now, I know everybody's been kind of talking about the procedure and where we've gone with this. We started out at before the Planning Commission, and then we went to the Planning Commission. No, we went to the MAC. This is the part that's very important, because the Granite Bay MAC, as Amber said, we worked on this thing for 3 hours trying to negotiate something that the Granite Bay MAC members could agree on to recommend approval of the fields. And what it required was a reasonable accommodation. They said lights till 8:30 p.m. And I know they said Monday through Thursday, but then I got to thinking that a lot of those people in those homes over there, they're working people. So when do they really enjoy their quiet time? Friday nights, Saturday nights? If we played until 10 o'clock at night, Friday nights and Saturday nights, when does anyone else get to enjoy their quiet enjoyment? That's difficult. So getting rid of the lights gets rid of that problem. This was notice being provided to the neighbors. That's fine. They did ask that you review the wetland mitigation and consider opting into the PCCP, which I don't know, EJ might know the answer to that. We had recommended, MAC had recommended that they review wetland mitigation and consider opting into the PCCP. That probably didn't happen. Okay.
Yes, we did talk about opting into the
Okay.
PCCP, but they did not.
They didn't, okay.
They did not
Okay.
choose to opt in.
Okay. Review options for preserving the blue oak, the old oak leaf, right? And then the planning commission was to review the traffic impact. So when we got there, so the MAC finally agreed. A lot of people at the MAC did not want to approve the soccer fields at all. So when we did get to the planning commission, it was as if all of that negotiation, 3 hours worth of negotiation, went right out the window. Because now they asked for 10 o'clock every night of the week. We're not saving the oak tree, we're not doing anything with the oak tree, and so all bets were off. And it upset the community members a great deal. Because I'm telling you, it was like, I don't know, creating something. To work on it for 3 hours to come to some kind of an agreement that we could both live with. And quite honestly, the parties thanked us after the evening that we had worked so hard to come up with a negotiation. So in light of that, and I do want to say a couple of things, that I don't understand why the Planning Commission did what it did, because the MAC gave them a very good, viable recommendation. And the Planning Commission paid absolutely no attention to what the members of the community had recommended. They started from scratch. 2 planning commissioners tried to honor the request by the members of the community, and the others voted against it. One MAC member said the tree would die, so we should cut it down. Oh, I think he's the one who said, and carve out little benches out of the tree. So, you know, that's just not a viable action. So the only other thing that I'm thinking of is I know that you all put out this, the Bayside Church Neighborhood Communications Protocol. And you've given us a lot of promises and all of this stuff. My question is, why didn't you reach out to the community since you were first on notice that it was a problem and impacting the community? Because we told you about it at the MAC. I was there as well. We told you about it at the MAC meeting on March 2nd. That was 5 months ago. Now, you have created this, which I think is a great promise, but you haven't shown good faith to go out and reach out to the community members. I'm just wondering, why haven't you tried in 5 months? You might have garnered a little bit more support today, I think. But so what's done is done. I think maybe you can understand the community's skepticism, but I personally would recommend the soccer fields. The soccer fields are a great idea, but I would recommend against no lights, and that would limit their operations from dusk till dawn. And I do have questions on the size of the buildings, and maybe somebody can give me some answers as to why they're so huge. And so the last thing I do want to say is, for all of you that are interested in soccer fields, you know, keep the faith, because we received this from City of Roseville, and what it is a notice of intent to adopt a subsequent mitigated negative declaration. And it is for a project located on 51 acres to build, the proposal is they would build 10 sports fields. It's a huge sports complex, a universally accessible playground, parking lots, restrooms, and picnic areas. The interesting thing is there's no storage building and no concessions. So on a 51-acre parcel, it's going to be a huge soccer complex. It's not going to be $2 an hour to rent, I'm sure. Anyway, so those are my recommendations. No lights, hours of operations, dusk till dawn. But soccer fields, yes, everybody wants soccer fields. I'm in favor of soccer fields.
Thank you, Suzanne. Board members, other questions or comments? Supervisor Gore?
Thank you. I'll ask a few more questions. Supervisor Jones asked a few that I had, so I'll mark those off. We addressed the development. Did we address the question about going before the Development Review Committee? Somebody brought this up that it needed to go before the Development Review Committee. Could you respond to that, please?
So the reference was back in 2000 about, is that what the reference was, if I recall, when the Bayside project originally went, that the DRC denied the project? And I'd probably clarify, the DRC at the time would have only made a recommendation to the Planning Commission. And I believe that, believe that was a denial recommendation that went to the Planning Commission back in 2000.
And was there a requirement to go before the DRC in this process? Or needed?
You want to answer that?
Yeah, yes, I can. So prior to this going to the Planning Commission, it did go to the DRC. There are conditions of approval included in the proposed project that will have design and improvement plans that will go to the Development Review Committee prior to approval of those as well.
Okay, great. I wanted to just ask a question about parks and the survey, because I had heard that Supervisor Jones had said that there was a survey done of Granite Bay residents about what they desired for amenities. And I know that there was there's the countywide park and trail master plan. I think Andy Fisher's on, so I wanted to hear about that as well, because I know that sometimes you need to hear from more than one source about what people are looking for in their community. So, Andy, if you can share about our county master plan and what people wanted and identified as a need.
Sure, I'll be happy to. We did surveys at the beginning of our master plan process back in 2017-18. Countywide, we received just over 3,000 respondents, and just over 500 of those were from Granite Bay, and we did divide those up by geographic area. And so we asked several different questions, several different ways, and as Supervisor Jones alluded to, and we asked questions about what are people doing today, what are the most popular activities that folks are doing. That was exactly right. Supervisor Jones showed that trails were the most popular answer. Fields fell in behind that. We asked questions some other ways as well. What do you think there's too much of or too few of in Granite Bay? 78% of the respondents said they thought there were too few fields in Granite Bay. Similarly, they said the same thing about trails. So in those surveys, trails and open space were really exemplified, so were fields. When we asked the question about what the support was for county investment in new facilities, similarly, trails showed up exemplified, and so did fields. 89% of the respondents showed support for investment in new fields, and 87% showed support for new lighting. So we asked, different things, different ways. Both trails and open space and fields in every category showed up very strongly in those surveys.
Thanks, Andy. And before you hang up, I have another question in regards to the fields and priority. I was shocked that we were charging so little for fees for fields in unincorporated Placer County, and I know we're going to make a change to that. But I think you and I had this conversation, those fees that we charge, those go to maybe a little bit of maintenance, but those fees that we charge for usage fees, they wouldn't be enough to build some additional fields, would they? Or would they? Maybe they would.
Generally, usage fees being an ongoing source of revenue, we would apply toward maintenance, toward maybe major rehabilitation. We rely on the development fees, particularly for development. And just in regard to that fee process, we are in the process of taking a recommendation to our Parks Commission this fall, which we will then take their recommendation to the board later this fall in hopes that we'd be able to adjust those fees for the 2023 calendar year.
Okay. Oh, and speaking of the Parks Commission, I knew there was another question. So this project went before the Parks Commission. What was the determination from the Parks Commission about this project?
The Parks Commission heard this project in January as an informational item. They were not asked to make a recommendation, but because this all figured into the entire
kind of sports system within Granite Bay, and they do make recommendations on how we expend and invest our own revenue. They did hear a presentation on the fields. They asked questions about the fee structure. They were interested in how these folks would, how their fees would be developed. They asked questions about how this would be managed. And overall, although they weren't asked to give a recommendation, they expressed support for the project itself and how it could contribute to relieving some of the needs in Granite Bay.
Great. Thank you, Andy. I appreciate it. I wanted to actually maybe talk a little bit more about fields. I think it's terrific that the city of Roseville is actually finally moving forward and likely going to have a project on the west side, far west side of Roseville with perhaps 8 to 10 fields. But I think I did hear from folks, right, if you're in Granite Bay, that is a long drive. We've already heard that because we already have people from Granite Bay using fields in Roseville, and that's quite a distance. So that's terrific, but I think it does show that we have so many families in our community that when I heard that there are 1,500 kids playing Granite Bay soccer, that's a significant amount. So I don't know, I mean, it's nice, but I don't think it really addresses the need of having more parks or more fields in the Granite Bay area. I wanted to ask a little bit about the lighting, and I don't know if the lighting gentleman is still here, but enough of you are here. You know, the lighting I had a little bit of concern about, and I'd asked some questions about the height of the poles. I think they're between 50, 60, and 70 feet, right? And I asked if they could be reduced, and my understanding is they're at that height so that the light can focus in and have less of a spillover, right? So you don't have the spillover, so they're high enough so you don't have the spillover. And Roseville doesn't have those. They might have them in one area, and those lights were not on the other night when I drove by. But most of the lights that the city has, lots of spillover. I mean, they're 15 and 20 years old. And as I look at this, I struggle with, do you really need lights, right? Granite Bay doesn't have lights. But I reached out to the city of Roseville folks, right? So there are a couple of areas that have lighted fields, not all. But there's a need because of this evening, wintertime desire to use fields. And I can see the value, especially if you have a lighting product that would really reduce the spillage. And then I had some concerns about, okay, what about the folks up on the ridge? And how does that affect? And I drove up there to see, looking down. A lot of those homes, it's the second story that overlooks. I don't know if it glares. I saw faces going, oh, you're not going to have a glare up at top, but I don't know the answer to that, and our lighting guy is gone. I do know that you could close the light goes down, so it's not supposed to glare up. Is that your understanding? You're the planning person, Bennett. Maybe that's your understanding.
Yeah, so it's my understanding, it was the green grass. It seemed to be indicated the glare from that. So the higher up, it seems like you could see it better. But they're also proposing landscape around the whole property, and they'll have trees potentially blocking most of that. With the light poles themselves, they're kind of shielded down, so the higher you're up, I don't think you would see the lights just looking at how it's designed.
Right, and a lot of those homes, second story, you could probably put the blinders or the shades down and really have it be addressed. And I know that I live on the edge of the city limits. My backyard is into the county, and I always knew that something would be developed behind my home. It took 20 years, but knew that that was going to happen, whether that ends up being homes or soccer fields. And I see the value of having this amenity for the community, with making sure that the issues are mitigated. I do want to talk about the code enforcement and the Bayside responding to the concerns about not being a good neighbor. And a couple of things. It sounds like there have been sheriff's calls And we didn't get a lot of code enforcement calls, probably I don't know if there were any code enforcement calls over the last couple of years for code enforcement for events. Can you
So
speak to
I
that?
checked with them this morning. We don't have any current or recent code complaints in.
So one of the challenges was, right, folks had noise, the sheriff's office was called, the sheriff's office did not communicate with our code enforcement office. That's a problem. I'm gonna make sure we address that with our sheriff, because that's really important. We've been talking here about the importance of code enforcement in other parts of our community. It's really important. We're going to have to increase our code enforcement. We're going to have to make sure code enforcement interacts with the sheriff's office so that we know what's really happening. I think that's so critical because people expect us to respond. And residents who rightly complained weren't heard. I mean, the issue about the ice skating rinks, I can only imagine how frustrating that was for neighbors. At Bayside being good intended, right, trying to provide something during COVID and the holidays and letting families be outdoors, but noise and sound and lights. So we've got to do a better job of enforcement, and then Bayside needs to do a better job of interacting with neighbors and complying with making sure that we have event permits, right? That is so critical because I can't imagine how frustrating that would be. And I certainly understand your desire to reach the community, but there are community members that have to be reached as well, right around. And so I just can't emphasize enough how important that is. As far as just the timeline on the fields, I asked the city of Roseville what their timeline is for lights. The city actually has their lights go to 12 or 10:30 p.m. 7 days of the week, which was surprising to me. A lot of those fields a lot of them are internal, like my do, so they don't affect the residents as much. So I certainly wouldn't want to go to 10:30. I do think it's better to have different times for the Sunday through Thursday and different for weekends. So I wanted to share that because I want to be aware of the noise ordinances and those regulations. So those are a couple of my thoughts and questions. And I do want to reiterate, we do not want amplified sound. Just don't need that unless there's a permit for a special use.
Thanks, Bonnie. Jim?
Thank you, Supervisor Gore, for your comments. The issue with code enforcement is if there's a violation at 7:30 or 8:30 at night, so you're going to call code enforcement, how are they going to get there? And by the time they get there, it's probably gone. The violation is gone. So I think the better way around that is to make sure that the church facility monitors that and have someone out there to make sure that they're in following rules and not violating those. So I don't know how you can work that, but I think that's something. I know we always have problems with code enforcement with noise and lights. By the time code gets there, the issue has been already gone. And how do you address that? How do you find someone for something like that? So that's a challenge. So I don't know if the church facility can manage that and kind of monitor that to make sure that they're not in violation. I would be okay with that if I could be assured of that. Again, I saw the lights down in Folsom, and I don't think that's a problem. I think the way they're set up is going to be adequate, and I'm confident that whoever puts that project together will follow those rules. And again, I've been on a school board. I hear out in my community, we need more fields. The Auburn Recreation District doesn't have enough fields. So I can see the benefit of having these types of fields, as long as they're properly maintained, managed, and the concerns of the community are addressed. So that's where I'm at on this.
Thank you, Supervisor Holmes. Supervisor Wygant, did you have any?
Yeah, just to
Questions
express
or
where I
comments?
am currently, and we can continue our conversation, certainly happy to hear reactions to it. So from the totality of the hearing today and the appeal, it's pretty clear that we're being asked to consider one of two projects, not a no project alternative. And so if I filter it through that process, I'm weighing the benefits of the more intense proposal as per Bayside's application as compared to the lesser recommendation, and the relative attributes and weaknesses of those. So, and I filter a lot of that, have always done that by way of the planning process that it went through. So in this case, we have a project that does not require a general plan amendment, doesn't require a rezoning. If the lesser project had been proposed, it would have gone through exactly the same process, which was to seek a conditional use permit, would have driven the same kind of dynamics. Of course, if that's what the applicant proposed, you know, then we would decide whether or not we would provide for that or something modified. But if you take the elements that seem to be the driving forces behind a larger or lesser project, so starting with lights, for example, with the investment that's going in, particularly if you consider the wintertime use, the lights, particularly with the current technology, just to me don't seem to be that much of a negative to the project. And I want to back up a little bit to talk about my history here. I'm so old that I sat through the original project, hearing back in 2000, and it was a really provocative project, actually. If you can imagine that property without the project, it was really a very flat, visible site between very dense urban use in Roseville and then, you know, pretty much suburban use on the other side of it, but not 5-acre parcels. There's no real transition. So it was a difficult site. If somebody would have thought it had pure open space value and been willing to work and set that aside, I guess you could make that argument. But actually, a large church facility here made sense to me back then, and now it's there. So it kind of extends really the urban uses that are clearly around two sides of the project site, and a pretty dense suburban, if you will, use on the east side, with more of a rural setting to the north. But so then if you add lights to that mix, what does that do to the scheme of things in the sense of the project? And for the additional benefit of the usage in the wintertime in particular, to me it's an intelligent trade-off, which takes me to the tree. I'm also so old that I was on the planning commission when we considered the tree ordinance and made a recommendation to the then Board of Supervisors, who adopted it. So I sat through all of those hearings with the consultant that we hired at the time, who did this great job of describing, in my view, that tree ordinance, and in specific a oak tree ordinance, the focus should not be on saving a single tree. In fact, his first slide, back before PowerPoint had slides, because it was a long time ago, because I'm that old. It was a slide of a large tree, I think in Thousand Oaks, Southern California, that was in a shopping center, and it was probably a valley oak that was 300 years old or so, and probably at the end of its life. And he pointed out that soon that tree was going to die, and you'd have this massive landscaped setting with nothing in it. And so the alternative, if you really wanted to have a healthy forest, you needed to have corridors, and the corridors didn't have to be that big. But then in that mix, there would be some dead trees. But it would be a corridor. It would be a forest of some size and scale, and the forest should be managed, including for fire, fuel load management. And that drove the foundation for our oak tree ordinance, which was then adopted pretty much intact by the Board of Supervisors, and has been implemented now for a very long time. So that, in the same context, argues that expanding the parking for this tree is a very viable trade-off. I'd be very happy if the money was targeted to be spent in Granite Bay, where it could enhance some of Granite Bay's oak forest, because there are a lot of them and very rich in value and should be protected and enhanced even. But to me, that's the filtering by which I'm looking at this project, and I also will add on the code enforcement that in the time that the Bayside Church has been in place, I'm not from Granite Bay, but I think of them as actually being an exceptional neighbor with exception. And I think in the last few years, they've shown that they've made some mistakes. I'm very pleased that they actually stepped up to that. And I think if they do have a better interaction with the community in terms of the two-way communication, it can be a dramatic help to all of us. But in addition to that, what I think everybody should know also is that I think all of us on this board have directed staff, and we'll be having a workshop fairly soon, about code enforcement being enhanced. So whereas Granite Bay, or excuse me, Bayside apparently is offering to have sort of an in-house code enforcement effort, which I'm happy to require and have that be plugged into our system. Hopefully soon it will be matching up with an enhanced county code enforcement facility, which provides for off-hours complaints that are actually responded to. A lot of us expressed concerns about the fact, for example, if we're going to be in the winery business, which we are, and I support, I also need and want the tools to be able to make sure that when I do have problems where I live with breweries or wineries, that we have code enforcement that is available on weekends. And a first step can prove that there's a violation or not, but at least the board can respond to that and do adaptive management as we go forward. I'm open to suggestions. I think hours of operation are important. I don't know what the magic number is. I've heard a lot of good testimony, but to me, it's a function of fine-tuning those details.
Thank you, Robert. Supervisor Jones, you have your light back on?
Yes.
And
yes,
then Supervisor
I do want to
Holmes?
rebut a couple of those. The reason people don't call code enforcement, because it's usually a noise issue at 10 and 11 o'clock at night. Anyone knows you're not going to get anyone at code enforcement in Placer County at 10, 11 o'clock at night. And to expect the Placer County Sheriff to report back to our code enforcement that they had a phone call is a stretch. We have, in fact, the sheriff at the MAC the other night just said, we have one sheriff that covers Granite Bay. And if they get called to a real event, they will be gone, and they said that they don't even necessarily write up a report. There will be a log that there was a call, that it was a call to Granite Bay, and it'll say what it was regarding, and that's it. Mm-hmm. So, and my people don't know. They came to our MAC in numbers, and they didn't know to call code enforcement. And we're telling them, well, you've got to at least get online and file a complaint, so we have something in our log. Well, if they're having a problem at 10 o'clock at night, why are we expecting them to call code enforcement and file a complaint? We should be responding to that. Mm-hmm. And that's just not right. And I know from what I'm hearing everybody say is that you're saying we need lighted soccer fields. Well, Bonnie, your district is Roseville. You go ahead and put lighted fields in yours. I haven't heard anyone address my community plan or my community. I mean, we were willing to negotiate with them. 8:30 and save the tree. They went to the planning commission, they said, it wasn't acceptable. That's why we're here. If they had accepted the terms we negotiated at the MAC, they would already be building their fields. That's not on me, that's on them. Okay? And I don't know, even this big complex, Bonnie, that they're putting up doesn't say it's gonna have lights.
Sorry.
Did you check on it?
I
Because it doesn't
checked.
say.
It will have lighting, concession stand, restrooms, shade structures, food truck parking, and a maintenance yard.
Well,
So it's an
great.
entire complex.
Right.
This is a couple of fields. So it's not the same, to the
No,
same
it's
extent.
51 acres, as opposed to, what is this, 17 acres? This complex, 17 acres?
I had a,
Just under 3 acres for there.
3 acres for the sports complex,
Okay.
then 5 acres open space, then
3 as
parking.
opposed to 51.
Oh, and that's in District 2 now, by the way, Robert. Not in District 1 any
So-
longer.
So, you know, I mean.
Thank you for that, Bonnie.
I really want you guys, we can't always come back and visit the lighting issue. I know they've all convinced you that they're going to have this plan and they're gonna reach out to the community and promises, promises. I've told you in 5 months, they have not reached out to anyone. They knew about this in the MAC on March 2nd. They have not, they made this nice document, but they have not reached out to anyone in my community.
So maybe we can ask a question, because I met with some folks and I was told that they've reached out to some residents. I don't know to what extent. I don't know if we can ask that question or not, but, and maybe it's not been perfectly, right? Obviously, they've admitted, especially with the,
Bonnie, they
Ice
said
rink,
at the
terrible.
MAC meeting, after 22 years and violations here and there, and I can't remember how many calls to the sheriff, they told us at the MAC they had no idea that they were impacting the neighbors. Who would say that?
okay.
I'm sorry, I'm a little bit frustrated.
No,
because
no,
I'm not
I want,
asking
I'm
for
trying
much.
to look at all the lights on and
I'm not asking
Supervisor
for much.
Holmes,
I'm
and then I'd
asking
like
for
to weigh in with it.
negotiation.
I have a couple questions too. So Supervisor Holmes?
Yeah, I'd like to talk to the opponents. Is there someone that's going to manage the contract? Is there a contract with any of the leagues that come forward to use those fields? Is there someone that can answer that question? Is there a?
Now it is.
No, thank you. Through church management, yes, there will have to be agreements with the different leagues or interested parties to utilize the facility. So yes, there will be the interaction on that.
So could the agreement have the restrictions in the contract so the people that use the field know that they have to turn the lights off at 9 o'clock or whenever? And that they have to abide by noise? Will there be signs put up around the area so people can see the signs that say, you know, noise not allowed or certain amounts of noise not allowed? I don't know how to write it, but it seems to me that if it was in the contract and it was violated, then would the league be fined?
Well, I think what we can do is to make sure that in those agreements that all the users are aware of the rules, and if they violate the rules, they would lose their privileges at the facility, at the fields. I think we're open to all of those suggestions, and I'm happy to respond to any other questions about what the applicant may have done in this situation. But yes, we're more than open to making sure that that is implemented in a responsible and monitored fashion.
And did you want to answer the previous question on outreach to the neighbors?
Well, there's a lot of issues there. And I'm going to try to do so in a non-angry fashion. There was a call that went from Scott Connor to Supervisor Jones's office shortly after. The Monday after the Planning Commission, and received no return call. There have been ongoing conversations with neighbors to the fields and discussions on an ongoing basis. So in terms of assertions that this dialogue hasn't taken place, and I'm happy to address all the issues raised by the supervisor, but on that, there have been conversations. Have there been conversations with the appellants? No. We know where they were coming from. They filed their paperwork. We knew what they were suggesting. But I can just say that we are here making this request respectfully, respecting the appellants as well, and being more than happy to work with the board on any concerns they identify today that they would like responses, to which they would like responses from Bayside.
Thank you. I had a question for you. So based on my previous career, basically what you're doing is building a facility, a parks facility. And this is not something we're going to be operating and maintaining to control it. So you're going to be responsible for controlling the activities and abiding by these. And as a park district, you would probably have, and your plan that you've laid out says that you will have a phone line, and after hours it may be a message. I would ask you to consider having that manned whenever there's activities scheduled on these fields. And that way it can transfer to a mobile line, it can call somebody who can address concerns, because I don't think it should fall on the rest of the taxpayers of the county to provide code enforcement or sheriff as the first. And this is what we've done with short-term rentals on the East Slope. We've said, property manager, you must respond, you have a certain period of time to do that, and then code enforcement will be called in and you will pay. And we're going to deal with code enforcement because we absolutely know we know the demands are such that code enforcement is very critical to quality of life. So I would just suggest that that's what we have to look at, that you're going to be operating a parks district. And thank you for doing that, because parks districts do not make money. They take huge subsidy. And I hear the concern about lighting, and that's why I was looking at whether there was an appetite to either reduce hours during the week, but I did appreciate the testimony that the organized league would stop at 8:30, and then there's half an hour. To the community's concerns, at Supervisor Jones and the appellants talked about, I would lean toward having a couple of dark nights, 5 out of 7 nights having scheduled play, and maybe a couple of nights where there aren't activities scheduled to give the community a break. I would lean there myself. I don't know how others feel. I'd certainly like to see signage on site so that there's no question about who to call, and that number be posted, and then code enforcement number. So first you call whatever number you establish, and secondly you call the county, and I'm hopeful we'll have county staff that will be able to get routed and be available as we look at code enforcement moving forward, because we do have wineries, breweries, special events. Usually it's not Monday through Friday, 9 to 5 when we have code enforcement issues. It's usually after hours and weekends. So we need to adjust that for everybody's benefit. And then I mentioned earlier the hard shut-off time. And I think by scheduling, as a park scheduler, you say, okay, 8:30, final, and the lights go off at 9 or whatever, but it's not right up till 9 and, we got to play a little longer or. So just making sure there's truly a hard shut-off on whatever times we agreed today to talk to. So those were a couple of items that I would lean toward, and then making sure we understand any additional special events are working with the community, because in some ways you're now a park district from what you're doing, and there's access and opportunities for you to work with the community. May not get everybody on board with it, but at least try to work with them so we're not back here with those issues. So those were my thoughts. So
Supervisor Gustafson,
Yep.
just in response to your first comment about someone being responsible on the phone. John and I were just talking about that. And we can make sure that it's a system where if there's a call that goes to that phone number or goes to that email address, that it lights up somebody's phone. So just in specific response to that question, we were just talking about that.
Yeah, I hate to see county resources trying to manage this for you.
Right.
We want you to be able to manage the activities you want to have there.
The other thing we did talk about, by the way, just during the break, is also to include the county staff, code enforcement, or community development, whichever, CEDRO, whichever is preferred. Even in the annual internal meeting that with Bayside, where they're going through the rules, the calendar for the next year, those types of things. In other words, really bring county inside as a partner to make sure, and also make sure that we're addressing those management issues. More than happy to do that as well, and respond to any specific questions you may have as you deliberate. We're happy to answer any questions or respond.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Wygant, your light is on.
Yeah, I'll just add to the code enforcement in anticipation, what I now have confirmed is our November workshop.
Yes, I did see a note. Our November workshop will be on code enforcement. We're inviting you all now.
At my age, you got to make sure you remember these details properly.
Well, my age too, Robert.
So the right thing to do and the smart thing to do for Bayside is to be responsible in dealing with the community and having a process by which you get that feedback and adapt your policy. That's the way things should work, and they do most of the time, I think. But if the county does have beefed up code enforcement that has the ability to respond anytime, I mean, it's clearly the first step. We need to have a code enforcement that understands and clearly takes that responsibility, that load off of the sheriff's office. So then we don't even, if things go sour, we're not reliant on the goodwill of any particular CUP to manage themselves correctly. We can do it on behalf of the citizens who live there. In this case, I'm confident the Bayside will be doing the right thing after having learned from this experience, but we still need to guarantee to our citizens that we're going to have a better code enforcement management scheme. It's going to cost some, but again, if we're going to be in the business of having wineries and breweries out in the country,
And lighted soccer fields?
we need to have the tools to manage it properly. And point out that ultimately, in a violation with code enforcements, if they're reoccurring and they don't improve, we can revoke their authority to have that conditional use permit. And we have to be willing to do that, not just in this case, but with the other issues that we have. So I just wanted to make
Good point. And I forgot, excuse me, I know Supervisor Jones has her light on. I forgot to bring up the tree. I was trying to, in my mind, imagine we preserve this tree, and if it doesn't make it, now there is a 7-foot deep hole, and so I'm just not sure how valuable that is, especially when the tree, so that I'm struggling with that, but I hear the community about the value of that one tree sounds very symbolic, and very important. So anyway, I'm sorry, Supervisor
The tree
Jones.
is listed in fair condition, which it's not poor condition, and the picture that you saw of the tree there was taken on Sunday. That's a very recent picture. It appears to be in good health to me. And it does sit down in a depression already. So I think that the argument is that it may be lower because they're going to raise the field higher, but I can't buy that a 150-year-old tree is just going to keel over because it's, they build a parking lot around it. The other thing too I wanted to mention is regarding some comments earlier. EJ, they do have a special use, they have a permit for special events, correct?
Correct.
When did they get that?
2011.
2011. Okay, and so because they have admitted that they have had issues, are they allowed the magnified sound, the speakers and things?
No amplified sound is allowed without permit.
Okay, and was the ice rink within compliance, the ice skating rink?
That did not fall under one of the events that's permitted.
And do you know if that occurs annually, or was it just one winter? Maybe the proponent would know, I don't know.
Yeah, I'd leave that to the proponent. Yeah, the 2011 minor use permit was for specific events throughout the year, and they're spelled out in the conditions of approval of exactly what each event is and what each event allows.
Okay, and so in 11 years, they've had, well, at least several violations, we'll say, with the amplified sound and the, I don't know, did you guys want to offer how often you have those events?
The skating rink occurred 2 seasons, 20 and 21. It will not be done again. And it was, again, part of what was the Christmas or holiday event, which is part of the minor use permit, but the amplified sound was inconsistent. Because of the issues and the concerns that we've heard from the community, it will be discontinued. It will not occur.
Okay, so, see, my issue is a past pattern of practice. I know we have promises now, but you can't ignore the past pattern of practices that have occurred. So, along with the code violations, I know they stand to lose their permit if they violate the codes, but it has to be a number of times. I think maybe if we used something along the lines of the penalties that we incurred on short-term rental ordinance in order to, get people's attention when they do violate the code, and then after so many violations, you lose your special use permit or whatever. I mean, that's just a normal process. If you, correct, EJ, if you violate too many times, you can lose your use permit.
That we have a citation process, but ultimately, use permit could be revoked by the decision-making body.
Well, I think that'll be motivation to live up to everything that they're promising. But I still want the tree saved. That means a lot to the community. Lighting this field will set a precedent in Granite Bay. We have no lighted fields in Granite Bay. We have an aging community. I understand they want to play soccer in Granite Bay. Nobody wants to have to drive very far. I didn't want to have to drive to South Sac when I had a job down there either, but sometimes you don't have choices. I am not willing to set the precedent. Now, maybe in a couple of years, we can revisit, they can come back and see if everything's been operating smoothly. Even in a year or two, they want to come back and revisit the lights, I'd be willing.
I think,
Okay. Supervisor Gore?
I think with the lights, the challenge is if you approve this artificial turf without lights, you've got to build the infrastructure to build all the rest of it, right? And because what I've heard, and it may not be precedent setting, in Roseville, not every park has lights based on where it is in the community. And just because you do it in one area and it's a specific area doesn't necessarily mean you're going to do it in another area. And based on what I've heard about the lights, I see it being mitigated, and I see it as being a benefit for a community that already is driving a long distance to go places. And we talk about traffic mitigation. This reduces traffic mitigation, traffic in a number of areas, and I see it as a benefit, and a benefit to the community. So I would make an argument for the lighted fields, and then if it becomes an issue, we can address it.
Okay. Well, supervisors, I think we've had a lot of discussion, a lot of questions. Staff, did you have any other additional information you wanted to present or clarify?
Yeah, I mean, just in the spirit of finding a solution possibly, maybe if we can have the board settle on, one of the issues is fields, the use of fields with or without lights. If it's with lights, I think staff has a number of conditions of approval that we would recommend that may deal with a lot of the other issues that were brought up, including compliance. But it seems like first we really need to find out where you are with the, the lighting issue before we move forward.
Okay. Supervisor Gore, did you have a motion, or your light is on, or Supervisor Holmes?
Oh, mine's, I mean, I'm for the lighted fields, and, I mean, I can make a motion that we do that. I don't know if that's where you were headed,
Well, I would,
Supervisor
yeah,
Holmes.
as long as there's some strict requirements and ensuring that the facility is in compliance with those findings. I would be okay with that, and I think having assurance from the applicants that they are going to monitor this process and follow the conditions of approval, and have someone oversee that with in their organization. So I'd be okay with that.
And so are both of you talking about the Planning Commission's approval? Or-
Can I make a suggestion? Let's go first, let's take this in bite-sized pieces. Let's go first with whether there's a motion for lights or no lights, and then we can move to the
Motion
next.
for the lights.
Second.
Okay, any questions or comments on that motion? Okay, you want to do roll call on this?
Gore?
Yes.
Wygant?
Yes.
Holmes?
Yes.
Jones? Gustafson?
Yes.
All right, now let's take it to the next place. We have what the Planning Commission approved, and I'm going to look to EJ to reiterate that, to see if we want to go with that or with something different.
I can go ahead and speak up. The Planning Commission approved field lighting that would be shut off no later than 9 p.m. Sunday through Thursday, and 10 p.m. on Friday and Saturday, or when fields are not in use, whichever is earlier. And that's listed at condition 80B on your staff report.
Cindy, I'd like to make a comment.
Okay, yes, I'm
before we
sorry.
go there.
Yeah.
I would prefer to defer to what my community negotiated, which was an 8:30 timeframe for lights. And I really don't agree with 10 o'clock until on Fridays and Saturdays, because that's a quiet time for working people as well. I think it should be no later than 8:30 every night. And I'm with Cindy, I like at least one dark night a week, whatever night that happens to be.
Could we, well,
Go ahead.
I don't know what my colleagues, I'd like to go with the original times, but perhaps having field play end at 8:30 so that the lights can go out at 9. So if field play ends at 8:30, it means lights go out at 9, and even if your youth groups are playing at 9 o'clock, lights go out. It reduces that light right at 9 o'clock, especially when you're talking about on a, yeah, that would be my recommendation.
And a dark night on Sunday.
I don't know how that impacts, so I was going to ask, yeah.
If I could just respond to the first part, Supervisor Jones' comment on the hours on weekends. We're happy to eliminate 10 p.m. on Fridays and Saturdays. Our preference would still be 9 p.m. on those days. Again, because there are activities on the campus, and our concern would be there could be activities that somehow are confused with what's on the field, or the activities that are on the campus could go over to the fields for a period of time. Again, we're at the will of the board, but not going till 10 on Fridays and Saturdays is fine. And if the board desires an earlier time for practices to end with lights off at 9, again, we're at the board's will, but that would be our preference. 9 o'clock across the board.
We should also clarify that the lighting versus the field use times could be different. So in the summertime, the lights could be.
Yeah,
If we had
obviously.
a restriction at 8:30, the field could still light outside, we could potentially be restricted.
I think it wasn't stated on the record, but for everybody, if you didn't hear it, the idea was in the summer months, there might be times when field play goes on during daylight hours past the 9 o'clock cut off. Kids could still be out there, but,
Would make a lot of sense, because the light's out, I mean, the sun is out.
right.
But for the lighted fields,
Yeah.
if we had, for the lighted fields, have the lights go out at 9 PM across the board, would that be at least a reasonable compromise? I don't know what you think.
Is that soccer play ends at 8:30? And lights out at 9, is that what that is?
Well, with the lights on though, but to the point of on a summer night and the sun is
I am only
out.
talking about the lights.
I'm just talking about the lights. So when the
So-
lights are on, the play
But
would end at
8:30.
8:30, allowing that time, noise time, to go sit down, get people out of there, and at 9 o'clock the lights go out.
In line with that proposal, I have a condition that may meet those requests. So we would modify condition of approval 80B to state, field lighting shall be shut off no later than 9 PM, comma, or when fields are not in use, comma, whichever is earlier, comma, and field play shall end 1/2 hour prior to shut off or when daylight allows. Period.
If I could just address the
Yes.
idea of the play versus the shut off is, it will be more difficult to enforce stopping play if the lights are still on. So
Yeah.
that's
Okay.
why we think the automatic lights off at 9 PM means play has to stop. It's, from our perspective, it's just more easily enforced, but
Is that because then you're not worrying about trying to herd cats and tell them to stop doing something, and lights go out?
it's like, it's over. The lights go off and that's the end.
So then, I mean, I could change that and move it, have them go out at 9 PM and not change the time of the playing on the fields.
Yeah.
So,
So that makes it a lot easier. The condition would then be, field lighting shall be shut off no later than 9 PM, comma, or when fields are not in use, comma, whichever is earlier, period.
So that sounds like a motion?
What nights are those?
7 days a week is my understanding.
that would be my proposal. Or my
Okay, so that's a motion. Okay. And Megan, will you, you have a second? Okay. Megan, you call a roll?
Gore,
Aye.
Wygant, Holmes,
Aye.
Jones, Gustafson.
Yes. Okay. Other conditions?
Did the board want to consider any kind of condition or change regarding the oak tree? I think that's the next, right?
Entertain a motion. Suzanne, do you want to make a motion on that? On the oak tree preservation?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to save the oak tree.
And that means reducing the parking or,
I was told originally it was going to be about 12 parking spaces, but I'm not sure. I can't say that for sure.
It's approximately 24.
24.
Spaces.
So instead of 262, we're talking about just under 240, 238, 239.
No, 238, thank you.
okay,
Wasn't off too bad.
okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second on that motion? Okay, I'll second it for purposes of a vote. Megan, will you call the vote?
Sorry, Gore?
No.
Wygant,
No.
Holmes, Jones,
Yes.
Gustafson.
Yes. Motion fails. And then I think another issue I had suggested is requiring a condition of approval requiring signage on the site, as well as a phone number that,
So, yeah, we have several conditions to address compliance, and Clayton will go through those now.
Sure. So one option is in line with the signage requirement that you had mentioned earlier, and that would be to include as a condition of approval, and I have this listed as 82A. The applicant shall place and maintain a sign in a size and location clearly visible to users of the fields that provides a way for persons to speak with a representative of applicant on a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week basis, and also contains contact information for code compliance, comma, for purposes of addressing complaints about the fields, period.
can I respectfully request, if I'm going to make that motion, that you revise it? I think 24/7 is, My concern was just during hours of operation, that somebody be answering that phone. I don't know that I would subject anybody to 2 AM calls for. So can you just do, till maybe an hour, till 10 PM at night or something in case?
Yeah, I would suggest an hour after.
Hour after the light.
Operations end, yes.
Yeah. I think that's kind of what we did on the short-term rental issues, if that works.
Could we commit to signs, plural?
Yes. Multiple signs. And obviously in outreach materials within the community. I'd make that motion.
Could we have that read back into the record, just make sure we have it accurate?
Yeah, just give me 1 second. So the condition would be 82A, and it would state, the applicant shall place and maintain signs in sizes and locations clearly visible to users of the fields that provide a way for persons to speak with a representative of applicant for an hour after operations end in order to address complaints about the fields, period.
Okay. So
I apologize. And it would also contain contact information for code compliance.
Yes, thank you.
Add a little during and up to
Yes.
1 hour after
Yeah.
operation.
It's good to have the attorneys working on all this. They make us sound smarter than we are. You want to read it again, Clayton, make sure we got it?
Sure. Yes, we'll go through one more time. 82A, the applicant shall place and maintain signs in sizes and locations clearly visible to users of the fields that provide a way for persons to speak with a representative of applicant during and up to 1 hour after operations end, and also contains contact information for code compliance, comma, in order to address complaints about the fields, period.
Okay, so moved. Is there a second? Okay. Suzanne, did you have a comment? I'm sorry. No, that's okay. Megan, will you call the roll?
Gore? Wygant? Holmes? Jones? Gustafson?
Yes. I'm not sure that I caught anything else. Was there additional?
We do have one cleanup condition of approval that we would like to update, and that is condition of approval number 1, just to update today's hearing and the action being taken by the Board of Supervisors instead of the Planning Commission. So a condition of approval number 1, the second paragraph, the first sentence would start, on August 9th, 2022, comma, the Board of Supervisors took action, and then the rest of it would remain the same.
Thank you for that clarification. Cindy, yes.
I just wanted to ask, you had mentioned something about having one blackout night, and that didn't come up, and I just thought it was a very good idea.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think the motion was for every night for the lights, so that's what passed. Anything else, staff-wise? So now I need a motion to deny the appeal?
No, because we've actually amended the use permit. What
Okay.
we're going to do is the motion should be to grant the appeal is the first motion you should take.
What?
Okay. The way it's written right now is to deny the appeal and uphold the action of the Planning Commission. But what the board has done now is you've revised several of the conditions of approval from what the Planning Commission approved. Therefore, the way you look at this is you have to grant the appeal so that you could reach in and add all these revisions that you've made in these separate motions into the use permit.
Okay, so we want to vote positively on granting the appeal, and then we're going to make these adjustments to
Yes,
the.
I'll walk you through the next motion.
Okay. All right. So would someone like to make a motion to approve the appeal? Do I have a second? Okay, roll call vote.
Gore? Wygant? Holmes? Jones? Gustafson?
Yes.
All right, your next motion is going to be to approve the conditional use modification with the revisions and additions to conditions as read into the record, and I'm looking to Clayton and EJ to ensure that that is.
Yes, that works. And the conditions that would be modified would be 1, 80B, and 82A.
Thank you.
Okay, Wygant and Holmes again. Megan, call the roll.
Gore? Wygant? Holmes? Jones?
Under protest, yes, because I wanted to defer to the Granite Bay Max, the recommendation of 8:30 rather than 9 o'clock. Noted for the record.
Gustafson?
Yes. Okay,
Now comes the easy one. You can read it right off of your request, and that's to certify the addendum to the certified EIR prepared for the Bayside Covenant Church project.
Wygant and Holmes again. Megan, will you?
Gore? Wygant? Holmes? Jones? Gustafson?
Yes. Okay, again, on behalf of the board, I just want to thank the public, the applicant, the appellant, all those who attended and participated. I so appreciate, we said, one thing we can say for sure is everybody in Granite Bay is awfully nice. We really appreciated how courteous you were to each other and to our process, so thank you. And we will now stand adjourned.